Martial Peak Chapter 2826 to Chapter 2859. When Xianxia woke up, he was no longer in the tree hole, but in the wilderness. The pain in his head still lingered, and Xianxia couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Although he had just reached the realm of wizard and opened his own divine sense, his foundation was far from comparable to that of a wizard. Qing's finger had shaken his divine sense. Obviously, an incomparably huge message had been transmitted, which he couldn't bear at all and fainted. Xianxia didn't have the time to carefully investigate what message Qing had transmitted. When he turned his head and looked around, he met a pair of clear and bright eyes. After being stunned for a while, Xianxia said, "Why are you here?" The petite girl shrugged her shoulders and said, "Grandpa Qing asked me to go out with you. He said that I have always lived in Snowfrost City and was too unfamiliar with the outside world. So this is what he entrusted." Xianxia touched his chin and muttered to himself. Qing had said that he had a small favor to ask of him, and that he had entrusted something to him. Now, it seemed that Qing wanted to entrust Dai to him. 16 years ago, Dai was abandoned under the evergreen god tree. It was Qing who raised her, but Dai was different from Qing. It was impossible for her to live in Snowfrost City all the time. However, Dai's identity was too sensitive. It was not necessarily safe for her to go out alone, and she might be targeted. However, it would be different if Xianxia took care of her. Before he fainted, Qing's words also seemed to mention Dai. Thinking about this, Xianxia felt relieved. Anyway, Dai was also a great wizard. She shouldn't be much inferior to him now. Even if he wanted to take care of her, he probably couldn't. Qing asked her to come out with him. He probably just wanted her to see more. "Where are we?" Xianxia got up and looked around, and asked blankly. Dai said, "Grandpa Qing sent us out with his avatar. This place is 500 miles away from Snowfrost City, east of the city." While speaking, Dai pointed to the side. Xianxia turned his head and saw an evergreen tree as tall as a person standing on the side of the road. It exuded an aura of the same origin as Qing. Xianxia's brow furrowed as he stared at the evergreen tree with great interest. Butterfly said from the side, "Don't worry, the people of Snowfrost tribe still don't know that you've left. They probably still think that you're still in the tree hole." "Senior Qing, that's a good move," Xianxia praised. Butterfly smiled and said, "That's Grandpa Qing." Her words clearly showed her respect for Grandpa Qing. She turned to look at Xianxia and asked, "Where are we going?" "Let me take a look." As Xianxia spoke, he took out the map given to him by the village chief. After looking at it for a while, he found his current location on the map. After comparing it to the map, he confirmed the direction of his journey. When they left the village in winter, he had told the village chief that he would return when spring came. Now that spring was not far away, he had already achieved his goal of going out to cultivate, so it was naturally time for him to return. Sungnan village was located in a remote area with few people. It was a good place to cultivate in seclusion. It wouldn't be too late to explore this world when he regained his peak strength. "Do you know how to fly?" Xianxia put away the map and glanced at Butterfly. Butterfly sneered and chanted an incantation. At the same time, a pair of colorful wings suddenly appeared on her back. The young girl seemed to have really transformed into a beautiful butterfly, dancing gracefully and gracefully. With a flap of her wings, Butterfly flew into the air and looked down at Xianxia. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go, what are you waiting for?" Xianxia put away the amazement in his eyes and his figure flickered as he led the way. This was Butterfly's first time leaving Snowfrost City, so she was very curious about the outside world. Her beautiful eyes were constantly looking around with a happy expression on her pretty face, as if everything in this world was new to her. However, she didn't disturb Xianxia and just enjoyed the scenery along the way, exclaiming from time to time. Xianxia digested the information that Qing had instilled into him as they hurried along. At first, he thought it was just a cultivation technique, but the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became because this information was not something that could be summarized by a cultivation technique. This huge amount of information almost contained the essence of Qing's life. Although Qing was a tree demon who guarded Snowfrost City all year round and never moved out, his lifespan was tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. In this long flowing time, Great Emperor, the sea changed into mulberry fields, and only Qing stood tall. He had seen all kinds of people, experienced the changes of time and the surging of trends. The knowledge he had mastered was profound and vast. He had the epitome of the entire ancient era. The information that he instilled in Yang Kai was all of his knowledge and experience. Cultivation techniques and wizard skills were only secondary. The most important thing was the essence that had been precipitated from his endless lifespan. What the hell? Yang Kai didn't think that a small favor was enough for Qing to give him such a precious gift. It could be said that such a gift would move even the great emperors. It would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. As long as he could digest this knowledge, Yang Kai's future cultivation would be smooth. Yang Kai was sure that this was the biggest benefit he had obtained from this trip to the secret realm. There was no other thing that could compare to it. It was also thanks to the village chief's tireless teaching that he was familiar with these ancient characters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to absorb this knowledge at all. He secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, having an old man at home was like having a treasure. If the village chief hadn't insisted, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have learned the ancient characters. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't notice the passage of time at all. He wished he could find a place to go into seclusion and digest the knowledge that Qing had instilled. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. Moreover, he was just returning to Congnan village. Previously, he wasn't strong enough to fly, so it took him a long time. Now that he had flown all the way back, it took him less than 5 days to arrive at his destination. Yang Kai restrained his thoughts and couldn't help but feel like returning home with honor. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Butterfly was also a little nervous. Will the people in your village hate me? Will they chase me away? Should I cast a transformation spell on myself? Outside the Snow Frost tribe, Butterfly couldn't show her burly man appearance without Qing's protection. However, as a great wizard, it wasn't difficult for her to master a transformation spell. With her cultivation, once she cast a wizard spell, no one in the village would be able to see through it. She chattered incessantly like an ugly daughter-in-law going to meet her in-laws. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly frowned and looked ahead. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly increased his speed and left Butterfly behind. Hey! Butterfly didn't understand and shouted in annoyance. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. Not far ahead, there was a place that looked like a village, but there was smoke everywhere. It wasn't time to start a fire to cook, so why was there so much smoke? Frowning, Butterfly had a bad premonition in her heart. Without saying a word, she increased her speed and chased after him. After a while, when Yang Kai and Butterfly landed in the village, Butterfly turned her head and looked around. She sighed in her heart. This village had been attacked. The walls were in ruins and there was a lot of blood on the ground. Looking at the color of the blood, it should have been there for a few days. This kind of weak village was very easy to attack. In the entire barbarian race, who knew how many villages were exterminated because of this kind of thing every year? Sighing, Butterfly said, "It's not a beast, it's a human." Although he didn't investigate carefully, this point was very obvious. There were no beast tracks on the ground, nor were there any signs of being bitten. It was obvious that this was not the work of a beast. Moreover, the battle should be over soon. The people who came were either in large numbers or very strong, the latter is more likely. Although Butterfly was inexperienced, as a barbarian from the floating tribe, tracking and counter-tracking were almost instinctive to her. Therefore, she was able to obtain a lot of information from the things left in the village. Does your village have any enemies? Butterfly asked. Yang Kai shook his head. In an instant, his divine sense surged like a tide and crazily spread out in all directions. Feeling the strength and vigor of this divine sense, Butterfly's eyes were filled with shock. This divine sense seemed to be even stronger than her own. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes turned cold and he rushed in a certain direction. Butterfly didn't know what he was going to do, but she still followed him. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a pile of firewood. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to push aside the firewood and accurately found a hole covered by a wooden plank. Lifting the plank, a few frightened and pale faces were immediately revealed. They were all children, about 7 or 8 of them. The oldest was no more than 10 years old, and the youngest was only 4 or 5 years old. After seeing Yang Kai's face, the oldest barbarian child revealed a look of pleasant surprise and cried, "Brother Anyo, come out first." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said. The oldest barbarian child nodded and lifted his little friends one by one, handing them over to Yang Kai. Not long after, the barbarian children were rescued, but because they had been frightened for a long time and had not eaten or drunk anything, they all appeared a little weak. What happened? Who attacked the village? Yang Kai looked at the barbarian child and asked. The village chief said that those people were from the bone-eating tribe. The barbarian child bit his lip and said. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene from a few days ago and his body couldn't help but tremble. What? The bone-eating tribe? Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Butterfly's expression also suddenly froze. The people of the various barbarian tribes had different temperaments because of where they lived and the cultivation methods they practiced. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe were extremely aggressive, while the people of the Wood Spirit tribe were gentle. But if one were to ask which tribe was the most bloody and cruel, the bone-eating tribe was the most recognized. This was because the people of this tribe, including the barbarians, could be used as food to fill their stomachs. In other words, they were a cannibalistic tribe. When there was no food, they would even kill each other to feed on their own people, let alone outsiders. The other major barbarian tribes all kept a respectful distance from such a terrifying and savage tribe. Some people even felt that the bone-eating tribe was not a tribe of barbarians at all, but a group of uncivilized beasts. It would be best to wipe out this tribe. Unfortunately, the bone-eating tribe had a powerful wizard saint overseeing it. Unless the entire barbarian race gathered their strength, no one was willing to start a war with the bone-eating tribe. Moreover, the people of the bone-eating tribe were vengeful and not easy to provoke. It was easy to imagine the consequences of Songnan village being attacked by such an enemy. So many people have died. Brother Anyo, hurry and save the village chief and the others. The eldest barbarian child wept as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. It was as if to him, Yang Kai was omnipotent. How long has it been since this happened? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. 3 days. 3 days. He didn't know if he could make it in time. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He turned to Butterfly and said, "Take good care of them." Butterfly grabbed his arm and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't go looking for death." Yang Kai sneered. It's still not certain who will live or die. Butterfly shook her head. It's already been 3 days. You might not be able to catch up even if you chase after them now. If you're captured by the bone-eating tribe, there's only one outcome, becoming food. Perhaps the people in your village are already. Then they'll have to pay the price. Yang Kai shook off her hand. With a single step, he flew into the air. Butterfly gazed at his back and sighed, slowly shaking her head. The barbarian children's jaws dropped as they stared at the sky in surprise. The eldest barbarian child said with admiration, "Brother Anyo can fly." Songnan village had nearly 300 villagers, regardless of gender or age. All of them were soldiers. The bone-eating tribe had definitely mobilized many people to capture such a large number of people, so the traces they left behind when they retreated were very obvious. It was not difficult for Yang Kai to follow the traces. The snow on the ground had melted, and it was time for all living things to come back to life. Perhaps the bone-eating tribe's winter grain reserves were about to run out, so they came out in search of food. Then, they accidentally discovered the remote Songnan village. He had become the target of their attacks. According to Yang Kai's knowledge, although the bone-eating tribe had no taboos and would even eat their own clansmen, they were still humans. Thus, they preferred to eat fresh food. In other words, they would not kill all the captives at once. They would only kill their prey when necessary. This gave Yang Kai some time to save people. As long as he could intercept them or find their lair before the situation developed to the point of no return, everything would be fine. When the sky turned dark, Yang Kai came to a stone castle. The stone castle was built against the mountain. Behind it was a cliff that was as smooth as a mirror. It occupied a large area. Inside the stone castle, there were many tall and sturdy figures. The savage-looking barbarians walked back and forth with all kinds of weapons in their hands. With a green face and fangs, it looked no different from a malicious spirit. There seemed to be something hanging around the stone walls of the stone castle. Xianxia looked at it with his eyes wide open. The things that were hanging upside down were all corpses. A rough count showed that there were at least 100 corpses. There were only 300 people in the entire Tsangnan village, and there were already 100 corpses hanging here. Xianxia felt a chill in his heart. The chill he exuded was so thick that it was tangible. In the end, he was still a step too late. Xianxia took a light breath and calmed his anger. He stood up from his hiding place and prepared to sneak into the stone castle under the cover of the night to wait for an opportunity to act. Although he had now become a wizard, and ordinary great wizards were no match for him, and logically speaking, there should not be a wizard king in this stone castle. However, it was always better to be careful. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly sensed something. He crouched down again, held his breath, and looked in another direction. There were rustling sounds, and there seemed to be some movement. Although it was faint, Xianxia could hear it clearly. He quietly released his divine sense and scanned that direction. Xianxia was surprised. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia moved like a loach towards that direction. After a short while, there was a cry of alarm in the night. Who? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, someone covered it. Xianxia put his hand on his mouth and shushed the barbarian warrior who was subdued by him. Don't be nervous, I am not an enemy. The barbarian warrior was horrified. Although the opponent only used one hand, he could not break free from the clamp no matter how hard he tried. After several struggles, he only felt cold all over, and despair shrouded him. Under the moonlight, the barbarian warrior suddenly calmed down. He stared at Xianxia with a shocked face and said, Master Ox? Yes? Xianxia was startled. You know me? While speaking, he let go of his hand. When he saw the tattoo on the barbarian's face, he suddenly said, You are from the Raging Flame tribe? The barbarian warrior was pleasantly surprised. Yes, Master Ox, we met last time in the canyon. As soon as he mentioned the canyon, Xianxia immediately understood. His eyes lit up. Is Xia here? He is in front, I will take you there. Good. Xianxia nodded. Although he had noticed that there were many people gathered here, and he knew that they were not enemies, but he did not expect that they were old acquaintances. Fortunately, this barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe recognized him, otherwise it would have been very troublesome to explain. Following behind the barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe, he groped his way forward. There were constantly suspicious looks coming from all directions, as if they did not understand why there was suddenly another person. After a short while, the barbarian warrior came to the front and shouted in a low voice, Master Xia, Master Ox is here. Xia's voice came from the front, Master Ox? Which Master Ox? As soon as his voice fell, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Xianxia squeezed out a smile and said, Master Xia, we meet again. Xia was shocked and stared, Wizard Ox, why are you here? Last time in the canyon, this Wizard Ox had left a deep impression on Xia. It had only been one winter, so he naturally would not forget. Xianxia said in a low voice, It should be the same reason as you. Xia was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of understanding. It seems that your village was attacked too. Why were you attacked too? Xia said with a sullen face, I brought some people to look for food outside, but when I came back, the villagers were all taken away. I followed the traces and followed them here. Then we have the same goal. Xianxia grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs, which looked extremely gloomy under the moonlight. Xia was shocked and changed the topic, You are alone? I am the only one left in the village who can fight. Xia showed a look of admiration. If he was the only one left in the village, Xia might not have the courage to follow all the way here. His opponent represented the cruel and bloody bone-eating tribe, so he might not be able to escape. Come with me, I will take you to see the master. Xia said, waving at Xianxia, then led the way in front with a crouch. Xianxia was suspicious, not knowing who he was taking him to, but he could only follow. After a while, a low voice suddenly came from the front, Xia, what are you doing here? Xia replied respectfully, Master Qi, a friend from the southern barbarian tribe is here. His villagers were also taken away by False tribe. Oh? The person called Qi was a little surprised and said, "Come here." Ye nodded, then signaled to Yang Kai and led him forward. In the dense grass, a man and a woman sat there cross-legged. Their breath was strong but did not leak out, as if they were one with nature. Two great wizard. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. The man should be Qi, because he had the tattoo of the raging flame tribe on his face, and his breath was a little hot. Obviously, he practiced the fire wizard arts and wizard arts. As for the woman, although she had a big waist and a big body, she gave people a feeling of elegance and spirituality. This combination of temperament and body shape was very contradictory and funny. When Yang Kai came, the two people immediately looked at him with their sharp eyes, with a look of scrutiny, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Songnan village wizard Nyo greets the two master. Yang Kai put his hand on his chest. Qi nodded slightly and praised, "Wizard, not bad." "What wizard?" Yu was startled, thinking, isn't this wizard Nyo an upper-rank wizard apprentice? Did Master Qi make a mistake? What he did not know was that in just one winter, this wizard Nyo had gone from an upper-rank wizard apprentice to a wizard. If he knew, he would probably cry out that the heavens were unfair. How can there be such a skinny tribesman? You're not from the floating tribe, are you? The woman frowned, not hiding her disgust for Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could speak, Ye said, "Wizard Nyo is not from the floating tribe, he's from the southern barbarian tribe. He's generous, how can those floating tribe bandits compare to him?" He still remembered Yang Kai's kindness of giving him 100 beasts. That's for the best. The woman nodded slightly, obviously not doubting Ye's words. How should I address this master? Yang Kai looked at the woman and asked. She said, "She's the bamboo master of the Raging Gale tribe." Ye said in a low voice, "The bone-eating tribe has raided 3 villages this time. One is yours, one is mine, and the last is the Raging Gale tribes. I was the one who found Master Qi, and I happened to meet Bamboo Master, so we're all together now." There's strength in numbers, Yang Kai nodded and said, "If I may ask, how are the 2 masters planning to move?" Qi said, "Wait until dawn." Yang Kai said, "Dawn is the time when people are most relaxed. It is indeed the best time to move, but both masters are great wizard. Don't you have confidence in taking down the stone castle?" Bamboo glanced at him and said, "How much do you know about the stone castle?" Yang Kai said honestly, "Nothing." Before this, he did not even know that there was a bone-eating tribe here. Bamboo said, "This stone castle is a small tribe of the bone-eating tribe. There are about 700 to 800 people here, and there are about 20 wizards. The strongest of them is called Fault. He's a mid-rank great wizard." Yang Kai noticed that when Bamboo mentioned Fault, Qi's expression became wary. He clearly felt that he was not a match for the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe. With Fault's strength, even if Red and I joined forces, we might not be his match. Bamboo explained calmly, not feeling ashamed of being weaker than others. "Fortunately, our main goal is to save people. When the time comes, as long as Red and I hold him back, the rest of you can save your people. There's no need to fight to the death with him." After a pause, Bamboo continued, "You're a wizard. You can help a lot in the battle. Since your people have been kidnapped, let's act together." Ye's expression shook as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, almost unable to believe his ears. Wizard, was he really a wizard? He thought that Master Red had made a mistake, but now that Bamboo Master said the same thing, there was only one possibility, the Wizard Bull was really a wizard. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "The 2 master are planning to attack at dawn, right?" "That's right. If that's the case, I might be able to help even more." Yang Kai's eyes flickered. Red raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's hear it." After a while, Ye and Yang Kai retreated. Ye was a little dazed as if he had suffered a huge blow. After a long time, he said, "Master Bull, be careful." Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder, "You too." As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted a spell. When the wizard's power surged, his body seemed to turn into a whirlpool and absorbed the moonlight pouring down from the sky. Ye, who was standing in front of him, was surprised to find that as the moonlight poured in, Yang Kai's body gradually became transparent and then disappeared. There was a rustling sound of footsteps coming closer and further away. Ye knew that the wizard bull should have left. However, when he saw with his own eyes that he could perform such a magical wizard spell, Ye was still amazed. That should be the legendary moon concealment spell of the Yuehua tribe. However, the Yuehua tribe had been wiped out thousands of years ago. The moon concealment spell should have been lost. Where did the wizard bull learn it? A small place like Songnan village couldn't possibly have such a profound wizard spell for him to learn. Yang Kai's moon concealment technique was naturally not learned from the village chief but from Blue. On the way back, Yang Kai had been digesting Xian's knowledge. Therefore, he had learned quite a few wizard spells. At this moment, the long-lost moon concealment spell came in handy. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai was almost invisible. Only those who were within a certain distance of him or scanned him with their divine sense could discover his whereabouts. He walked all the way to the front of the stone castle and quietly climbed up the stone wall, breaking into the stone castle. On the stone walls, the bone-eating tribe's archers patrolled the area with sentries every few steps. Clearly, they knew that they might be attacked after robbing the 3 villages. Although these archers did not have parapsychic sense, they were all very sensitive and had a natural sense of vigilance towards danger and anything suspicious. When Yang Kai jumped over the stone wall, he almost attracted the attention of a shooter. The shooter's gaze swept over to where Yang Kai was. Fortunately, this fellow did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, Yang Kai might have been exposed. After entering the stone castle, the smell of blood immediately filled his nose. It was clearly the smell of human blood. Yang Kai had seen over 100 corpses hanging on the stone walls. They belonged to 3 different tribes. Blood dripped to the ground, the sound making his hair stand on end. At this moment, the bone-eating tribespeople were feasting heartily in the stone castle. The aroma of meat filled the air. Yang Kai looked around. The bone-eating tribe's barbarians were currently chewing on some cooked meat. Much of the meat was clearly a part of a human's body. A normal person would probably lose their appetite at the sight of it, but the bone-eating tribe's barbarians were eating with relish. Even the children who had not grown up were like this. Often, for the sake of fighting over a piece of bone with meat, the children would wrestle with each other, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, the adult bone-eating tribe members would just watch from the side and laugh. He had long heard that the bone-eating tribe was an anomaly among the barbarians, a group of uncivilized beasts. Now that Yang Kai had seen it with his own eyes, he could only say that the rumors were true. Gently sucking in a breath, Yang Kai suppressed the irritation in his heart and began to search around the stone castle. According to his agreement with Qi and Zhu, he first had to find where the captives from the 3 villages were being held. At dawn, he would open the gates of the stone castle from the inside and create chaos. Then, the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe would coordinate with him. At that time, he would release the captive warriors from the 3 tribes, which would definitely catch the bone-eating tribe off guard. There was a great wizard in the stone castle, and there were several wizards as well. Yang Kai could not be too presumptuous. He did not dare to use his divine sense to avoid alerting the enemy, so he could only search around bit by bit. Midnight passed. Yang Kai had practically searched the entire stone castle, but he still had not found where the captives were being held. 3 tribes, 3 villages, and at least 700 to 800 captives. With such a large number of captives, a small place would definitely not be able to hold them. However, Yang Kai did not find anything after searching around. In the end, he could only cast his gaze at the center of the stone castle. That was the core of the entire bone-eating tribe. There was a powerful and ferocious aura faintly emanating from it. It should be where the wizard lived. After a moment's thought, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and pierced into the ground. He retracted it as soon as he touched it. As expected, there was another world beneath the stone castle. Yang Kai could sense the aura of many living people hidden below. However, he did not investigate too carefully, in case the wizard noticed. However, once he confirmed where the captives were being held, the rest was easy. Yang Kai held his breath and stayed where he was for a moment. After confirming that his probing had not alarmed the wizard, he flickered and hid in a hidden spot, quietly waiting for the right moment. The stone castle was bustling with noise and excitement. The bone-eating tribesmen, who had suffered through the winter, had reaped a bountiful harvest in the past few days. Naturally, they had to celebrate. Outside the stone castle, the raging flame tribe and the whole Gale tribe were lying in wait. They were like two venomous snakes, waiting for an opportunity to bare their fangs. As time passed, the hustle and bustle in the stone castle gradually subsided, replaced by thunderous snoring. Even the archers patrolling on the stone walls began to yawn. When the first light of dawn was about to arrive in the east, the world fell into its darkest hour. A human figure appeared from his hiding place and charged towards the entrance of the stone fort like a gust of wind. With a few muffled thuds, the heads of the few bone-eating tribe members guarding the entrance split open. Their brains splattered everywhere, and they died completely in their sleep. On the walls, the few archers who heard the commotion were shocked and turned to look down. All they saw was an unfamiliar figure standing on the ground and punching the stone gates. With a crash, the stone gates shattered. As the rocks flew everywhere, the earth began to tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Chaotic and hurried footsteps rapidly approached. The archers turned their heads in horror. Under the cover of the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes that had been cast with bloodlust emitted a terrifying light. They were wrapped in an aura of death and swept over like a flood of fierce beasts. Enemy attack! Someone cried out in alarm. The whistle was like the wail of an alarm, jolting the sleeping bone-eating barbarians awake. At the same time, the archers on the walls knocked their arrows and fired. The barbarian archers were all master archers, so the bone-eating barbarians were naturally no exception. With a single volley of arrows, Tensum fell to the ground, dead. However, two figures flew out from behind the flood. Flames flickered in the hands of one of them. With a wave of his hand, two attacks that resembled fire dragons descended from the sky, incinerating a group of bone-eating tribe archers with a single movement of their heads and tails. The other person chanted, and a terrifying tornado immediately swept up from the stone walls. It was as sharp as a blade. All the bone-eating barbarians caught in the tornado had their tendons ripped apart and their bones dislocated. Their flesh and blood were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only ghastly white skeletons. Qi and Zhu struck out at the same time, instantly eliminating the threat from the archers. Following closely behind the two great adepts were the adepts and adepts of the two tribes. There weren't many adepts, only 7 in total, but they were constantly chanting incantations as they ran, casting all sorts of spells on the warriors of the two tribes, making them faster, stronger, and more ferocious. Xianxia turned around and hovered in the air. He stared coldly at the bone-eating barbarians who had rushed over from all directions. The bone-eating wizards in the crowd yelled at their clansmen, as if they were instructing them to attack Xianxia. There was no need for instructions. Xianxia was an obvious target, so the bone-eating barbarians could see him clearly. Before he could even get close, arrows whistled through the air in an attempt to knock him down. The wizard's shield lit up. Not a single arrow with the force of 1,000 kilograms was able to do anything to him. In the next moment, all sorts of strange wizard spells shot toward him. The wizard's shield remained standing. Ripples appeared on its surface, blocking all the attacks. The wizard in the crowd was stunned. The valiant bone-eating barbarians had already charged up to Xianxia. Around a dozen vicious warriors leapt into the air, aimed their weapons at Xianxia, and swung them down. Xianxia extended a hand and grasped at the air. The myriad sword appeared in his hand. With a casual wave of his hand, 100-meter-long beam of light seemed capable of shattering space, shining with resplendent light in the air. Whoosh! The dozen or so bone-eating warriors who had leapt into the air were cut in half at the waist. As they grunted, they fell to the ground. Their organs scattered, and blood gushed out like a fountain. All the bone-eating barbarians stopped in their tracks. They all stared at Xianxia in shock, as if they were looking at the most savage demon of all. The fearless bone-eating barbarians actually felt fear from this sword. How dare you act so impudently in this wizard's territory? You're looking to die. A furious roar rang out from the stone fortress. Soon after, a half-naked man with a vicious face flew out like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, he had already thrown a punch. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He turned the myriad sword and held it horizontally to his side. With a boom, the myriad sword hummed. The blade of the sword bent, on the verge of shattering. Before Xianxia could counterattack, two figures suddenly shot out from his left and right. It was Qi and Zhu who had joined forces to attack. The two great shamans from different tribes did not say a word and directly went to find the strongest Wu Yu. The sorcery that they had refined for many years instantly blossomed with a shocking radiance. In a single moment, the three great wizards were locked in a fierce battle. The battlefield rapidly rose until it was above the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Rumble. The 300 men from the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe had arrived as well. Wherever their iron hooves landed, the defense of the stone fort was in shambles. The nimble archers leaped onto the stone walls and drew their bows. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was endless as they shot down one bone-eating tribe warrior after another. This sudden attack from both inside and outside had caught the bone-eating tribe off guard. These bone-eating tribesmen had only just woken up from their meal and sleep. They did not even have the time to react to their usual battle prowess. Several dozen of them died in a single moment. However, after a brief moment of shock, the savage and bloodthirsty bone-eating tribe finally returned to their senses. Nearly 20 wizards scattered across the tribe began to chant, casting various buff wizard spells on their tribesmen. The two groups of barbarians formed into several hundred groups and charged at each other. One side was fearless under the protection of their sharpshooters, while the other side was stimulated by the smell of blood. They roared and howled as they clashed together. The ground wailed in grief. The battlefield immediately became like a huge meat grinder. Blood splattered everywhere as flesh and blood separated. Barbarians fell one after another. Xianxia pulled his gaze away from the clouds and glanced at the chaotic and barbaric battle before him. He frowned slightly, and with a single movement, he appeared above the bone-eating tribesmen. The myriad sword thrummed, and a streak of light shot out from the tip of the sword. There was no disturbance at all. It was completely silent. There was a flash of light. A long empty space immediately appeared between the bone-eating clansmen gathered together. The bone-eating clansmen who were originally in this space were all reduced to dust and vanished. The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The eyes of the bone-eating tribesmen were filled with fear, while the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe were overjoyed. No one had expected this seemingly frail fellow to be so powerful right off the bat. With a swish, a streak of blood-red light shot out from below. Turning into a blood snake, it opened its mouth and bit down on Xianxia. This was the sorcery of the bone-eating tribe. It was mysterious and difficult to defend against. When the snake opened its mouth, a nauseating stench wafted out. Clearly, it was highly poisonous. If someone was bitten, they would not end up well. Xianxia, however, didn't even look at them. Under the shocked gazes of the people of the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe, Xianxia didn't even look at them. He casually raised his hand and grabbed the blood snake in his hand. With a squeeze, the blood snake turned into a pool of thick blood. It sprinkled down from the sky. Meanwhile, a wizard from the bone-eating tribe grunted. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The blood snake was his trump card, a trump card that he had cultivated with his own blood essence. When it was broken by Xianxia, he had already suffered quite a bit of backlash. Without a doubt, he was very experienced in battle. When he saw Xianxia easily break through the blood snake, he knew that he was no match for this person. Thus, his figure blurred as he tried to hide in the crowd. Xianxia threw out the myriad sword, which turned into a streak of light. After circling around the crowd, it pierced through the chest of this bone-eating shaman and came out from his back. It then returned to Xianxia's hand with a twist. With a crash, 10 some bone-eating tribesmen collapsed. As for the targeted sorcerers, they couldn't escape the same fate. The sorcerer's shield was like paper in front of the myriad sword, unable to provide any defense at all. The bone-eating tribesmen were truly shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock as they took a few steps back. Even their own adepts had been killed by him in an instant. Who else could stop him now? Only Master Yu had such a possibility. However, Master Yu had been pinned down by the enemy above the clouds. He could not do anything else. Roar! The warriors of the Raging Flame tribe roared. While the bone-eating tribesmen retreated in fear, they valiantly charged. When they clashed, the bone-eating tribesmen, who had the advantage in numbers, began to retreat in defeat. Yang Kai nodded at Feng, who was standing in the crowd. With a single step, he left the battlefield. Although the might of his two swords had given the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe a huge advantage, suppressing the bone-eating tribesmen's courage and confidence, they were still outnumbered. If the battle continued, they might not be able to maintain their advantage. He had a more important mission to accomplish. Thus, he quickly arrived at the stone fortress he had scouted earlier. The enemy attack had mobilized all the bone-eating tribesmen, so no one tried to stop him when he charged into the stone fortress. But in other words, even if someone tried to stop him, they would not be able to stop him. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly found an entrance to the underground. Opening the stone door, Yang Kai headed down. A pungent smell filled his nose, and he could vaguely make out the light of fire from the depths of the ground. Very soon, he entered a place that seemed like an underground prison. His footsteps alarmed the bone-eating tribesmen guarding the cage. A deep, muffled voice rang out from up ahead, "What's going on up there?" Yang Kai did not answer. He continued forward. "I'm asking you what's going on up there." The person did not seem to have a very good temper, so he could not help but bellow out. What answered him was a cold gleam in the darkness. Yang Kai brushed past him, and his head flew into the air. His burly body swayed a few times before collapsing on his back. Blood spurted from his neck, dyeing the ground red. This sudden turn of events caused the other bone-eating tribesmen guarding the prison to pale in fright. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, the myriad sword had already flown out and reaped their lives like weeds. Withdrawing the myriad sword, Yang Kai looked around. He saw that the underground prison had been divided into over a dozen cells. Every cell was packed. Pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai in shock and anticipation. "Anyo?" A familiar voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Ahu's face. "Big brother Anyo? Big brother Anyo is here. Anyo is here to save us." In the cells, the other villagers of Songnan village began to shout. Their voices were filled with excitement and joy. Yang Kai walked forward and placed his hand on the cell door. Wizard energy surged, and with a sudden jolt, the sturdy cell door instantly shattered. The villagers of Songnan village swarmed out. There was no need to say anything else. They spread out and went to rescue the captives in the other cells. Yang Kai looked at them and found that apart from being a little weak, there were no other problems. However, he soon frowned and asked, "Where's the village chief?" He didn't see the figure of that benevolent old man here. The moment he said this, the expressions of the Songnan village villagers around Yang Kai dimmed. Yang Kai looked at Ahu with a sharp gaze. Ahu lowered his head and said, "When those bastards brought us back, the village chief could not bear the torture and died on the way back." Yang Kai did not say a word, but his aura became bone-chilling. Ahu raised his head and said with bloodshot eyes, "Anyo, I want revenge. Revenge for the village chief." The villagers of Songnan village gritted their teeth and growled. Yang Kai raised his head and saw the burning flames of revenge in the eyes of the villagers. He nodded slightly. At this moment, the captives in the other cells were also rescued. One person from the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe walked out. They seemed to be their leaders. However, before they could speak, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Master Chi and Master Bamboo have brought people here. Right now, the people of your two tribes are fighting the bone-eating tribe. They need your strength." "Master Chi is here? Master Bamboo is here too?" When the people of the two tribes heard this, they were overjoyed. These two people were great wizard-level existences. With them here, the people of the two tribes were much more confident. "Ahu, take everyone and fight with them. Don't let anyone of the bone-eating tribe go." Yang Kai turned his head and ordered. "Okay. Today, we'll kill every last one of the bone-eating tribe. Kill every last one of them." Everyone shouted. Facing a common enemy, the several hundred people seemed to unite as one. Their combined aura soared into the sky. Yang Kai chanted an incantation. Exquisite wizard spells appeared in his hands one after another, transforming into a mysterious power that increased the strength of the three tribes. The several hundred people were shocked. This was especially so for Ahu and the others. They all felt that this was inconceivable. Even though Anyo was a wizard, they had never seen anyone use so many wizard spells on hundreds of people before. Moreover, they felt that the wizard spells that Anyo used were much more profound and effective than the ones that the village chief had given them. At the very least, the bloodlust spell gave them a different feeling. His originally weak body was now rolling with endless power. Even if a tiger or leopard stood in front of him, he would probably be able to tear them apart with his bare hands. Anyo, how strong was he now? The great battle was imminent. There was no time to ask. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Go." Ahu nodded at Xianxia. Together with the leaders of the other two tribes, they led the several hundred tribesmen outside. Xianxia stood where he was without moving. He gently closed his eyes, and his divine sense surged and expanded like a tide. He instantly locked onto the wizard Fault, who was fighting two people on the clouds by himself. The next moment, he raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. His figure flickered, and he turned into a spinning top. Wherever the tip of his sword passed, the ground above his head would crack, revealing a deep passage. With a crash, Xianxia broke out of the ground. His body was wrapped in sword light as he soared into the clouds. At the same time, the wizard Fault, who was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting two people by himself and even had a slight advantage, suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt an aura of death envelop him, causing his entire body to turn cold. Seeing that he was in a daze, Red, who had been targeted, quickly jumped away. He put on several layers of wizard spell shields on himself, but he was still drenched in cold sweat. That moment just now had been extremely dangerous. He had thought that even if he could not kill this wizard Fault, he could at least hold him back if he joined forces with Bamboo. As long as that wizard Nyo released his tribesmen who had been captured, they would be able to reverse their disadvantage in numbers. Then, they would be able to retreat easily. This time, their main goal was to save people, not to fight to the death with the bone-eating tribe. However, after they actually fought, Red realized that his judgment was wrong. Although Fault was indeed a medium great wizard and was only one rank higher than him and Bamboo, this guy's strength was much higher than he had expected. Both of them were unable to gain any advantage over him even after joining forces. His wizard artifact was a gourd that could pour out a sea of blood. The sea of blood was extremely corrosive. Both he and Bamboo were trapped in the sea of blood and could only unleash 80% of their strength. If not for that, the situation would not have been so difficult. Fault was obviously planning to split up and attack, using the power of the sea of blood to bind Bamboo and then kill him. They had only fought for a short while, but he was already beaten to the point where he could not retaliate. If Fault had not taken the initiative to retreat, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Why did he retreat? Red did not know the reason, nor did he know if this was Fault's battle strategy, so he could only retreat to Bamboo's side and watch vigilantly. In the next moment, he understood why Fault had retreated. It was because a sensational and extremely sharp aura suddenly pierced through from below the sea of blood. Even if this aura was not directed at him, it made Red feel uneasy and his spirit waver. Fault, who was facing this aura, would not have it easy either. That was indeed the case. Fault, who had been acting as though he had nothing to worry about, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy at this moment. His expression was extremely nervous and he kept chanting incantations. The sea of blood churned into waves and gathered at one point, turning into a whirlpool. The blood-colored whirlpool emitted a terrifying might that could shatter mountains and split seas. Chi sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with horror. It was not because of Fault's strength. He was only a great wizard. Even if a medium great wizard was one rank higher than him, how strong could he be? Fault's strength was built on that wizard artifact, the blood gourd. This was definitely not a wizard artifact that a great wizard could easily obtain. This should be a wizard artifact bestowed to him by the wizard king or the wizard saint. Thinking of this, Red's heart sank. Before he could think further, that sharp aura had already collided with the sea of blood. In an instant, there was a sizzling sound, and streaks of sword aura appeared out of thin air. Wandering in the sea of blood, wherever the sword aura passed, blood mist would rise, and a lot of it would be destroyed. Red's eyes lit up. Although he did not know where this strong helper came from, he knew that this was the best opportunity for him to counterattack. He looked at Bamboo, and the two of them looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. Both of them chanted incantations, and the wizard artifact in their hands glowed as they attacked Fault. But when they made their move, more or less, it took away some of Fault's energy, causing the power he used to resist the sharp aura to become unstable. The blood-colored vortex suddenly became chaotic before it collapsed with a crash. A sword light tore through the air from within the vortex. Man and sword became one as they slashed towards Fault. The rain of arrows blocked the advance of the sword aura. Streaks of filthy blood tainted the sword aura, and the sword aura suddenly dimmed, revealing the figure of a person. With a cold snort, Xianxia landed in the sea of blood. He looked at his surroundings in surprise. "It's you." Red looked at Xianxia in shock. He could not believe that this strong helper who suddenly appeared was the wizard from the southern barbarian tribe. Is he still a wizard? How can he be so powerful? Even Bamboo's eyes were trembling, clearly unable to accept what she was seeing. Wizard? Fault frowned. He thought that the person who came was at least an upper-tier great wizard, but after taking a closer look, he realized that the other party was only a wizard. But soon, Fault revealed a look of realization. His gaze lingered on Myriad's sword for a moment. He could tell that the reason why this wizard was able to display strength that far exceeded his own was because of that sword. It was definitely a wizard artifact that not even a wizard king or a wizard saint could ignore. After figuring this out, Fault could not help but laugh. The most powerful thing about his sea of blood was its ability to corrode wizard artifacts. No matter how powerful a wizard artifact was, as long as it came into contact with blood, it would lose most of its spirituality. Using the power of a wizard artifact to fight him was the most unwise thing to do. As long as he could corrode the sword's spirituality, he could do whatever he wanted in this sea of blood. It did not matter if there were 2 or 3 enemies. He did not care. But the next moment, Fault's body trembled as he looked in front of him in shock. That was because Xianxia only shook slightly, and the blood on Myriad's sword disappeared, revealing a bright and wide blade. There was no trace of corrosion at all. How was this possible? While he was in a daze, Xianxia had turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced on him again. Be careful. She was shocked. Although Xianxia's stunning attack just now had shocked him, this guy was still just a wizard. How could there be a good end for him if he rushed towards the enemy so rashly? Fault laughed loudly and looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a dead man. He raised his hand, and the sea of blood separated. The tsunami-like blood came crashing down on Xianxia, instantly making him disappear. Crimson's mouth was wide open, and his face was full of annoyance. He secretly scolded that southern barbarian shaman for not being able to do anything right. Fault's blood sea was already difficult to deal with, and now that it had corroded him, it would be even more powerful with his power replenishment. Retreat immediately. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, when Fault reacted, neither he nor Bamboo would be able to escape. As for his tribesmen, he would let them escape as much as they could. In the current situation, he could not care about others. Thoughts flashed through Red's mind, but he did not take action. This was because he saw that there was something wrong with Fault's expression. Logically speaking, Fault should be happy that he had just gotten rid of a powerful enemy. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he looked shocked. Could there be some changes? Before he could finish his thoughts, a figure broke through the air from the sea of blood. His beast skin clothes had been completely corroded, revealing a body that was considered weak by the barbarians. However, that seemingly weak body was not injured at all. He moved like the wind and appeared in front of Fault in an instant. He raised his extremely wide and sharp sword high up and slashed down fiercely. That slash scared Fault out of his wits. He realized that although the slash seemed simple, he could not dodge it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he had been locked in place. In a hurry, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and forcefully twisted his body. Gee! With a soft sound, Fault's left arm was severed. It fell into the sea of blood and turned into pus in the blink of an eye, causing the sea of blood to churn even more violently. You! Fault took a few steps back and looked at Xianxia in shock. He held his severed arm and his mind was in a daze. He had no idea how his opponent had managed to survive the sea of blood that enveloped him, nor how he had managed to sever his arm. Just as he finished speaking, a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was almost touching his face. Fault was frightened out of his wits. He quickly retreated. With a thought, a blood-red vortex appeared under his feet. He fell straight down as if he was trying to hide himself. Right at this moment, the other party's right eye suddenly turned into a golden light, and a dignified vertical pupil that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. This pupil actually exuded a mysterious power that seemed to be able to affect one's soul, causing one's mind to become uneasy. That moment of hesitation caused Fault to slow down his escape. Xianxia's myriad sword slashed down again and Fault's right arm was sent flying. The intense pain caused Fault to snap back to his senses. He let out a scream and did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately hid in the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia shook his head with a vexed expression. Due to the laws of the ancient era and the suppression of this mystic realm, he was unable to unleash his full strength. Even using the demon eye of annihilation once was strenuous. However, with both his arms severed and Fault heavily injured, he probably would not dare to appear before him again. In the void, the sea of blood churned. Crimson and Bamboo were rooted to the spot as they stared at Xianxia. Their minds were in a mess. Was what they saw real? The two of them suspected that there was something wrong with their eyesight. A wizard managed to sever both of Fault's arms with just 2 swings of his sword? On the other hand, Fault did not seem to have any intention of dodging. He simply allowed himself to be injured like a fool. As grand sorcerers, the two of them couldn't understand this battle. However, the situation was not optimistic. Although Fault was heavily injured, he had successfully escaped into the sea of blood. In the sea of blood, he was truly like a fish in water. No one could guarantee when he would suddenly jump out and launch an attack. Just as they were thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly turned his head to look at the two of them. His cold eyes caused Crimson and Bamboo to shiver. In the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared. The shaman bull raised his hand, and a pitch-black crescent blade strangely appeared. It carried an aura of death as it slashed towards the two of them. The two of them did not doubt that if they were to take such an attack, they would definitely lose their lives on the spot. "What are you doing?" Bamboo was enraged. She thought that the wizard's mind had been tainted by the sea of blood and had attacked her own people. As she spoke, she joined forces with Crimson to cast a wizard spell shield in front of him. However, the pitch-black crescent blade was like a hot knife through butter. It broke through the wizard's spell shield and continued its attack. The two great wizards felt chills run down their spines as the aura of death enveloped them. At the critical moment of life and death, their minds went blank. The next moment, a cry of agony came from behind them. It was Fault's voice. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. They did not have the time to think about why they were not dead or injured. They quickly turned their heads and saw Fault's face filled with hatred and fear. His right leg had been severed and his body was escaping into the sea of blood, disappearing in an instant. "His target is the two of you." Xianxia's voice was heard. "Be careful." Crimson and Bamboo were ashamed when they heard that. Just now, when did you appear behind them? They didn't notice at all. If Xianxia hadn't struck first, one of them would have been killed. In the void, the blood sea was still there, and the three of them stood still. Xianxia's eyes were like lightning as he searched for Fault's whereabouts with his telepathic thoughts. Crimson and Bamboo did not dare to let their guard down. The two of them stood back to back, guarding against any sneak attacks from behind. The blood sea was no longer tumbling, and it was quiet. However, everyone knew that Fault had not escaped and was still there. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. Once he appeared from the blood sea, that strange and powerful wizard would definitely not let him go. After witnessing the wizard's means, Crimson and Bamboo could no longer treat him as a wizard. He was someone who could beat Fault to the point that he could not fight back and even lose an arm or a leg. "Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide?" Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. "Today, this wizard will make you pay with your blood." As he said that, he suddenly reached out and picked up a longan-sized pearl. The pearl looked normal, but when Xianxia activated it, it suddenly emitted a strong suction force. In front of the pearl, a pitch-black whirlpool appeared, as though it led to hell. The blood sea was attracted by the suction force and surged into the whirlpool. Crimson and Bamboo's eyes lit up, and they were secretly excited. In the current situation, Yu did not dare to show himself. Using the miraculous power of the blood sea to hide himself, the two of them did not have any good methods to find him. If this stalemate continued, Yu might be able to escape. After all, they could not possibly guard the blood sea for the rest of their lives. However, seeing the power of the wizard tool that the Wizard King took out, it seemed like they could do something great. As long as the blood sea was completely absorbed, Fault would have nowhere to hide. The only question now was whether the inconspicuous pearl could absorb such a large blood sea. The answer was, of course, yes. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although Fault's blood sea was not small, it was nothing to the sealed world bead. It was only a matter of time before it was completely devoured. Under Crimson and Bamboo's nervous gaze, the blood sea that shrouded the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, the suction force from the pearl did not weaken. The huge whirlpool was still there, and the surging suction force pulled the blood sea's water in. In less than 5 minutes, the blood sea was only half its original size. At this moment, Fault, who had been hiding in the blood sea to recuperate, finally could not sit still any longer. 80% of his abilities were entrusted to the blood sea. Once the blood sea was destroyed, he would definitely suffer a backlash. The tranquil blood sea suddenly began to churn. Beneath the churning blood sea, a figure moved swiftly like a swimming fish and charged towards Qizhu and Qizhu. It was silent and secretive, and no matter how vigilant Qizhu and Qizhu were, they were actually unable to notice it in the slightest. With a crashing sound, Fault suddenly appeared in front of Bamboo like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. His face was filled with a ferocious smile. His arms and right leg, which had been cut off by Xianxia, had somehow recovered. It was just that the new skin was white and tender, and not as strong as before. Bamboo was shocked. She made a hand seal, and the wizard's spell shield lit up. At the same time, a wind blade slashed at Fault in an attempt to push him back. As the blood sea surged, a blood wall appeared in front of Fault, blocking the wind blade. After the blood wall dissipated, Fault was nowhere to be seen. Immediately after, Bamboo sensed that her wizard's spell shield had been broken. She was scared out of her wits, and her body turned cold. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The figure was not tall. Instead, it looked a little weak, but it gave off an illusion that it was hard to look at its back. The wizard was awesome. Xianxia reached out and grabbed at the void. Amidst the blood mist, he seemed to have caught something, and there was a groan. Fault's figure reappeared. However, Xianxia had grabbed him by the neck, and his strong body was lifted up by Xianxia like a little chick. Bamboo panted heavily, and there was a lingering fear on her face. Everything happened in a flash. She did not have any time to react. If the wizard had not suddenly appeared at the critical moment and accurately caught Fault, who was hidden in the blood mist, she would have been finished. How did he do it? Bamboo was confused, but she knew that now was not the time to think about it. Now that Fault had been captured, with the various means and strength that the wizard had displayed, Fault should not be able to cause much trouble. It could be said that they had won the battle. Just as she relaxed her mind, Fault suddenly revealed a strange smile and said unhurriedly, "Do you think you've caught me?" Bamboo was a little confused. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she could not tell what was wrong. "Do you think you've succeeded?" Xianxia asked with a sneer. Fault, who was confident of victory, immediately revealed a look of shock. Before he could say anything else, Xianxia exerted force and broke his neck. Splash! Fault, whose neck was broken, suddenly dissolved into a pool of blood and returned to the blood sea. Blood doppelganger! Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. If the wizard had caught Fault's blood doppelganger, then where was the real Fault? The two of them could not help but think of something. They turned their heads at the same time and saw that above the blood sea, in front of the blood sea, Fault had unknowingly appeared there. He was holding the blood sea in his hand. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the wizard artifact. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fault's abilities were built on the foundation of the blood sea. Now that the wizard artifact had the power to break through the blood sea, it was unreasonably powerful. If Crimson was in Falt's shoes, he would definitely think of a way to snatch the wizard artifact away. As long as the wizard artifact did not break through the blood sea, Falt would be invincible. The blood doppelganger that attacked Bamboo earlier was just a cover to attract the wizard artifact's attention and lure him away from the wizard artifact. And reality proved that Falt's trick was quite effective. The wizard artifact was indeed lured away. No one was looking after the wizard artifact, so Falt grabbed it in his hand. At this moment, Falt should be overjoyed, but why did he have an expression of fear? The hand that was holding the wizard artifact's bead was trembling violently as if it was struck by lightning. Idiot! Xianxia sneered. He strolled on the blood sea and walked toward Falt. Feeling Xianxia's approach, Falt's expression was filled with fear. His wizard power surged wildly, but he still could not escape the suction force from the sealed world bead. He was firmly rooted to the spot and could not move. He thought that he would be fine as long as he stole the sealed world bead. Little did he know that Xianxia had already merged with the sealed world bead and could command it like his own arm. The wizard artifacts of ancient times were very different from the secret treasures of modern times. If the sealed world bead was really a wizard artifact, perhaps Falt would have already gotten it. However, the sealed world bead was a world of its own. Before Falt could refine it, how could he lift it? Even if the wizard king wizard sage was here, he would not be able to lift it. Instead, it was the suction force from the sealed world bead that locked Falt to the spot. Seeing Xianxia gradually approaching, a trace of panic finally flashed across Falt's face. Even when his arms and legs were chopped off, his expression did not change much. But now, he experienced what despair was. He did not beg for mercy or cower. Instead, he looked coldly at Xianxia and sneered, "The bone-eating tribe will not let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a determined look appeared on his face. Wizard power surged from his body. Xianxia frowned and stopped in his tracks. At the next moment, there was a loud bang and Falt's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky and the world seemed to be raining blood, dying. The ground red. In such a desperate situation, Falt chose to self-destruct. It was clear that he had a strong character. However, most barbarians were like this. In a situation where death was certain, very few would choose to linger on with their last breaths. The sea of blood disappeared and the sky was clear again. The sun had risen and shone brightly in the sky. However, it could not dispel the chill of the land. The slaughter below was still ongoing. The bone-eating tribe's stone fort had 700 to 800 tribesmen, while the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe only had 300 people. However, the captives Xianxia brought out made up for the lack of numbers, giving the Raging Flame tribe an advantage in numbers. The only drawback was that they had fewer wizards. The three tribes only had 7 or 8 wizards while the bone-eating tribe had close to 20. Therefore, this battle was earth-shattering. Both sides were evenly matched and barbarians kept dying on the spot. This evenly matched situation changed the moment Falt died. When the sea of blood that covered the sky disappeared, everyone looked up to see the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups. In a sense, the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups was the final outcome. 3 figures stood in the air. The tribesmen of the 3 tribes cheered wildly while the bone-eating tribesmen looked ashen. Kill! With a furious roar, the 3 tribes launched their final charge. Without Falt, the bone-eating tribe no longer had the right to contend against the 3 tribes. Their morale fell, and the stalemate was instantly broken. Bamboo and Crimson said nothing. They flew down and unleashed powerful wizard arts, killing enemies with a wave of their hands. The 20-some wizard of the bone-eating tribe lasted less than 10 breaths before they were wiped out. Without the support of their shamans, the strength of the bone-eating warriors was greatly reduced. Soon, they were slaughtered to pieces. In the later stages of the battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. However, no one showed mercy, because their enemy was the bone-eating tribe. They were outliers among the barbarians. A tribe that should have been removed from the list of barbarians long ago. The battle lasted for half a day. When the last bone-eating tribesman died, the stone castle was covered in blood and corpses. The tribesmen of the 3 tribes roamed the battlefield. They did not care whether the bone-eating tribesmen were dead or alive. they would deal with them later. Afterwards, they began to gather the corpses of their tribesmen. When night fell, a simple ceremony was held outside the stone castle. The corpses of the tribesmen of the 3 tribes were piled together, and Crimson presided over the cremation. The barbarians believed that the scorching flames could allow their tribesmen to return to the embrace of the barbarian god after death. Outside the stone castle, the tribesmen of the 3 tribes were ready to set off after a night of rest. Although most of them were injured, with some even missing an arm or a leg, and could only be carried by others, everyone had a joyful expression. To be able to save their tribesmen from the bone-eating tribe was already an amazing achievement. Not far away, Red, Bamboo, and Xianxia were whispering to each other as they walked. "Wizard Bull, you have to be careful of the bone-eating tribe's revenge," Bamboo warned seriously. "The bone-eating tribe is a tribe that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. This time, we've massacred a small tribe of theirs. They definitely won't let this go." Red nodded. "It's best if you find time to meet with your tribe's wizard king master. It's better for him to deal with this matter. After all, the bone-eating tribe was in the wrong first. If the wizard king intervenes, this matter might not be settled." "It's not that simple." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but False Wizard Artifact is not something a great wizard like him can easily possess." When he said this, Bamboo and Red's expressions changed slightly. They had clearly thought of this as well. Xianxia continued. "To be able to possess such a wizard artifact means that False's background is not small. Perhaps he's a descendant of the bone-eating tribe's wizard king or wizard saint, or perhaps he's highly regarded by the wizard king. If we kill him, we'll cause quite a bit of trouble. Even if the wizard king intervenes, it might not be resolved." Bamboo said, "No matter what, if the wizard king intervenes, there will be a chance. With our current strength, we can't fight against the wizard king." Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. He was now a sorcerer, and perhaps he was still not a match for a sorcerer king. But now, he had already activated his spirit sense, and he could also use all of his space law abilities. Even if he really had to face a sorcerer king, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, as long as he was given enough time, his strength would increase exponentially. Zhu and Qi, on the other hand, would not be able to fight back if the bone-eating tribe's wizard king came looking for them. It was reasonable for them to seek the protection of their own tribe's wizard king. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. Although Qi and Qi Zhu's realms were much higher than Xianxia's, they had experienced a bloody battle yesterday. The 2 of them no longer dared to underestimate him. They didn't have the ability to force a middle-ranked great wizard to self-destruct. Therefore, the 2 of them took the initiative to lower their statuses and communicate with Xianxia as equals. Half a day later, the 3 groups parted ways. Xianxia led 200 villagers towards Songnan village. There were more than 300 villagers in Songnan village. However, after this battle, their numbers were reduced by a third. As the only remaining wizard in the village, Xianxia naturally became the leader of the village. 3 days later, Kai Yang led the 200 or so people back to Songnan village. Looking at the ruins of the village, many of the villagers were somewhat depressed. At the entrance of the village, Butterfly's figure suddenly appeared. She sized up Xianxia and nodded at him. Behind Butterfly, 7 or 8 children rushed out one after another and found their parents. They hugged each other and wept bitterly. The sudden appearance of a stranger like Butterfly made the villagers curious. Fortunately, the villagers did not have much contact with the outside world and were unfamiliar with the floating tribe, so they were just curious. However, Butterfly's body shape was similar to Xianxia's. She was not as strong as the average barbarian. Instead, she made the villagers feel close to her. Xianxia introduced Butterfly to the villagers and told them that she was his friend. Immediately, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Since the village was destroyed, it naturally had to be rebuilt. Fortunately, the villagers were all big and strong, so it was not a problem for them to do this. The rebuilding work took less than 5 days and the dilapidated village was restored to its former appearance. 5 days later, everything was on the right track. In the wooden house, Xianxia sat cross-legged. After searching through the space ring for a while, he finally found a rank 9 monster beast's monster core. The rank 9 monster beast's monster core was not something that Xianxia would care about in the past. When he was picking up monster cores in the Savage Wildlands Beast Tomb, Xianxia only picked up monster cores that were rank 9 and above. He did not pick up monster cores that were below rank 9. Otherwise, the number of monster cores in the millions would be even more terrifying. But now, this rank 9 monster core might be a little too high level for him. Previously, the monster beast's monster cores that Xianxia used for his cultivation were not very good. The highest level one was only equivalent to a rank 6 monster core. Now that he suddenly had a rank 9 monster core, it was like a cabbage in a clear soup facing a table full of delicacies. He did not know if he could handle it. But at this point, Xianxia had no reason to hesitate. His physical body was not bad to begin with. Even if the energy in the rank 9 monster core was a burden to him, it would not cause him to be injured. Opening his mouth and swallowing the monster core, Kai Yang immediately began to use a set of witchcraft techniques. This wizard technique was not the one that the village chief taught him. It was obtained from Qing's knowledge. It was an extremely high-level wizard technique that could not be compared to the one that the village chief taught him at all. When the wizard technique was used, Xianxia immediately felt the difference. He was an expert from the Emperor realm after all. He could tell the quality of the technique with just a try. This wizard technique that he obtained from Qing was indeed impressive. His cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than before. The most important thing was that he had just consumed a rank 9 monster core. A burning sensation immediately came from his abdomen, as if there was a flame burning within. When the surging energy contracted and expanded, Xianxia's stomach instantly became round. If his physical body was not strong enough, this alone would have been enough to make him explode and die. His face was red and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Under the great nourishment, Xianxia's nostrils were already bleeding. He was as still as a mountain as he guarded his mind and used the wizard technique to refine it. As he swallowed and spat it out, the airwaves were like the sea. The wooden house was actually on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding spiritual energy was surging, causing the villagers to be shocked. They did not know what was going on. However, Dai Mao Lu, who was teaching the children cultivation, saw some clues and stopped Ah Hu and the others from rushing into the wooden house. Dai integrated into the village very quickly. She had helped a lot during the 5 days of reconstruction. To the simple and honest villagers of Xianxia village, she was already a member of the village. Moreover, everyone knew that she was a powerful wizard like Anyo. Naturally, no one dared to disobey her words. This strange phenomenon lasted for a full day before the movement from Xianxia's wooden house gradually subsided. In the wooden house, Xianxia's round stomach became flat again. A rank 9 monster core had been refined by him using the wizard technique and integrated into his body, turning into his own powerful capital. His sorcerer realm had increased by quite a bit. Without hesitation, Xianxia once again took out a rank 9 monster core and swallowed it. The sounds of movement and waves of air that shocked the villagers once again came out from the wooden house. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the villagers of Xianxia village had almost gotten used to the various strange movements coming from Anyo's wooden house. From the initial curiosity to the current calmness, they had experienced this many times. In the beginning, this kind of movement only happened once a day and slowly subsided. However, as time went on, the frequency of this movement increased and it subsided faster and faster. Dai said that Anyo was cultivating. The villagers didn't understand the wizard technique, but they felt that this kind of cultivation was different from what the village chief used to do. The village chief had also cultivated before, but there wouldn't be such a big movement. However, since Dai said that it was, then it was. For a whole month, Anyo didn't show his face again. The villagers were even worried that he would starve to death in the house. And I and the others tried to send food several times, but were stopped by Dai. Now, and I looked at Dai with resentment. Strictly speaking, Anyo was very irresponsible. In the past, when the village chief was leading everyone, he would guide everyone on what to do. However, ever since Anyo became the village's new leader, other than being busy for 5 days to rebuild the village, there was no trace of him after that. Hu and the others could only act according to their discretion. If there was no other way, they would ask Dai. Although Dai wasn't very experienced, she could still control the affairs of a small village and help the villagers a lot. Now, although Dai's prestige in the village wasn't as high as Yang Kai's, it was only below Yang Kai's. On this day, the quiet village was suddenly alarmed by a sharp whistle. The villagers rushed out of their wooden houses one after another. Ahu and the other young adults all had solemn expressions on their faces, as if they were ready for a big battle at any time. This was because the whistling sound came from the fence wall. It was a warning sound. This sound meant that an outsider had come to the village. "What's the matter?" Ahu rushed up the fence and looked at the archers patrolling the wall. "A great wizard is coming." The archer pointed forward, and Ahu looked over. Sure enough, he saw a person flying towards them from the sky. A wizard. And a very powerful wizard. Only a wizard of the wizard level could break free from the pull of the earth and fly in the air like a bird. Ahu's eyes suddenly sank. "He's injured." Dai's voice suddenly came from beside him. Ahu didn't know when she came, but after more than a month of contact, Ahu and the others understood that Dai was also a very powerful great wizard. Since she said so, it was definitely not wrong. "Injured?" Ahu frowned. When he looked over again, he did find some clues. The great shaman who was flying over was unstable and swaying. As the great shaman approached, he could vaguely see a trace of blood red. The other party was indeed injured. "It's someone from the Raging Flame tribe," Dai said again. "Master Qi." Ahu finally saw the other party's face and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was the Master Qi of the Raging Flame tribe. Ahu had seen him more than a month ago at the Bone-Eating tribe's stone castle. As far as he knew, Master Qi was a great wizard. What kind of person could injure him? Moreover, looking at his current appearance, the situation didn't seem optimistic. His right arm was missing, and blood was gushing out, dyeing half his body red. And from the look of the wound, it didn't seem to be caused by a sharp weapon. Instead, it looked like someone had torn it apart with their bare hands. Ahu's body went cold at this thought. Who was his enemy to be able to tear off a great wizard's arm? In just an instant, Ahu made the most appropriate response. He turned around and said, "Go get Anyo." As soon as he said that, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that Anyo had appeared behind him at some point, hovering in the air. Anyo's eyes were piercingly cold as he stared ahead. His face was unusually cold. Qi, who had flown over from afar, had clearly discovered Yang Kai's existence as well. He was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, his body suddenly froze. His eyes widened in horror, and his entire body began to tremble violently. It was as if an invisible hand had pinched him in the air. He could not move at all. His face turned green and purple. He gritted his teeth and said, "Run, away." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up. His simple animal skin clothes burst open, and his skin became transparent. His blood vessels could be seen clearly. Whoosh! When he had swelled to his limit, Qi exploded, turning into a pool of blood that rained down from the sky. Not even his corpse was left behind. Many of the villagers of Songnan village were shocked. They had no idea what had happened at all. They all took a few steps back from Qi's miserable appearance. When they looked over again, a burly figure had suddenly appeared where Qi had been. The person was dressed in heroic attire, and there were several skulls of various sizes on his waist. The skulls radiated with a chilling aura that enveloped the entire Songnan village. At this moment, the strange person who had suddenly appeared was holding something in his hand. He grinned viciously at Yang Kai as he gnawed on the food in his hand. "The Bone-Eating tribe!" Ahu cried out. He could tell the person's identity from the unique pattern on his face. He had long heard that the Bone-Eating tribe was a tribe that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Anyo and the other two tribes had cleared out a small tribe of the Bone-Eating tribe, so Ahu had been rather worried about the Bone-Eating tribe's revenge. He had wanted to find some time to suggest that Anyo lead everyone to migrate, but Anyo had been cooped up in his house all this time. Naturally, he could not bring this up. Now, it seemed that he had been right to be worried. The Bone-Eating tribe had really come for revenge. Moreover, this person's strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, even the great wizard, Master Qi, was killed by him. How could Anyo be his opponent? When the nearby villagers heard Ahu's voice, their expressions turned cold. They had experienced the terror of the bone-eating tribe before. When they saw what the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe was holding, their faces paled. That was because it was actually a calf. Moreover, it looked like the calf of a child, definitely not more than 5 years old. With each bite, the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe tore off a large chunk of flesh. He chewed with relish, which made him look even more ferocious. Many of the villagers felt extremely uncomfortable. Their stomachs churned and they felt like vomiting. Xianxia lowered his eyes and looked at the blood that had spilled on the ground after Nakashi's death. He sighed slightly. Although he did not understand what had happened to Qi, he could vaguely guess. The great wizard of the bone-eating tribe had probably not killed Qi on purpose. Instead, he had purposely tortured and chased after him, using this opportunity to find the location of Songnan village. Perhaps he had used many methods to prevent Qi from heading to the main tribe of the Furious Flame tribe, forcing him to seek out reliable allies. Regardless, to be able to toy with a great wizard, there was only one possibility for this great wizard's strength, the Wizard King. I smelled your aura, the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe suddenly said. The bone-eating tribe's great shaman suddenly spoke up. He looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze, over at the stone fort. Xianxia sneered. I killed Fault. The great wizard sneered. You? He clearly did not think that Xianxia had the ability to kill Fault. After the incident at the stone castle, he had specially gone to investigate. He had used some methods to replay the battle that day. Although it was blurry, it was enough for him to track down the murderer. Furious Flame Tribe, Furious Gale Tribe. He visited them one by one, destroying 2 small tribes and killing everyone who had participated in the battle at the stone castle. Only the last target he could not determine was him. It was as if something had blinded his investigation. In the end, he had no choice. He could only follow behind Qi and let him lead him to find the murderer of that day. The plan was very successful. Qi, who had nowhere else to go, had indeed come to an unfamiliar place. When the great wizard smelled the aura of the last target, he decisively activated the hidden hand he had left on Qi and killed him. All that was left was to destroy this small village. The dignity of the bone-eating tribe could not be violated. Any enemy who dared to taint themselves with the blood of the bone-eating tribe would definitely suffer 1,000, 10,000 times the revenge. Do you think I don't have the ability? Xianxia asked with a smile. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Butterfly, telling her to take the villagers and hide. Although Xianxia's strength had increased tremendously after a month of seclusion, he had to go all out against the Wizard King. He could not care less about Songnan village. If the villagers did not hide well, the power that leaked out would be enough to scatter their souls. The great wizard snorted and did not comment. Fault also thinks I don't have the ability, and then he died. Xianxia chuckled. The great wizard said condescendingly, are you trying to say that I, the wizard Qi, will meet the same end? Xianxia shrugged, but his attitude was no doubt a silent agreement. The wizard Qi stared blankly at Xianxia for a while, then burst into laughter. His laughter rolled like thunder, and it had the effect of catching one's soul. Many of the villagers who were quietly evacuating were shocked by this laughter, and blood seeped out of their noses and mouths. Only Xianxia faced it head-on, unmoving like a mountain. Wu Qi stopped laughing and frowned as he looked at Xianxia. He found that Xianxia wasn't pretending to be calm, but really wasn't affected at all. This was really a bit strange. A trivial great sorcerer seems to have some skill. He was the Wizard King. Even if he was just a low-tier Wizard King, he was still a Wizard King. How could a great wizard resist his laughter that secretly stimulated his power? However, the other party just stood there like an immovable mountain. His methods were completely ineffective. As he spoke, Wu Qi threw down the leg in his hand and stretched out his hand to pat his waist. When his wizard energy surged, a wave of ghostly wails and howls sounded out, and the few skulls hanging on his waist actually emitted a chilly aura. Their empty eyes flickered with a dark green glow, and they flew out together. How dare you kill my bone-eating tribesmen? Today, this wizard will turn all of you into food. As the wizard Qi roared, the skulls that flew out grew in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. They spread out and blocked the village's surroundings. Each of them breathed out a chilling aura from their mouths. Wherever the aura hit, the ground and wooden houses would freeze, losing all life. In the blink of an eye, the village seemed to have turned into a burial ground, filled with the aura of death. Fortunately, Xianxia had secretly instructed Butterfly earlier. At this moment, the villagers had all gathered in the center of the village and were preparing to retreat into the tunnel, so there were not many casualties. This tunnel was excavated under Butterfly's supervision. After experiencing the bone-eating tribe's invasion last time, the existence of this tunnel was enough to ensure that the villagers would have a safe way to leave if a similar situation occurred again. Therefore, when Butterfly suggested this, Ahu and the others naturally did their best to cooperate. In a month's time, the tunnel had been dug to a secluded location 15 kilometers away. It was enough to create a safe buffer zone. However, the aura of death spread extremely quickly. It would take time for the 200 villagers to retreat. If they did not stop them, they would not be able to retreat safely. Fortunately, when the skulls began to move, Xianxia moved as well. With a slight sway, he suddenly appeared before a huge skull. When the wizard Qi saw this, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. He said disdainfully, "You're looking to die." The skulls were his wizard artifacts. He had refined them for who knew how many years, making them even more difficult to deal with than himself. If Xianxia had attacked his main body right now, he might have had to expend some effort to repel him. However, this guy just had to come looking for trouble with his wizard artifacts. He really didn't know what he was talking about. While speaking, the wizard Qi's mind moved slightly. The huge skull's dark green light flashed wildly. Then, the cold aura it spat out increased several times in an instant. It completely wrapped around Xianxia. This cold aura of death was refined from the resentment of the people he had killed and eaten. Its power was mysterious and powerful. Not to mention that the other party was a great wizard. Even if the other party was a wizard king, they would be haunted by evil spirits and their mind would be shaken. When that time came, he could play with the other party in the palm of his hand. He could kill him however he wanted. The wizard Qi could almost foresee Xianxia's end. It was nothing more than being frozen on the spot by the cold aura of death and then having his soul taken away by the skulls. However, within the dense cold aura of death, there was suddenly a burst of colorful light. Within the light, the power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. It circulated endlessly. It was like a pillar in a monstrous flood. It stood tall and did not fall. Instead, it was driven to expand. The wizard Qi frowned. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat impossible. The other party was indeed only a great wizard. Moreover, he should be a low-rank great wizard. There was no reason for him to be able to resist the power of his wizard tool. But what he saw in front of him was beyond his scope of understanding. Under the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi, a sizzling sound could be heard. The cold aura of death that was enough to make the wizard king feel difficult to deal with was actually blocked outside of his body. Xianxia raised his sword high. His power surged. A burst of light suddenly rushed into the sky, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. In the next moment, he slashed his sword at the skull. The sword light fell, as if it could split the river and split the sea. The cold aura of death was clearly divided into 2 halves. The huge sword light heavily chopped at the skull. An extremely sharp wail sounded. The dark green ghost fire in the skull's eye sockets flickered violently a few times. Under the push of the huge force, the skull was sent flying. It kept tumbling in the air, but its momentum did not decrease. It looked like it was going to fly out of the sky. Wizard Qi was shocked. He did not expect this great wizard to be able to do this. He quickly waved his hand, and the flying skulls immediately shrank as if they were summoned by something. They were held in his hand. Looking down, Wizard Qi was furious. His face suddenly turned ferocious. A crack had appeared on his wizard tool. This was the shaman weapon of a shaman king. Not to mention a crack, under normal circumstances, no matter how the shaman king attacked, not even a mark would be left behind. But now, this tiny crack was like a gaping mouth that was wantonly mocking his ignorance. Just as he was investigating the skulls, he suddenly felt his heart tremble. He looked up and roared, "Enough!" That ordinary-looking great wizard had flown in front of another skull and slashed down with his sword. After suffering once, Wizard Chi knew what the other party was capable of. He quickly recalled all the wizard tools that were spraying out the cold air of death, preparing to turn the village into a territory of death. The 6 skulls flew back and circled around him like shooting stars. They had shrunk to their original size. Without the skulls wreaking havoc, the air of death that covered the village quickly melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai rested the myriad sword on his shoulder and looked at Wizard Chi casually. He chuckled. "I'm not bragging, but you'd better give it your all." The Wizard Chi's eyes twitched. If it was any other great wizard who spoke to him like this, he would definitely not care. But the one in front of him was different. "Fault, was it really you who killed him?" Wizard Chi asked coldly. Yang Kai said, "Not really. He died by self-explosion in the end." "It really was you." Wizard Chi was enraged. Previously, he had some doubts. With Fault's capabilities, how could he be killed so easily? Moreover, even the stone castle had been massacred. After all, Chi and Zhu did not have the ability to kill Fault. Previously, he thought that the Wizard King of the whole Gale tribe or the Raging Flame tribe had made a move. But now, after experiencing Yang Kai's means, he knew that the other party was not lying. Fault had really died in his hands. Otherwise, he would not have known so many details. Fault's abilities were mostly built on the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea was the manifestation of his wizard artifact, the Blood Gourd. The great wizard who killed Fault appeared to have a powerful wizard artifact as well. How could an ordinary wizard's tool damage his skull? But, he was just a great wizard, even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. Now that he had personally made a move, could he still escape alive? "You will pay the price for your arrogance," Wizard Chi bellowed. Suddenly, he raised his hands. The 6 skulls intertwined with each other and whistled as they pounced toward Yang Kai. However, this time, the skulls did not grow larger. Although they were less powerful, they were undoubtedly more agile. In just an instant, the 6 skulls had sealed off Yang Kai's escape route. Then, they opened their mouths. From their mouths, they spat out a chilly aura. This aura seemed to be able to freeze everything. Even the Wizard King would not feel good if he came into contact with it. Yang Kai stood upright with his sword in hand. Sword flowers bloomed as he shook his sword, creating an impenetrable defense. There was a series of clanking sounds. The 6 skulls' full-force attacks were ineffective. They were all blocked by Yang Kai's sword aura. Even the skulls were beaten until they were unsteady. Wizard Chi did not panic. It was as if he had already expected this. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a disdainful smile. As his lips moved, he silently chanted an incantation. With a flick of his finger, a powerful wizard spell was silently launched. It quietly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was facing him from the side, did not seem to be prepared for this. Wizard Chi sneered in his heart, silently waiting for the scene of Yang Kai being killed. But at this moment, a transparent wizard shield strangely appeared. At the same time that the wizard shield appeared, a translucent ghost crashed into the wizard shield. It let out a miserable howl. Yang Kai did not even look at it. He only grinned. While his right hand held the sword to block the 6 skulls, his left hand threw a washbowl-sized fireball at the ghost. An even more miserable howl came out. The formless ghost was instantly turned into nothingness. Wizard Chi was dumbfounded. This kid, he actually still has the strength to block my sneak attack. Where did he get such a strong divine sense to guard against my secret attacks in such a high-intensity battle? Wizard Chi's face was ashen. He felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. He was the Wizard King. Against a great wizard, he was actually being countered by him? In a fit of anger, Wizard Chi controlled the 6 skulls to continuously increase pressure on Yang Kai. At the same time, his hands danced, and one wizard spell after another was launched at Yang Kai. He could guard against it once, but it did not mean that this kid could always guard against it. As long as he distracted him, his wizard would find an opportunity to kill him. But the next scene made Wizard Chi dumbfounded. In the face of his continuous wizard spell attacks, Yang Kai was actually not surprised. His left hand was constantly blooming with various wizard spell lights, methodically dealing with his own attacks. In an instant, the two great wizards actually started a battle of wizard spells in the air. Although there was almost a large gap between their realms, the wizard spells they released did not seem to be inferior. Whether it was the frequency or the damage, they were all at the same level. They constantly collided in the air, blooming out dazzling lights one after another. Perhaps, at the beginning, Wizard Chi could feel that he had a certain advantage. His opponent occasionally felt a little flustered. But as time passed, his opponent's mastery of the wizard spells became more and more refined. The power and control of the spells were not inferior at all. What the hell? This was only a small village, not even the scale of a tribe. In a village like this, Wizard Chi had destroyed at least 80 if not 100. In every village like this, it was already very good to have one wizard apprentice, but this village had a great wizard. What was even more unacceptable was that this great wizard could be on par with him in terms of wizard spells. How could he have mastered so many wizard spells? Any tribe's wizard spells were not easy to learn. Every wizard could only learn the wizard spells that were researched by their own tribe and passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. As far as he knew, the wizard spells of the southern barbarian tribe were not very special. They were relatively mediocre. And at the level of a great wizard, it was already very impressive to be able to master a dozen or 20 wizard spells. No matter how many wizard spells they learned, they would not have the energy to learn them. And among these dozen or 20 wizard spells, only a small half of them could be used to attack. The other half were mainly used to buff the warriors of the tribe. He was a low-rank wizard king, but he had only mastered 50 wizard spells. There were only 27 types of sorcery spells that could be used to attack. He had long since memorized these 27 sorcery spells by heart and could use them at his fingertips. With this kind of achievement, even some middle-rank wizard kings would have to admit defeat. But, compared to the opponent, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. In this short battle that lasted less than an hour, Wizard Chi had seen at least hundreds of wizard spells from the opponent. None of them were repeated, and the opponent did not seem to use any effort to cast them. It was as if he had practiced many times. Many wizard spells made his eyes red because those wizard spells were the secrets of many tribes. Only the great wizard of those tribes could master these secrets. Was this guy really a great wizard? Looking at his age, he did not seem to be very old. Where did he learn so many wizard spells? How did he have the time to master all these wizard spells and use them as one? If the opponent was an old man, Wizard Chi would not be so surprised. Old people could always do some amazing things, but the opponent seemed to only be around 20 to 30 years old. The more the Wizard Chi fought, the more shocked he became. For some reason, he had the illusion that the opponent was a wizard king and he was a great wizard. This was because the performance of this great wizard was really amazing. It was so amazing that he wanted to capture him right now and bite off his flesh while he was still alive to taste the wonderful taste. Boom. In another battle of wizard spells, the two wizard spells collided in midair. However, they did not dissolve each other like before. Instead, the opponent's lightning strike, after breaking through his soul-collecting spell, continued to rush towards him. The flickering lightning was like a poisonous snake, opening its mouth full of fangs. Wizard Chi was shocked. His wizard spells were broken through. In a hurry, he could only condense a wizard shield in front of him. After successfully blocking the lightning strike, Wizard Chi's face turned green and white. He was silent for a long time before he said, "You are using a wizard book to practice?" Recalling the scenes from before, Wu Chi suddenly had a bad feeling. If his guess was right, then this time, he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Xianxia laughed loudly. With a wave of his sword, he pushed back the 6 skulls around him and said loudly, "Thank you, Wizard King Master, for helping me." Xianxia had inherited a huge amount of knowledge from Qing, but he did not have time to carefully digest it. During this month of training in seclusion, he was also digesting Qing's inheritance. Unfortunately, training in seclusion was not as good as using real swords and spears. It was rare for a wizard king to come to his door, so Xianxia naturally wanted to test the results of his 1 month of training. The result was very satisfactory. All the ideas he had during his seclusion were tested today. Although there were some differences, it did not affect the overall situation. After getting Yang Kai's confirmation, Wizard Qi's face became more and more ugly. A huge sense of shame shrouded him. He trembled and said, "You're looking for death." Fighting against Wizard was definitely a wrong decision. This guy was completely relying on his own training, so the wizard spells he released were getting stronger and stronger. He gradually lost the initiative and broke through his own wizard's interception. This great wizard was really terrifying. He could actually grow rapidly in battle. The speed of his growth had already made Wizard Qi feel uneasy. So he decided not to play around with him anymore. He wanted to end the battle quickly. When Yang Kai shouted, the 6 skulls that had been hovering around him suddenly flew back. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Wizard Qi's side. Wizard Qi's expression was stern. He chanted an incantation. The 6 skulls that were flying around him flew faster and faster. They gradually turned into a dark green light. When the light dissipated, the wizard pool and the 6 skulls disappeared at the same time. In their place was a monster that was about 5 meters tall. The monster had a green face and fangs. Its hair was disheveled, and its face was ferocious. At first glance, it looked like a legendary evil spirit that could reap souls. On the evil spirit's body, translucent human faces floated up and down. They struggled and wriggled, revealing all sorts of tragic expressions. The wails that came from their mouths were chilling. Yang Kai stood with his sword in hand. His expression was cold as he said, "You really deserve to die." The human faces that appeared on the evil spirit's body were clearly souls. Where did the souls come from? They were clearly the people that the wizard pool had killed and eaten. Those people that the wizard pool had killed had not only suffered great terror and torture before their deaths, but even their souls had not been able to escape. They had been devoured and refined by the wizard pool and kept in his body. They could not reincarnate and would forever fall into hell. If such a wizard king was placed in the future, he would be a veritable evil cultivator. He would be hated by everyone. However, in this era, the bone-eating tribe had the protection of the wizard saint. He could do whatever he wanted. The wizard pool, who had transformed into an evil spirit, had his already powerful aura reach a new height. That shocking might was comparable to that of a high-tier wizard king. He laughed sinisterly. The aura that came out of his mouth seemed to be able to kill the world. The vegetation around him quickly withered. He opened his hand, which turned into a screen of light that covered the sky. He grabbed at Yang Kai. The space around him was locked. Yang Kai tried to teleport, but it was completely ineffective. His expression turned ruthless. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The myriad sword in his hand released a circle of light. His body was wrapped in sword light as he pounced toward the giant hand. The power of a great wizard surged wildly. As the giant hand closed, Yang Kai's muffled groan could be faintly heard. However, in the next moment, a hole appeared on the back of the giant hand. Yang Kai rushed out from it, his whole body covered in blood. He arrived above Wu Qi's head without any fear of death and fiercely chopped down with his sword. The wizard pool was not flustered. His other palm swept across the air as if it was light, as if he was swatting a fly. Before Yang Kai could attack, the palm had already sent him flying. The wizard's spell shield did not have the slightest effect and shattered in an instant. Rumble. Yang Kai tumbled in the air and hit a small hill before he regained his balance. When he got up again, he was in a sorry state. His mouth and nose were full of blood. "It ends here." Wizard Pool's cold voice rang in his ears. By the time he finished speaking, he had already reappeared in front of Yang Kai and reached out to grab him. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Yang Kai sneered, his hands quickly forming a seal, and a mysterious power suddenly fluctuated. Wu Qi was stunned, and he inexplicably had the misconception that time had stopped. At the same time, an enormous feeling of panic and danger assaulted him from the bottom of his heart, and this caused him to be slightly surprised and transform himself into the evil spirit path. This was his most powerful trump card. With this trump card, he was able to compete with a high-rank wizard king. His opponent was only a great wizard. Even if he was struggling on the verge of death, what kind of trouble could he bring? But that sense of panic and crisis was real, and he could not ignore it in the slightest. Thinking of this, he quickly withdrew 80% of his power to protect himself and take a defensive posture. The next moment, the pause time seemed to flow again. He saw the great wizard in front of him casually throw a palm at him. That palm seemed to have no power at all, but it gave people a feeling that it could destroy all things. It gave people the feeling of reincarnation. Flowing time Great Emperor, shuttle like shuttle. Wu Qi's pupils abruptly contracted. Even though he couldn't discern what kind of mystery was contained within this palm strike, his instincts told him that he absolutely couldn't take it. Once he took it, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He fiercely opened his mouth. There was a whistling sound. In an instant, countless ferocious ghosts flew out from his mouth and rushed towards the palm print. Boom boom boom. A fierce surge of power burst out. Wizard Pool took advantage of this moment to retreat more than 100 feet. Those ghosts that were hit by the palm print, without exception, were all scattered. Before dispersing, these souls not only did not show any pained expressions, but instead all of them looked as if they had been liberated, their expressions calm and peaceful. Occasionally, a few of them would glance towards Xianxia, but these gazes were filled with gratitude before quickly dissipating. What kind of wizard spell was this? It actually had such power. Wizard Pool's expression was uncertain. The method that the great wizard in front of him used was beyond his understanding. After the palm print, Xianxia was gasping for breath. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He secretly cursed. Flowing time Great Emperor, shuttle like shuttle like shuttle like shuttle was a divine technique of the great emperors. Although he had the opportunity to cultivate it, it was not something that he could casually use. As a low-rank great wizard, using this divine technique was still too much for him. As such, after the palm print, Xianxia immediately felt that he was very weak. However, Wizard Pool had already used his trump card. If he did not go all out, there was no way he could contend against him. Not daring to expose himself, Xianxia reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth and nose. Taking advantage of this action, he stuffed an emperor-level spirit pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He pointed the myriad sword at Wizard Pool and sneered, "Are you afraid?" Wizard Pool coldly snorted, "Your method is indeed unexpected, but it is far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the air and a pitch-black scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. He lightly waved it at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he felt his divine soul suddenly jump, as if it was about to leave his body uncontrollably. He immediately understood that the scythe was not a wizard tool, but a strange and inexplicable wizard spell that had the effect of collecting souls. If it was not for the fact that his divine soul did not belong to a great wizard, he would have been in trouble. Xianxia let out a muffled snort as he guarded his mind and locked down his knowledge sea. He only felt a strong suction force pulling at his soul, trying to pull his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea. There seemed to be an invisible connection between his knowledge sea and Wizard Pool's pitch-black scythe. As the Wizard Pool waved the scythe faster, the stronger the suction force became. Xianxia did not dare to make the slightest movement. "It's very tiring, right? If it's very tiring, then don't resist. Obediently enter this wizard's embrace. This wizard will lead you to enjoy the rest of the show." The Wizard Pool's gloomy voice sounded, carrying a strong sense of bewitchment, trying to break Xianxia's mind. "You want my divine soul?" Xianxia clenched his teeth and shouted. "You can't block it. Why deceive yourself?" The Wizard Pool sneered. "Okay." Xianxia shouted, "If you want it, I'll give it to you." The Wizard Pool was startled. He thought the other was just joking. After all, if a person's divine soul was taken, they would become a walking corpse with no chance of survival. So who would be willing to take the initiative to give away their divine soul? But soon, the Wizard Pool was dumbfounded. Because the other was not joking. He actually took the initiative to give up his defense, allowing his wizard spell to be successfully used and draw out the other's divine soul. This taste. The Wizard Pool was shocked, but immediately became overjoyed. Wonderful, too wonderful. This wizard really can't wait to try it. He never thought that this great wizard's divine soul would be so strong and so pure. This kind of divine soul should not appear on a great wizard, but on a high-rank wizard king. No, 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 it was not that he had not killed a high-rank wizard king before. Even a high-rank wizard king's divine soul was not as wonderful as this. In an instant, the wizard pool was like a cat that smelled fish. His eyes lit up and he could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. This wizard will accept it. Don't worry, since you are so cooperative, this wizard will not make you sad. The wizard pool laughed and withdrew his black scythe. A dazzling light was pulled out from Xianxia's mind. One could vaguely see that the light was pure and clear, without any impurities. Not only was it unimaginably pure, it was also extremely vigorous. The wizard pool's eyes lit up. Just now, he only smelled the scent of the other's divine soul. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his judgment was right. This was really a delicious meal that he could not refuse. After Xianxia's divine soul was pulled out, he fell from the sky like a wooden stake. Without a divine soul, a person naturally could not control their own body. On the other side, the divine soul that was pulled out quickly approached the wizard pool. But at a certain moment, the wizard pool's expression suddenly changed. The joy and anticipation on his face melted away and was replaced by anger. You dare to lie to me? Xianxia laughed loudly. Idiot, when did this young master lie to you? Didn't I take the initiative to deliver myself to you? But let's see if you have the ability to eat it. When the words fell, the divine soul's divine soul exploded with a sword light. The entire divine soul's divine soul leisurely turned into a long sword and directly rushed towards the wizard pool. The wizard pool's figure suddenly retreated. Although he did not know what method the other party was going to use at the expense of exposing his divine soul, the great wizard's various methods from before were too outrageous. He had to be on guard. The pitch-black scythe in his hand turned into a pure divine soul attack and slashed forward. In the next moment, the wizard pool's expression changed again because his wizard attack did not have any effect. The other party's divine soul wrapped in the sword light was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. The wizard pool turned pale with fright. His surging divine sense fiercely surged and fiercely defended, not daring to let the other party come half a step closer. The result made him feel aghast. His wizard king-level divine sense seal was actually unable to block the other party's attack. When his mind hurt, the other party had already broken through his divine soul's defense. The divine soul's divine soul along with the sword light rushed into his knowledge sea. The wizard pool groaned. Although he had encountered a great change, he did not panic much. His body fell rapidly, and at the same time, he closed his eyes and transformed his divine soul's divine soul into his knowledge sea, quietly hiding to the side. In the purgatory-like knowledge sea, there were evil spirits everywhere. The surroundings were full of ghostly shadows and ghostly wails. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Xianxia would not have dared to believe that there was someone in this world with a knowledge sea like this. How was this the knowledge sea? This was clearly hell. A group of blind ghosts smelled the unfamiliar aura and rushed toward Xianxia. However, before they could get close, Xianxia's sword flashed and eliminated them all. Wizard Qi, who was secretly investigating, was shocked when he saw this. He looked at the long sword with a complicated expression. Instinctively, he was afraid of this long sword. What kind of wizard tool was this? Why did it have such a miraculous effect? And he actually brought it into his knowledge sea. How could such a thing happen? How could there be such a miraculous wizard tool in this world? Although the souls in Ji Hao's spiritual sea were born from all living creatures, they had been nourished and refined by Ji Hao himself, and were not ordinary souls at all. Even if a Magus King's soul intruded into his spiritual sea, they would be able to divide and devour him. However, when the sword flashed a few times, Wizard Qi clearly felt the ghosts in his knowledge sea become frightened. They were like mice that had encountered a cat, not daring to get too close. Xianxia held the sword with one hand and looked around. He sneered, "You're not going to come out? Wizard Qi, oh Wizard Qi, you are still a wizard king. Don't disappoint me." Wu Qi didn't pay any attention to him. As a Magus King, he wasn't an idiot. He hadn't figured out what exactly that weird long blade was, so of course, he wouldn't dare to take the risk and attack. As if he understood the fear in his heart, Xianxia raised the long sword and flicked it. He said, "This sword is called the soul-severing sword. It does not harm the physical body, but rather the soul avatar. Letting this young master into your knowledge sea is your biggest mistake. Wizard Qi, quickly come and accept your death. This young master will be merciful and give you a quick death. Does not harm the physical body, but rather the soul avatar?" Wizard Qi did not want to believe this nonsense, but what he saw made him admit that the other party was right. This was definitely the most evil wizard tool he had ever seen. Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to come out, right? If you don't want to come out, then don't come out. Xianxia sneered. He raised the soul-slashing saber high, poured his spiritual power into it, and slashed down. The huge saber light seemed to tear apart the sea of consciousness. When the saber light rushed out, countless ghosts blocking the way were killed on the spot. Even the wizard Pool, who was hiding in the dark, felt pain all over his body, as if he was being torn apart. This was his sea of consciousness, so no matter what kind of damage Xianxia caused here, it would not affect him. They would all affect his body. Although the injuries he suffered temporarily were not painful, if it happened too many times, he was afraid that it would not be good. Just as Wizard Qi's face turned ashen, Xianxia had already brandished his soul cutter. As if he had gone mad, he slashed in all directions. As he slashed, he laughed maniacally. "Isn't it great? Isn't it great? I'm asking you, isn't it great? It would be a miracle if he could feel good." As the saber slashed down, Wizard Qi could feel a huge pain, causing his soul avatar to tremble. Knowing that there was no point in hiding any longer and that letting this madman destroy his sea of consciousness would only result in more losses than gains, Wizard Qi finally could not bear it and shouted, "Enough." As soon as his words fell, he appeared in front of Xianxia and raised his hand slightly, blocking Xianxia's attack. Although the soul cutter was extremely strange and had the magical effect of destroying one's sea of consciousness, this was his home field. He was the master of everything. If they really fought, the most likely outcome would be a mutual defeat. He was not without the ability to fight back. "If you like to hide, keep hiding." Xianxia pointed his saber at Wizard Qi, a look of ridicule on his face. "Get out." Wizard Qi's expression was indifferent. He gave the order to leave. Having an outsider invade his sea of consciousness was not a good thing. The sea of consciousness was not only the home of his soul but also the place where he hid many of his secrets. No one was willing to have their sea of consciousness invaded by others. Beg me, and see if I'll get out." Xianxia grinned. That appearance made Wizard Qi burn with anger. He felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest, ready to erupt at any time. "I'll say it again, get out." Wizard Qi coldly looked at Xianxia. Xianxia curled his lips and said, "The one who wants to take my soul avatar is you. Now the one who wants me to get out is you. Give me a quick answer, what do you want?" Wizard Qi lowered his eyes and lightly said, "It looks like you want this wizard to drive you out. I hope you can withstand this wizard's anger." With just a few words, he knew that if he wanted to drive this great wizard out, he had to use force. After all, he had taken the initiative with great difficulty, so how could he let it go so easily? Moreover, Wu Qi wasn't willing to waste his breath on him, and he'd made up his mind to expel him even if he was injured. Otherwise, Wu Qi would always have a feeling of his life hanging by a thread if he were to stay here with that strange shaman weapon, and his entire body would feel uncomfortable. When he finished speaking, Wizard Qi's figure collapsed, as if he had merged with the world. Xianxia's expression became serious. He knew that Wizard Qi was going to fight to the death with him. Space suddenly froze, and in the next moment, a huge repulsive force rushed towards him. That was the Wizard Qi's power as the master of this sea of consciousness. Invading someone's sea of consciousness could cause harm to them at any time, but in an away battle, the situation would be very passive, so this kind of thing was not common. Only when there was a large difference in strength between the two sides would the stronger side invade the sea of consciousness of the weaker side. But then again, if the difference in strength was too big, there was no need to use this kind of method to kill the enemy. In a flash, Xianxia felt the pressure around him increase, as if he was going to be pushed out of this world. He forcibly stabilized his body, but no matter what, he could not continue to stay. Seeing that he was about to be driven out by Wizard Qi, Xianxia suddenly moved. At the same time, the soul cutter buzzed, and a burst of light burst out. He swung the sword forward. "I'll give you a big gift, I hope you like it." "How is this possible?" Wizard Chi's shocked and angry voice came. The power of the opponent's sword suddenly increased by a lot, almost twice as strong as before. Caught off guard, Wizard Chi did not have time to defend. In an instant, his defense was broken, and his soul was cut. He only felt pain that made him want to die. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed out of Wu Chi's knowledge sea. In the next moment, a pitch-black radiance enveloped him, and when he dispelled the darkness, Wu Chi was already nowhere to be seen. Wizard Chi actually escaped. "You're smart." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and did not rashly pursue. This time, he was lucky to be able to repel Wizard Chi, thanks to the soul secret technique, Heaven-Piercing Strike, at the last moment. Wizard Chi obviously noticed that something was wrong, so he feinted and took the opportunity to escape. If he continued to stay, the ending was destined to not be good. Yang Kai sighed, and felt the location of his body. He did not dare to continue to expose his soul avatar. His body shook, and his body and soul became one. When he opened his eyes, he only felt, and looked up, he was in Butterfly's arms. It seemed that when his soul avatar left his body, Butterfly discovered it, so she specially came to protect his body. "How are you?" Butterfly asked with concern. Yang Kai shook his head and tried to stand up, but he felt dizzy and fell back into Butterfly's arms. He bitterly smiled and said, "I won't die." Butterfly looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, and felt that it was unreal. As a lower-rank great wizard, he defeated and seriously injured a wizard king. This achievement can be called a miracle. Although he paid a price, it was obviously not too serious. After not seeing him for a month, he actually became a great wizard. How did he cultivate? Butterfly's heart was full of doubts. What about the villagers? Yang Kai lay down for a while to recover some strength and asked. "They've all been arranged." Butterfly replied. Previously, she took the villagers of Songnan village through the passage and left the village. After everything was settled, she returned to check on Yang Kai's situation. She just happened to see Yang Kai's soul avatar leaving his body, so she immediately protected Yang Kai's body. "Call them all back. It should be fine." Yang Kai sighed. The Bone-Eating Tribe's Wizard King had personally made a move and was defeated by him. Presumably, the Bone-Eating Tribe would not make any moves in the near future, unless an even more powerful Wizard King or Wizard Saint came. However, the Wizard Saint probably would not care about such a thing, and the Bone-Eating Tribe's Wizard King might not necessarily be of any use. After the Wizard Pool revealed his trump card, his strength was comparable to a high-rank Wizard King. Even he could not do anything to Yang Kai, so what could the other Wizard Kings do? Moreover, as long as Yang Kai was given some time to recover, his strength would become even stronger. The next time he encountered a Wizard King, he would not have such a hard time. While he was talking to Dai, Kai Yang suddenly frowned and turned to look in a certain direction. Butterfly also noticed something and looked in the same direction. She immediately said with a vigilant expression, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's face darkened as he secretly put up his guard. Songnan village was just a small village. Usually, it was isolated from the rest of the world and very few outsiders came here. This time, they were able to find the Wizard Pool only because of Chi's lead. Yang Kai had just defeated the Wizard Pool and another person suddenly appeared. It was hard to say if this person was in cahoots with the Wizard Pool. If it was a Wizard King, then they would be in trouble this time. Butterfly obviously thought of this as well, and her pretty face turned pale. However, she soon heard Yang Kai make a sound of surprise. "What's wrong?" Butterfly turned to look at him. "It's just a wizard. Don't be nervous. Maybe he's just passing by." Butterfly heard this and could not help but sigh in relief. That wizard was obviously not just passing by, because after a while, he flew straight towards Yang Kai and Butterfly. A moment later, an honest-looking barbarian appeared in front of Yang Kai. "Did someone just fight here?" The wizard looked around and asked condescendingly. The traces of the battle were still there. Although he could not determine how strong the person was, the aftermath of the battle made him feel a little shocked. This was clearly an extremely high-level battle. It was definitely not something he could get involved in. In such a battle, perhaps even a slight scratch would be enough to make his soul scatter. Thinking of this, he quickly looked towards Xianxia and Butterfly. Xianxia had a weak expression. The wizard power on his body was faintly discernible, allowing him to clearly see the opponent's cultivation. Great wizard? The barbarian was shocked and flew down from the sky. He didn't think that there would be any strong people in this remote corner, so he didn't care. But now that he realized that Xianxia was a great wizard, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. Greetings, master. Xianxia stood up with Butterfly's help. He frowned and nodded, no need to be so polite. Hearing this, the magus straightened his back and asked curiously, "My lords, which village are you from?" He didn't recognize Kai Yang and Dai, but the two great shamans were not unknown figures, so he should have heard of them. Especially since he was the messenger between the tribe and the villages below. Even if he didn't know all the shamans in the tribe like the back of his hand, he at least had some understanding of them. Sangnan village. Xianxia replied. Ah? The wizard was stunned. He looked at Xianxia with suspicion and said in disbelief, Sangnan. Sangnan village? How could there be two great wizards in Sangnan village? He remembered that the village chief of Sangnan village was only a wizard apprentice, and a low-rank wizard at that. So he didn't believe Xianxia's words. But there was no reason for a great wizard to lie to him. He said in a daze, Master is from Sangnan village? Yes. Xianxia looked at him and said, What's the matter? What about Wizardly? Wizardly. The name of the old village chief. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately understood that this person knew the old village chief. And this time, he came here to find the old village chief. His face sank and said, The old village chief is no longer here. Now, this wizard is the village chief. Wizardly is actually. The man was slightly stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, Wizardly was old, and his cultivation was not high. He couldn't live long. Maybe his life was up and he returned to the arms of the barbarian god. He changed his mind and said, Master, what is your name? Wizard is awesome. The man nodded. His expression turned solemn as he said in a clear voice, Wizard Master Bull. Under the orders of the Wizard King, the Master, I order you to gather all the villagers of Sangnan village within 5 days and gather them in the capital. An order from the Wizard King Master? Xianxia was stunned. Although the southern barbarian tribe wasn't considered very powerful among the barbarian tribes, they still had the Wizard King. And according to Xianxia's knowledge, he was an upper-level Wizard King. The place where the Wizard King was stationed was the royal city of the southern barbarian tribe. Just like the status of Snow Frost City in the southern barbarian tribe, the various small tribes and village chiefs of the southern barbarian tribe were located there. They all lived around the king's city. The king's city and the Wizard King had absolute authority over the small tribes and villages. This sudden order made Kai Yang smell a trace of unusualness, faintly feeling that something big was about to happen. It's an order from the Wizard King Master. The man replied seriously, I came here to inform the wizard of the ceremony, but since Master is now the village chief of Sangnan village, it's the same to tell you. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, Is there a tribe at war with us? In ancient times, it was common for the various barbarian tribes to fight for the remaining living space. For the benefit of their own tribe, it was common to see war between tribes. And once this happened, it was necessary to invest all the manpower and military force. No one could avoid it. So when he heard this order, Xianxia subconsciously felt that a tribe was at war with the southern barbarian tribe, and the first to bear the brunt was the cruel and inhumane bone-eating tribe. If that was the case, Xianxia didn't mind being the vanguard. It just so happened that he couldn't fight to the death with the wizard pool today, which made Xianxia feel quite regretful. The messenger smiled bitterly and then slowly shook his head. He said softly, If it's just a tribe at war with us, then it's no big deal. Xianxia said in surprise, Is there something even more serious? The messenger hesitated before saying, This has always been a secret. It can't be divulged. However, the two master are both great wizard masters. Even if you reach the king's city, you'll be summoned by the Wizard King Master. You'll understand the situation by then. With that, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "It's an invasion of demon folk." What? Say that again? Yang Kai almost thought he had heard wrong. The messenger's expression was extremely stern as he repeated, "Invasion of demon folk." Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment before sucking in a cold breath. His face was filled with shock. Really? The messenger said, 3 major tribes have already been destroyed, so it obviously can't be fake. Yang Kai's expression immediately became stern. Although the ancient barbarians had a small population, the 3 major tribes had gathered several 100,000 people at the very least. They had been destroyed just like that. This was truly an earth-shattering matter. Invasion of demon folk. This term was not unfamiliar to him, but he was not familiar with it either. He learned from Qing's legacy that this land had already been invaded by demon folk more than once. The most recent time was 30,000 years ago. Back then, Qing was still just an evergreen tree that had just gained sentience, absorbing nutrients from the earth and cultivating diligently. He had personally witnessed the overwhelming changes to the land after the demon folk's invasion. He had personally witnessed the deaths of countless people. He had personally witnessed the extraordinary people of the land using their own lives to stop the demon folk's invasion. Countless generations of people stepped forward one after another, paying with their precious lives. It took almost 1,000 years before they managed to save the land from the demon folk's hands. During that 1,000 years, the land wailed in grief. After the flames of war, the boundless mountains and rivers took an entire 10,000 years to gradually recover their vitality. Afterwards, the ancient barbarians emerged, becoming the masters of the land. And now, the scene from 30,000 years ago had appeared once again. No one knew what kind of situation it would be this time. Demon folk was a general term. Even Yang Kai had no idea what they looked like. All he knew was that they came in various shapes and sizes, and they were extremely vicious. In comparison, the bone-eating tribe was basically as docile as a lamb before them. However, there were also rumors that the reason why the bone-eating tribe stood out among the barbarians was because they possessed some of the demon folk's inheritance. During the great battle 30,000 years ago, some demon folk had tainted the women of the land, giving birth to a group of descendants. These descendants were the ancestors of the bone-eating tribe. Rumors were just rumors after all. No one knew whether they were true or false, especially in this current age. This rumor had already vanished into the long river of history, so no one knew the truth. Only a tree demon like Qing, who had stood for several tens of thousands of years, knew a thing or two. However, as the saying went, there was no smoke without fire. Countless barbarians had suggested wiping out the bone-eating tribe and removing them from the list of barbarians, which probably had something to do with this rumor. However, even now, no one knew why they wanted to wipe out the bone-eating tribe. They only thought they ate everything, including barbarians. The invasion of demon folk would definitely be a great disaster to this world. No one knew where the demon folk had come from. Even Qing, who was the most knowledgeable of them all, did not know much about this. The demon folk from 30,000 years ago seemed to have suddenly appeared on this land overnight. They were fearless, doing whatever they wanted. Slaughter had become second nature to them. The arduous war that lasted 1,000 years left the Xianxia, a beautiful land, heavily wounded. The humans had almost been wiped out. Yet, in the ancient times after 30,000 years, the demon folk actually invaded again. Yang Kai felt like he could see the end of the world, as if he could see mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Compared to that, his grievances with the bone-eating tribe did not seem to be anything. "Master, master." The messenger called out a few times, but when he saw how Yang Kai remained in a daze, he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath. "Within 5 days, I will take the villagers of Songnan village to the king's city." The messenger was overjoyed. He clutched his chest. "Thank you, master. I still need to inform the other villages, so I'll be taking my leave first." Yang Kai nodded. He did not keep him. After watching him leave, he looked at Butterfly. "How much do you know about the demon folk?" Butterfly said, "I don't." "Do you?" That made sense. She was only in her teens. Even if Qing had raised her, it was impossible for her to know too many things. Why would Qing tell her about the demon folk for no reason? Rest in the village today. You can go back and find Senior Qing tomorrow, Yang Kai said before turning around and making his way back to the village. The invasion of demon folk would stir up great waves across the entire world. If there was still a safe haven, it would be Snowfrost City protected by Qing. Perhaps that would be the final safe haven. You're chasing me away? Butterfly widened her eyes and said furiously, you're actually chasing me away? Leave if you want. Yang Kai could not be bothered with her. He turned around and said, oh right, call a who and the others back. I have something to say. Butterfly stomped her foot furiously, turned around, and left with gritted teeth. Before long, the villagers returned to the village. When they saw Yang Kai safe and sound despite his pale face, they were obviously overjoyed. However, their joy did not last long before Yang Kai said coldly, everyone, I've just learned from the messenger in the royal city that the demon folk have invaded. 3 tribes of our barbarians have already been destroyed. The Wizard King Master has ordered all the villagers of our Tsungnan village to gather in the royal city within 5 days and await orders. With that, over 200 villagers fell silent. Ahu asked, what are demon folk? Everyone wanted to ask that, as they had never heard of that before. Yang Kai said, I'm not too sure about what demon folk are either. All I know is that they're an enemy that's hundreds, or even thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. They're the enemies that bring us disaster. They're the #1 enemy that we barbarians, and even humans, will never share. Hundreds, or even thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. The villagers' expressions changed when they heard that. They had just been captured by the bone-eating tribe, so they knew just how vicious the bone-eating tribe was. Now, there were actually people who were hundreds, if not thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. Were they still human? The royal city's orders are there, but I won't force you to follow them. I'll be setting off for the royal city tomorrow. If anyone is willing to come with me, I'll take everyone with me tomorrow. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the village. Yang Kai's voice was not loud, but it rang out in everyone's ears. I won't lie to you all. If you go, you'll most likely die. You might not even get the chance to return to the village. Think about it carefully. With that, Yang Kai did not wait for the villagers to respond. He directly returned to his room, took out a healing pill, and shoved it into his mouth. The battle against the wizard pool was close, but his injuries were not too severe. He should be fine after a night of rest. And, he had benefited quite a lot from an intense battle like this. If he fought a few more battles like this, it would be much more effective than cultivating behind closed doors. As a result, he gladly accepted the orders from the royal city. Firstly, he was interested in meeting the so-called demon folk, and secondly, he wanted to grow as quickly as possible through battle. The next day, when Yang Kai emerged from the wooden hut, over 200 pairs of eyes focused on him. Everyone in the village, regardless of gender or age, was gathered here. There were many of them, but they were completely silent. A sense of unity connected every single villager. The petite butterfly was among them too. As she stood at the front of the crowd, she seemed particularly eye-catching. Yang Kai looked around. Every single villager who met his gaze would give him a simple and honest smile. Perhaps they had no idea what demon folk were, much less what an invasion of demon folk entailed, but every single one of them knew that they might not be able to return once they left. They were destined to die in a foreign land. This was because Anyo had already explained everything clearly yesterday. However, not a single person backed down. The barbarians were destined to press forward bravely, a race that would never turn back. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with grief. He did not say anything more. He only waved his hand. Let's go. He led the way to the royal city first. Over 200 villagers followed closely behind him. Their steps were orderly, like a well-trained army. With the speed of the barbarians, it would take them 3 days at the very least to reach the royal city. If a regular wizard led these 200 people, they would probably have to travel at full speed to reach their destination within the allotted time. However, Yang Kai was now a great wizard, and he was skilled in various wizard spells. With a single cast of the lightning technique, the speed of the villagers suddenly increased by 30%. Although they moved quickly, they did not seem flustered at all. They moved in an orderly manner. 2 days later, when Yang Kai led the villagers to the royal city, the 200 people under his command had surprisingly expanded to 1,000 people. There was no other reason other than the fact that they had been walking all this way. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of people from other villages. There were wizards in these villages as well, but they paled in comparison to a great wizard like Yang Kai. The most powerful one was only a high-grade wizard, while the rest were all low-grade and mid-grade wizard apprentices. The strength of these villages was basically the same as the Sungnan village when the old village chief, Wizard Li, was still alive. The barbarians had always had the custom of surrendering to the strong. Since they were all from the southern barbarian tribe, and Yang Kai was a great wizard, they had no choice. These villages that had gathered together naturally merged into his team and were led by him. And after witnessing Yang Kai's wizard spell completely enveloping an army of 1,000 people, these wizard apprentices were even more in awe of him. The villages had some interactions with each other, so many of the villagers were familiar with each other. After gathering together, they quickly integrated into one. After this battle, if these 1,000 people didn't die, Yang Kai could establish a small tribe with his own strength and prestige. In front of the southern barbaric tribe's royal city, the 1,000-man army stopped and looked from afar. King City was no worse than Snowfrost City. The only difference was that Snowfrost City was protected by an evergreen divine tree, while the southern barbarian tribe did not have such a guardian. Outside the royal city, in the surrounding open space, many barbarians had already gathered here. Hundreds of people formed groups, thousands of people formed groups, and each small group had a wizard overseeing it. Their strength was different. Obviously, they had all received orders from King City and rushed over from all directions. With so many people coming at once, it was impossible for them all to rush into King City. King City did not have such a large space to accommodate them. Therefore, everyone could only wait outside, eating and sleeping in the open. However, this kind of thing was nothing to the barbarians. Yang Kai and the others came neither early nor late. The place near King City had already been occupied by the people of other small tribes. When Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense, he found a medium-sized open space and led the team there. After arriving at the place, without any instructions, the 1,000-man team began to get busy. Some took out the dry food they had brought with them, while others started to make fires to cook on the spot. Everyone was in good order. At this moment, a wizard flew out of King City and shouted as he flew, "The Wizard King Master has ordered all great wizards to gather in King City." He shouted several times in a row and attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, great wizards flew out of the crowd and headed straight for King City. With someone taking the lead, it was like a chain reaction. Powerhouses with the aura of great wizards constantly leapt out of the crowd and threw themselves into the embrace of King City like swallows returning to their nest. Yang Kai glanced at them, then turned around and said, "I'll go. You keep an eye on things here." Butterfly nodded slightly. Although she was a great wizard, she was a great wizard of the floating department, so it was inconvenient for her to show up in an occasion like this. King City was huge. Although Yang Kai set off later, he arrived before many people. Just like the other great wizards, he landed in front of a palace in King City first and waited quietly. Quite a few people had already gathered here. With the invasion of demon folk, the Wizard King ordered the entire southern barbarian tribe to gather. Great wizards that were rarely seen in the past were like cabbages and carrots. They could be seen everywhere. Yang Kai scanned with his soul sense and knew that there were at least 100 great wizards here, and this was not all of them. There should be even more great wizards on the way, unable to make it to King City. Without a summon, the great wizards were not bold enough to barge into the Wizard King's palace, so they could only wait outside. The great wizards who were familiar with each other gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the invasion of demon folk this time in low voices. They had clearly received some news from the messengers, but no one could explain what demon folk were. The more they discussed, the more confused they became. However, such a large movement in King City made everyone feel slightly uneasy. Everyone knew that the battle they were about to experience this time would probably be unprecedented. Just when Yang Kai was bored to death, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The black shadow was like a mountain, enveloping him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a broad, sturdy chest full of black hair. "You're also from our southern barbarian tribe?" The owner of the black shadow looked down at Yang Kai and asked with a rumbling voice. The discussions in the surroundings immediately quieted down. Many great wizards cast their gazes in this direction, watching with great interest. To be honest, when everyone had gathered here, there were already quite a few people who were curiously sizing up Kai Yang. Kai Yang's physique was really a bit out of place here, as if he was a mountain goat that had suddenly appeared in a group of tigers. It was a bit out of place. It was difficult for such an unconventional person to not attract attention. There were very few berserkers with such a body type among the berserkers. Even the old village chief of Songnan village, Wu Li, might have been old before he died, but it was not difficult to deduce how tall and sturdy he used to be based on his physique. However, Yang Kai did emit the aura of a great wizard. Although others were curious, they did not pay too much attention until someone questioned Yang Kai face to face. Ever since he came to this ancient world, it had become a habit to raise his head when talking to people. It seemed that everyone had to look up at him, which made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. This time, he simply stared at the black hair on the man's chest, nodded and said, "Yes." "Huh." The man laughed, "Boy, I'm talking to you. Raise your head and look at me. My neck is sore. Why don't you squat down and talk to me?" Yang Kai shook his head with a serious face. In front of him, the burly great wizard's aura suddenly became heavy. Beside him, someone laughed, "Wizard 2, this guy is looking down on you. Hurry up and teach him an unforgettable lesson." The barbarians had a fiery temperament, so naturally, there was no lack of troublemakers. Anyway, everyone was bored staying here, so they could find some entertainment to pass the time. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him with interest, as if they were waiting for a good show. "You don't need to talk nonsense." Wizard 2 turned his head and shouted at the person who spoke before. Then he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly. "What? You don't have the guts to look at me?" Yang Kai still stared at the black hair and said, "I prefer people to lower their heads and talk to me." Wizard 2 was stunned, but soon understood Yang Kai's meaning. He flew into a rage and said, "Boy, you're looking for a beating." When he finished speaking, his big fist was already smashing towards Yang Kai's head. The onlookers were not shocked but happy. Some of them even whistled, looking very interested. Anyway, the barbarians could take a beating, and everyone standing here was a great wizard. This punch would not kill anyone. At most, he would bleed, and bright red blood was something that the barbarians loved to see the most. Yang Kai did not move at all, as if he did not feel the attack. When the fist came whistling, his hair was blown away. At this moment, the door of the palace that had been closed suddenly opened. A barbarian warrior with a steel sword at his waist walked out and shouted, "Wizard King, Master wants you to enter." The huge fist was only an inch away from Yang Kai's head. Wizard 2's face twisted, and it took a lot of effort to suppress his desire to hit someone. He pulled back his fist and said, "You're lucky. If you dare to do this again, I'll teach you a lesson." After saying that, he turned around and left. He did not dare to ignore the Wizard King's order. Although he could hit that fist, if he angered the Wizard King, Master, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Although the barbarians were simple-minded, they were only simple-minded. They were not mentally retarded. Naturally, they were able to consider this point clearly. A group of more than 100 great wizards walked into the palace in an orderly and silent manner. It was no longer as noisy as before. Yang Kai walked at the back. When he passed by the barbarian warrior, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. This was because he felt that the blood in this barbarian warrior's body was unreasonably strong. Tiger and the others simply could not stand in front of him. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that this barbarian warrior was not someone to be trifled with. Even if an ordinary great wizard went up against him, he might not have a good ending. However, Yang Kai did not detect any fluctuations of wizard power from him. In other words, this guy was purely cultivating his body. Sure enough, there were 3,000 ways, and each of them was connected to the heavens. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were people who could become saints with their bodies. Yang Kai did not pay much attention to it before, but after seeing this barbarian warrior, he felt that it was not a lie. And it was said that among the 4 great wizard saints, one of them was a saint with his body. Xianxia's gaze was unscrupulous. It was impossible for the barbarian warrior not to feel it. He raised his eyes, and a pair of sharp eyes looked straight at Xianxia. It was like 2 sharp blades, piercing Xianxia's eyes. When they passed by each other, Xianxia smiled and nodded. The barbarian warrior stared at his back for a long time before retracting his gaze. He smiled and said, "Interesting." Although he was not a wizard, he did train his body. As the captain of the royal guards, his strength was not weaker than a great wizard. The only thing he lacked compared to those great wizards was the wizard spell that could buff the power of his people. In a one-on-one fight, no great wizard could be his opponent. But the seemingly weak great wizard just now made him eager to fight. The only ones who could make him want to fight were powerful opponents that could not be crushed. This could be seen from the other party's calm gaze. Although the gaze just now did not have the buff of a wizard's spell, it was an instant burst of his fighting spirit. No great wizard could easily withstand it, but the other party did. What an interesting great sorcerer. He looked so weak, but there was an unimaginable amount of power hidden in his frail body. That guy called Wu Tu should thank me. It was because of my timely appearance that he was able to avoid being humiliated in front of everyone. In the hall, a person with an aura as deep as the sea stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for the arrival of the crowd. After more than 100 people came in, he slowly turned around. He frowned as if he was confused about something. He looked up at the crowd and said loudly, "I am the Wizard King, the 6th Wizard King of the Southern Barbarian tribe. Some of you may know me, some may have heard of me, and some may not know who I am. But it doesn't matter, because from today onwards, we will often meet. Greetings to the Wizard King, Master." Everyone put their hands on their chests and bowed. Xianxia was also among them. His eyes flashed slightly. The 6th Wizard King. In other words, among the Wizard King of the Southern Barbarian tribe, his strength was ranked 6th. Above him, there were 5 more powerful Wizard Kings. It was unknown how many Wizard Kings were under him. Xianxia only knew that there were no Wizard Saints in the Southern Barbarian tribe. There were only 4 Wizard Saints in the entire Barbarian tribe, and they were all in the 4 largest tribes. In the Southern Barbarian tribe, the most powerful Wizard King was a high-rank Wizard King. He didn't even know his name was Xianxia. Most of what he knew about the Southern Barbarian tribe was taught by the village chief. As a low-level wizard, the information that the village chief had access to was too little. I believe everyone has heard that the reason why I've gathered you all here this time is because of the invasion of demon folk. 3 tribes have been destroyed. The wizard's voice was deep. It was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. When they heard that the 3 divisions had been destroyed, the 100 great wizards' expression turned cold. Those 3 divisions. None of them were weaker than the Southern Barbarian tribe. They all had a high-rank Wizard King, 100 to 200 great wizard, and thousands of wizard disciples, but they were still destroyed. In other words, if the Southern Barbarian tribe encountered such an enemy, they probably wouldn't end up well. This was no longer just a matter of the 3 divisions that had been destroyed, but a matter of the entire Barbarian tribe. However, this news is already outdated. The wizard's words caused a huge commotion. Just as everyone looked at him suspiciously, he spoke again, "In the few days that we've gathered here, the Lonely tribe has been destroyed too." What? Really? The Lonely tribe has actually been destroyed too. It's said that the Wizard King Master of the Lonely tribe is the existence most likely to become a wizard saint within 100 years. How is he now? All the great wizard cried out in surprise. They could not be blamed for their ugly expressions. It was mainly because the Lonely tribe's overall strength was greater than most of the barbarian tribes. It was only second to the 4 Wizard Saints tribes. It would be strange if they were not shocked when they suddenly heard that the Lonely tribe had been destroyed too. The wizard said in a deep voice, "Not a single survivor of the Lonely tribe has survived." The hall immediately fell silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Not a single survivor. In other words, everyone had been wiped out, including the great Wizard King who was extremely likely to become a wizard saint. A great battle was imminent. Suddenly hearing this news shook everyone's confidence. Even the Lonely tribe had been destroyed. Just how terrifying were the demon folk? Who in the world could stop them? As if he could see through everyone's thoughts, the wizard Dang said, "The 4 wizard Saint Master have all been mobilized. I believe their strength is enough to deal some damage to the demon folk. However, this is a war that concerns all of the barbarians. The wizard Saint Master may be powerful, but we can't place all the burden on them. We barbarians have to do our part too. This is also why the King City has urgently gathered all of our clansmen here." Only when they heard the wizard Dang say that the 4 great wizard saints had all been mobilized did everyone relax. The wizard saints were the most powerful existences in this world. With them taking action, the invasion of the demon folk would definitely be stopped. However, the wizard Dang was right. This was a war that concerned all of the barbarians. No one could stay out of it. The wizard saints were powerful, but there were only 4 of them. I believe you very much want to ask me what the demon folk are, where they come from, and why they want to destroy my barbarian tribe. The wizard Dang glanced past everyone and said sternly, "I want to tell you that even I don't know much about these matters. However, you just need to remember that the demon folk are the irreconcilable enemies of us barbarians. As long as there's still a single breath left among us barbarians, the demon folk can't touch this land." The blood of the great wizard surged from what he said. They were all excited, ready to face death. It was as if they were tempted to fly onto the battlefield right now and dye the sky red with their blood, using their lives to stop the demon folk's invasion. Xianxia watched on coldly. He only felt like the barbarians really were simple-minded. The wizard Chi's words were not bewitching at all. It was just a simple explanation, but it was enough to resonate with the many great wizard. If he casually bewitched them a little more, the effect would probably be even better. "Master, what should we do now?" "Yeah, Master. Are we going to set off for the battlefield right now? I already can't wait to witness the power of the demon folk. Ha 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 ha, I hope the demon folk don't piss their pants when they see me, the wizard." The group of great wizard yelled out. They did not take the demon folk who had already destroyed the 4 tribes seriously at all. The wizard Dang smiled. "You'll all have the chance. When the time comes, I hope you'll remember what you said today." However, he changed the topic and said sternly, "It's not the time yet. We have to wait for news from the Saint Master of the Wizard, and our southern barbarian tribe hasn't finished gathering yet. There are still many clansmen on the way. If we had more time, our southern barbarian tribe would definitely be able to do even better. It's a pity that time waits for no one. What you need to do right now is very simple. Gather all the clansmen of the southern barbarian tribe. Gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen each, and then, train them and make them listen to orders." The entire southern barbarian tribe had several 100,000 clansmen. If a great wizard wanted to gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen, it would be just enough to gather all the people in the tribe. However, these clansmen were usually scattered in various villages. If they gathered together rashly, it would definitely lead to all sorts of conflicts. Obviously, they would need some time to get used to each other. This was something that required the great wizard as the leader to deal with. Xianxia nodded slightly when he heard that. A snake couldn't do without a head. 2,000 to 3,000 people was just the right number for a team. It was not too much, not too little. It was basically the limit that a great wizard could control. Currently, he had gathered around 1,000 people under him. According to the wizard Dang, he still needed to gather at least 1,000 more people. However, this was simple too. With the wizard king's orders, the clansmen would definitely cooperate. Those villages that did not have a powerful wizard would definitely find a powerful backer to rely on. However, this required mutual consent. Currently, there were just too many great wizards gathered in the king's city. If he wanted those stragglers to rely on him, he would need to demonstrate some strength first. No one was willing to rely on an unreliable great wizard. Thinking of this, Xianxia already had a plan in his mind. The wizard Dang did not speak much. This time, he gathered everyone here mainly to inform them of this mission. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he gave a few words of advice and let everyone leave. In an instant, more than 100 great wizards rushed out of the hall. Obviously, they were all anxious to recruit more people. Once the war started, the more people they had, the more protection they would have. Therefore, at this critical moment, no one was willing to fall behind others. They all wanted to use their means to keep others here so that they could carefully select the strongest warriors. Only Yang Kai, after waiting for all of them to leave, walked forward at a leisurely pace. "What's your name?" Suddenly, the wizard Pool's voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and replied, "Wizard Awesome." Then he said, "I was born like this, but I am indeed from the southern barbarian tribe. I was born in Songnan village." The wizard Dang nodded and said, "It doesn't matter how strong or weak your physique is. You are a great wizard. Next time, if someone questions your identity, just tell them my name." Yang Kai was stunned. He did not know why the master looked like he was taking care of him, but he still nodded and said, "Thank you, master. Go." The wizard Dang waved his hand. Yang Kai then walked out of the hall. After a moment, the guard captain who looked at Yang Kai before came in and looked at the wizard Dang curiously. The wizard Dang said, "What do you want to ask?" The guard captain said, "Master, what's so special about that person?" He obviously heard the wizard Dang's words, so he did not understand why the wizard king master specifically asked him to stay behind to talk. The wizard Dang heard the guard captain's question and said, "Special, very special. He is a great wizard who is favored by the barbarian god." The guard captain frowned and said, "People who can become a wizard are all favored by the barbarian god." The wizard Dang smiled and said, "He is different. Before last winter, he was just an ordinary person. You could even say that he was worse than an ordinary person." "What?" The guard captain was shocked. "Master, are you sure?" "Before last winter, he was just an ordinary person. After one winter, he became a great wizard? How is this possible?" The wizard Dang said, "When I was a great wizard, I taught a person called the Wizard Li for a while. And that Wizard Li was the former village chief of Songnan village. The old village chief, the Wizard Li, truly cared for Yang Kai in every possible way. He had personally witnessed Yang Kai's rise like a comet, shining with extremely dazzling light. He also knew that a small place like Songnan village was unable to accommodate a great wizard like Yang Kai with a limitless future. As a result, he had once written a letter last winter and got a hawk to take it to the king city, asking the king city to allow Yang Kai to study there. The letter back then was addressed to the wizard Dang. After all, the two of them had once been master and disciple. Although they had not contacted each other for quite some time, the old village chief felt that the wizard Dang should not turn him down with the aptitude and talent that Yang Kai displayed. If the invasion of the bone-eating tribe had not happened, then Yang Kai would have gone to the king city under the village chief's arrangements after winter. Unfortunately, the village chief had died along the way during the bone-eating tribe incident. He did not even manage to leave behind his last words. In reality, the wizard Dang was very interested in the person the village chief had mentioned in the letter, but the invasion of the demon folk had left him in a terrible state, so he had no time to care about anything else. Only when he saw Yang Kai in the hall this time did he vaguely feel that he was rather similar to the person the wizard Li had described in the letter. Did he specially ask about him? Sure enough, the seemingly weak wizard was the wizard Niao from Songnan village. He was actually a great wizard. The wizard Li had mentioned in the letter that the wizard Niao was only a low-grade wizard, yet he had actually become a great wizard after winter. So it really was a miracle from the god of barbarians? Just what kind of instructions did the god of barbarians hold for him to bestow such a miracle during this sensitive time of the demon folk invasion? Suddenly, the wizard Dang thought of a saying he had heard in the past. However, in times of great calamity, there will definitely be a savior. In the king city, the flow of people was like a tide. Shoulder to shoulder, no worse than any city Yang Kai had seen before. Unlike the other great wizards, he did not rush back to gather his subordinates and gather his men. Instead, he wandered around the capital alone. Not long after, he walked directly into a shop and conspired with the shop owner in the back hall for a long time before he walked out leisurely. The shop owner who followed behind him had a joyful smile on his face. His attitude was extremely polite, as if he had received some great benefits. Without stopping, Yang Kai walked into another shop. After a while, when Yang Kai walked out again, the owner of this shop actually sent him off respectfully. After running around for half a day, there were dozens of shops in and out of Yang Kai. The situation was almost the same every time. Half a day later, Yang Kai silently calculated. Then, he nodded slightly and flew out of the city. Not long after, he flew back to where he was originally stationed. Butterfly stood there silently. When she sensed him coming over, she only raised her eyes to look at him. He lightly nodded. A few of his wizard apprentices came forward to greet him. They looked at Yang Kai anxiously. One of the older wizard apprentices said, "Master, where did you go? Why did you only come back now?" "I went to do something, what's wrong?" The old wizard apprentice said. "The other masters seem to be gathering people. I heard that the wizard king master gave an order for the great wizards to gather 2,000 to 3,000 subordinates. Master, you only came back now. Those strong warriors are almost all divided up by them." "Yes, the wizard king master did give such an order." Yang Kai nodded. When the wizard apprentices heard this, they immediately became anxious. The old wizard apprentice said, "Master, what are you waiting for? Since you are back, hurry up and prepare. I see that there are still a few villages with good warriors. They seem to be hesitating to join the great wizard. Master, you can go and invite them. Maybe you can persuade them to join." "Yes, master. This matter should not be delayed. If we wait any longer, the rest will be crooked melons and cracked jujubes." The wizard apprentices persuaded one after another. On the way here, they merged with the Xianxia village led by Yang Kai. Now, they did not want to join the other great wizard. Seeing that their master was not in a hurry, they were a little anxious for him. Anyone could see that only by having more and more powerful warriors under their command could they gain a certain advantage in the future war. Over 100 great sorcerers had been roaming all over the place during this half a day. They had been constantly swallowing and recruiting those barbarian warriors from various villages. Only Jihao's group hadn't moved at all. It seemed to be an anomaly. The tense atmosphere made them feel a sense of crisis for no reason. Don't worry, don't worry." Yang Kai waved his hand. His face was so calm that the wizard apprentices did not know what to say. For a moment, they were so anxious that their mouths were burning with anger. When they turned their heads to look at the other groups, the great wizards were using all kinds of methods to attract people. Some of them even directly used powerful wizard spells to attract people's attention. Looking at the strong warriors approaching the great wizard, they felt like they were watching a trace of life slip away from them. However, as the great wizard Yang Kai said that he was not in a hurry, it was useless for them to be anxious. After all, they were only a few wizard apprentices. In this kind of situation, they would not be of much use, especially when they were not familiar with Yang Kai. Sure enough, they were inexperienced. The wizard apprentices looked at each other and thought of the same thing. Time slowly passed in torment. The scattered barbarians gathered around the capital were gradually swallowed up by the groups led by great shamans one after another. The news of the demon folk invasion gradually spread through the crowd, and all of the barbarians began to band together for warmth. Some of them even took the initiative to seek refuge with the great shamans that seemed to be relatively stronger, even without being roped in. Yang Kai looked young and weak, so no one cared about him. And Yang Kai himself did not seem to have any intention of recruiting anyone. After returning from the king's city, he sat side by side with Butterfly and meditated. All the noise around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. This made the wizard apprentices under him feel more and more helpless. This continued until evening, when a thunderous voice suddenly rang out, "Where is the wizard master Ox of Xianxia village?" With that, the noisy plain suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in that direction. They wondered why this guy was looking for the wizard Ox of Xianxia village. Xianxia village. Many people had heard of it before. It was just a small village, so how powerful could a wizard from that place be? In a place where great wizard gathered, how could a wizard from a small village dare to call himself a master? However, when the people saw what the owner of the voice was carrying, their eyes could not help but light up. Even their breathing became ragged. This could not be helped. This person was actually carrying many wizard tools forged from steel. They shone brightly under the afterglow of the setting sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. This was a real weapon. Look at the sharp blade and the heavy hilt. If someone was really hit by such a weapon, he would be split in half. Then, they looked at the stone spears and stone axes in their hands. Countless barbarian warriors felt ashamed of their inferiority. Only the truly powerful warriors of the barbarian race were qualified to possess such weapons. This was because ordinary people couldn't get their hands on these weapons. They had to offer something of considerable value in exchange for these weapons. How could the barbarian warriors who came from various villages have anything of value? In the entire southern barbarian tribe, only the king city could make such weapons. None of the villages had this ability. So, when a guy who was armed to the teeth suddenly appeared in a group of warriors carrying stone spears and stone axes, compared to those warriors from various villages, they were incomparably country bumpkins. This was not the end. Behind this person, there was a group of people who were armed to the teeth. Each of them carried a weapon on their back. With every step they took, even the ground trembled and groaned. Here, here. Xianxia flew into the air and waved at them, come here. The leading barbarian raised his eyes and looked. After seeing Xianxia, he grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Then, he beckoned the people behind him to follow him and quickly approached where Xianxia was. Why is it this guy? Not far away, a great wizard who was like an iron tower looked at Xianxia with eyes full of surprise. So he was called Wizard Bull. The abnormal situation here obviously attracted a lot of people's attention. Many great wizards flew into the air and looked down, wanting to see what was going on in Songnan village. Wizard Master Bull, the things you want are here. Please accept them. The leading barbarian warrior said as he took off all the weapons on his back and threw them on the ground. The weapons were of different shapes and sizes, but they all had one thing in common. None of them weighed less than 100 pounds, and this person carried more than a dozen of them on his back. He walked like the wind, and when the weapons were thrown to the ground, a circle of dust was kicked up, and a dull sound was heard. Well, put them all here. Thank you for your hard work. Xianxia nodded slightly. Boom. 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 One weapon after another was thrown on the ground. One barbarian warrior after another walked past. Soon, a mountain of weapons was piled up on the ground. Ahu and the others were dumbfounded. The surrounding barbarian warriors were also dumbfounded. The great sorcerers who had flown into the air to watch were similarly flabbergasted. The sound of swallowing of saliva was heard. Everyone looked at the mountain of weapons with eyes full of shock and desire. In the past, the barbarian warriors were very eager to get their hands on the weapons, but now they were piled up here. It was like a dream. Among those present, even those great wizards had never seen so many weapons gathered in one place. Any one of these weapons was worth a lot of money. And it was far from over. More people walked over and threw down the weapons they brought. Why? Why did the owners of the shops in King City take out their weapons and throw them here? What was the relationship between them and this Wizard Bull? What was going on? Could it be that they gave these weapons to the Wizard Bull? That was not possible. But what about the scene in front of them? Many great wizards knew the owners of those shops, and some of them had dealt with them before. Naturally, they would not be wrong. Many of the great wizards could no longer stay calm as they thought of this. Why? Everyone was a great wizard. Why did they only give the Wizard Bull to him and not to them? They were also great wizards. Furthermore, none of the great wizards present would be weaker than that Wizard Bull. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Why did you give all the things to him? Why don't you give some to me too? A great wizard shouted in midair. That's right. The war is imminent. These things should be divided equally. We can't let him have all of it. Someone immediately agreed. This statement was accepted by even more great adepts. For a moment, everyone was shouting non-stop, and the scene was chaotic. What are you shouting about? The barbarian warrior who was leading the group shouted angrily. He did not have any intention to give these great wizards any face. He raised his head coldly and snorted, "Who said that we are giving these weapons to the Wizard Master Bull? These are all things that he exchanged for. Exchange. Exchanged? Impossible. So many weapons. What did he exchange for them with? No one had such a huge amount of wealth. There were at least 1,000 weapons piled up at the scene. Moreover, there were still more weapons being sent over. Even the Wizard King would not have so much wealth to exchange for so many weapons, right? The barbarian leader shook his head and said, I don't know what the Wizard Master Bull used to exchange with others. However, he gave me this. As he spoke, he took out a rolling object. The barbarian warriors looked at it but still did not understand what it was. However, the great wizards all changed their expressions. And said, the inner core of a beast. Moreover, it was an extremely high-quality inner core of a beast. This kind of inner core was even beneficial to the training of the Wizard King, let alone a great wizard. If it was an inner core of a beast like this, it could be exchanged for many weapons. However, no great wizard would use this kind of treasure to exchange for weapons that they could not use. In order to exchange for so many weapons, how many inner cores did this wizard have? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The Wizard Master Bull also used this to exchange with me. Another shop owner agreed. At the same time, he took out another inner core and shook it. It almost blinded the eyes of the great wizards. If it was said that the variety of weapons had an incomparably huge attraction to every barbarian warrior, then the barbarian warriors would definitely be attracted to them. Then these inner cores were the same for the great wizard. For a moment, the way many people looked at Xianxia changed. There was only one question in their minds, where did he get so many monster cores from? No Grand Magus had the ability to kill so many savage beasts, not even a Magus King. Time passed by slowly. After learning the truth of the trade, the noisy great adepts were too embarrassed to make any more noise. They could only watch as the weapons were tossed aside one by one. Their faces were full of envy. There were even some who were silently contemplating whether they should form a good relationship with Wu Niu. Not to mention other things, if they could obtain a demonic beast's inner core from him, it would be enough to benefit them greatly. After a long time, the last barbarian who brought the weapons walked past. The weapons piled up on the ground had reached thousands. Rapid breaths showed just how restless the hearts of many berserkers were. The villagers from Songnan village were so excited that they swallowed their saliva. They had already guessed what these weapons were used for. After all, they were not idiots. The devil people were invading. With the war imminent, Xianxia suddenly bringing out so many weapons was clearly meant for them to use, but such a miraculous method made them somewhat unable to believe it. Ahu went to Xianxia and pulled him down. He whispered, Anyo, are these things for us? Xianxia smiled and patted his shoulder, of course they are for you. Then he waved his hand and said, choose for yourselves. One for each of you. As soon as he said that, thousands of people became serious. The few wizard apprentices who were secretly complaining about Xianxia's inaction were speechless. They were full of respect. The great wizard gathered outside King's city. There were hundreds of them. But who had the ability to gather so many weapons at once? Who had the courage to do so? If you want to do something, you must first sharpen your tools. With so many sharp weapons, even if there were only 1,000 people, the advantage they had was not something a team of 2,000 or 3,000 people could compete with. And the weapons piled up here were more than 1,000? The few wizard apprentices could almost predict what would happen next. The complaints and dissatisfaction they had with Xianxia had already disappeared. They only felt that this wizard bull was very experienced. Although he looked young, he was very experienced. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he hit the vital points. It was hard not to admire him. The few wizard apprentices who came from different villages looked at each other and smiled. The sound of people swallowing their saliva came one after another. The 1,000 people who were under the command of Xianxia gathered around the mountain of weapons. But no one was in a hurry to fight for anything. They all looked at the piled-up weapons in a daze. Everyone's eyes were full of soft light. It was as if they were not looking at cold weapons, but at naked beauties. You guys go first. Tiger suddenly turned his head and looked at the villagers from other villages. As a warrior who came from the same village as Xianxia, Tiger felt that this was the time to win glory for Xianxia and establish prestige. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to fight for it. Instead, he gave priority to the villagers from other villages. Hearing what Tiger said, the leaders of other villages looked at each other. One of them smiled and shook his head. These weapons were brought by the wizard Master Bull. Songnan village should have the priority to choose. You guys go first. Yes, Tiger, you guys go first. Yes, Tiger, don't decline. Tiger shook his head and said, it is because Bull brought these things that you guys should choose first. These things were not brought for Songnan village, but for everyone. The leaders of the few villages immediately quarreled. They did not want to give in to each other. They did not want to be the first to make a move. The barbarians who were watching cursed in their hearts. They were envious and helpless. The oldest wizard apprentice suddenly smiled and said, don't quarrel. Now that we are gathered in one place, there is no difference between villages. Now, we are a whole. We belong to the Wizard's Bull division. It doesn't matter who goes first. What's more, there are so many weapons here. Even if each of you take one, you won't be able to divide them all. There is no need to decline. The Wizard's Bull division. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all started to ponder. The old wizard apprentice was right. Now that everyone had gathered in one place, there was no need to differentiate between villages. Only when they became a whole, they would be united in the future war. Everyone's will was like an impregnable fortress. Deliberately dividing the villages would only cause selfishness between each other. Any selfishness might cause people to lose their lives in the future war. Tiger thought for a while and nodded. What the old master said is right. Since that is the case, let's choose together. The rest of the people naturally did not have any objections. Everyone immediately swarmed up and began to divide the weapons. They took out the weapons that were suitable for them and let the others choose. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Everyone was laughing. Although it was lively, it was not chaotic. Everyone advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. This scene made the other great wizard look at it with different expressions. Needless to say, they were envious and jealous. This wizard was able to gather more than 1,000 people just by gifting them weapons. His method was admirable. Looking at their own barbarian warriors who were envious of him, they all sighed. They couldn't help it. Although this method was obvious at a glance, it could not be replicated. They did not have the huge financial resources of this wizard. Although they admired him, they also felt a sense of crisis. Previously, the Wizard King Master's order was very clear. He wanted the Great Wizard to each recruit 2,000 to 3,000 people. Half a day had passed, and many people had completed the task. However, there were still many people who were still working hard. There were also a lot of stragglers who were still observing. Originally, everyone had used their own methods to compete fairly, but now that Voodoo Bull had suddenly made such a move, he had the advantage and left the other grand wizards far behind. They believed that after the 1,000 people had divided the weapons, there would be more people who would be willing to join them. If the powerful warriors were all recruited by the wizard, then what would they do? Thinking of this, a few great wizards who had a good relationship with each other gathered together and began to discuss countermeasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the 1,000 or so barbarian warriors under Xianxia's command all received their own weapons. Each of the warriors was holding a large axe, a broadsword, and a spear forged from fine steel. They looked majestic and had a completely new temperament. As for the archers, they were also given more powerful bows and arrows. The mountain of weapons had only shrunk by a third. There were still more weapons waiting for the owner to choose. A group of barbarian warriors gathered around and looked at the weapons. They all licked their lips and looked like they were hungry. When they turned to look at Xianxia, their eyes were full of desire. Xianxia smiled and snapped his fingers. Wizard Bull Tribe. Accept. Wizard Bull Master, I am willing to join. I'll join. I want to join too. Wizard Bull Master, please accept me. I am the strongest warrior in our village. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, it was covered by the voices of countless people. The situation was almost out of control. Fortunately, Tiger and the others took out their shining weapons in time and blocked the people who were crowding over. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Don't rush, and don't push. The Wizard King Master ordered us to recruit 2,000 to 3,000 people. My Wizard Bull's target is 3,000 people. So, many people will have a chance. Those who are interested in joining my Wizard Bull tribe, please line up and come forward to receive your weapon. After that, you will be a member of my Wizard Bull tribe." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately quieted down. The next moment, the barbarians rushed forward and formed a long line. 3,000 people? Wizard is awesome. You're just a low-level great wizard. How can you control so many people? Be careful. At the same time, a burly figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the side of the weapon mountain. The huge impact made the ground tremble. Dust flew up, and the entire weapon mountain made a clanking sound. Yang Kai looked at the lush black hair on the man's chest and raised his eyebrows. "Wizard 2? What do you want?" Wizard 2 laughed and said, "I'm just worried about you because you're young and weak. Thank you for your kindness, but don't worry." Wizard 2 shook his head and said, "You can't say that. We're all great wizards of the southern barbarian tribe. We should help each other. How about this? This shaman is a little stronger than you, so I'll work a little harder. You take in another 1,000 people, and this shaman will help you digest the remaining 1,000 people. As thanks, you can give me the extra weapons." As he said that, he reached out his hand and grabbed the weapon mountain, not giving Yang Kai any chance to react. "Stop." Ahu was furious when he saw this. Anyo had paid a huge price to get these weapons from King City. Although he did not know where Anyo got so many internal elixirs that could be used for trading, now that someone dared to reach out their claws, he naturally could not sit back and do nothing. "What bullshit, T great wizard? If you dare to steal my things, then you're my enemy." While shouting, Tiger had already chopped at Wizard 2 with his axe. CK off. Wu 2 didn't even turn his head. He only let out a roar, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from under his feet. The shockwave clearly contained a huge impact, because when Ahu was touched by the shockwave, he instantly flew high into the air like a kite and fell to the ground. At the same time, Wizard 2 had already reached out and grabbed a fine steel spear. With a slight force, the entire weapon mountain shook, and almost half of the weapons flew up into the air. Looking at the direction, it was obvious that they were flying towards the barbarian warriors led by Wizard Tuesday. Seeing this, everyone in Wizard 2's department was overjoyed and excitedly prepared to welcome the arrival of many weapons. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the weapon mountain out of thin air. He didn't do anything, but the thousands of weapons flying in the air seemed to be pressed down by a mountain. They all fell back and collided with each other, making clanking sounds. High up in the air, Yang Kai looked down at Wizard 2 and mocked, "Are you robbing me?" Wizard 2's face turned red and defended himself. "How is that robbing? I've said that we're all from the southern barbarian tribe." Wizard. Wu 2 shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. I've always been willing to help others. Hurry up and get lost. Don't be unappreciative." Yang Kai said in shock, "Wizard, can you be a little more shameless? Don't you feel embarrassed for lying through your teeth?" As expected, the wizard's face turned red, but his tone was still firm. Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, I, as an upper-level great wizard, have the responsibility and obligation to teach you the truth." As he spoke, he chanted an incantation and raised his hand. Wizard power surged, and 2 visible chains of wizard power wrapped around Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was trapped tightly. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he lectured, "Remember, if you can't see the reality now, you'll only lose face. If you can't see the reality on the battlefield, you'll lose your life. So there's no need to thank me. This is what a wizard should do." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to drag Yang Kai down from the air. But in the next moment, his expression changed. This was because under his actions, the wizard bull standing on the weapon mountain didn't move at all. He looked at him with a smile on his face, as if he was nailed there by some force. He was slightly shocked and instinctively felt that it was impossible. His opponent was just a low-level great wizard, 2 levels lower than him. Since he was bound, how could he resist his power? He didn't believe it and tried again, but he was shocked to find that there was still no effect. He didn't seem to be binding a low-level great wizard, but a real mountain. After 2 futile attempts, he was a little embarrassed. Many of the clansmen were at a loss. They didn't know what the wizard too was doing. A few great wizard even glanced at the wizard too, hinting him to quickly end this farce. Previously, when they gathered together to discuss, they felt that the best way to solve the current situation was to make the wizard bull lose face. It was a fact that he brought thousands of weapons, which attracted the attention of many powerful barbarian warriors. It also attracted their interest to join him. However, this interest was only built on the basis of weapons. If the clansmen saw that this Wunyo couldn't even withstand a single blow, presumably, those clansmen who wanted to join him would make other plans. Weapons were tempting, but a weak great wizard was not worth entrusting their lives to. The barbarians were about to face a bloody battle of life and death. A powerful great wizard leader was much safer than those weapons. That was why the wizard too jumped out to find trouble and deliberately fought with Xianxia. According to their previous plan, as long as they could crush this wizard bull in front of everyone and make him lose face, then his advantage would be gone. But the current situation was a little different from what they had discussed before. The wizard bull was already captured. What was the wizard too doing? In a flash, another great wizard flew down and cast a chain-like wizard spell to tie up Xianxia. He shouted, "Wizard bull, wizard too is a kind person. I don't want to embarrass you like this. This wizard is not that easy to talk to. Get the hell down here." With a bit of strength in his hands, he was actually pushed over and almost fell to the ground. This great wizard's eyes almost popped out. Only now did he realize that the wizard too was not being merciful, but he was really powerless. What's going on? While he was stunned, he saw Xianxia grab the 2 wizards' chains and grinned, "The scenery above is beautiful. This wizard doesn't want to go down. It's better for you two to get the hell up here." The big hand that grabbed the chains suddenly pulled back. Accompanied by 2 exclamations and countless pairs of shocked eyes, the wizard too and the other great wizard flew directly from the ground and uncontrollably threw themselves at Xianxia. While in midair, the 2 of them danced and struggled to stabilize their bodies. But then their hearts sank. Because they saw the wizard bull was actually grinning and rubbing his hands together. He looked like he was up to no good. Forcing themselves to take a breath, the 2 of them simultaneously urged the wizard's power to condense a wizard's shield on the surface of their bodies. As soon as the light of the wizard's shield lit up, Xianxia had already swung his fist. Left hook, right hook. 2 punches like the wind. Crack. At the same time, the 2 great wizards' shield on the surface of the wizard's body shattered. Facing Xianxia's punches that didn't seem to have much strength, they didn't have the slightest strength to resist. The 2 grand magi let out a muffled groan as they were sent flying like ragged sacks. They landed heavily on the ground, their faces covered in blood. The whole world was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Especially those great wizards, the corners of their mouths twitched and their faces twitched. They couldn't believe what they just saw was real. The barbarian warriors didn't practice wizard's power, so they didn't know the huge difference between a great wizard and a great wizard. But the wizards on the scene knew. Under normal circumstances, a great wizard of the upper rank could easily crush a great wizard of the lower rank. The difference of 2 ranks was not just for show. But the scene in front of them was so real that they couldn't find a suitable reason to explain it. The wizard's shield cast by the 2 great wizards was easily broken by this wizard. If the wizard's shield was so weak, then what was the point of learning it so hard? In fact, it wasn't that the wizard's shield was weak, it was that this wizard was too strong. All the great wizard's scalp went numb. Previously, when they saw that he had brought a few thousand weapons and suddenly gained a huge advantage in terms of recruiting people, they were a little dissatisfied. Some even wanted to find trouble with him like the wizard Tome and wait for an opportunity to snatch some weapons from him. But now, who would dare to have such thoughts? Even the 2 great adepts had lost so much face. Who could possibly be his match? On the other side, the 2 great wizards who were sent flying were also a little confused. The wizard Tome struggled to stand up from the ground, shook his head, and finally came back to his senses. He looked at the eyes of the people around him blankly, and his face turned green and red. He suddenly became angry and said, "You dare to sneak attack me?" He didn't want to admit that he wasn't Xianxi's opponent. He only felt that the loss just now was because he didn't notice it, because he didn't think that Xianxi would really attack him. If he was fully prepared, he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This time, he came out to teach Xianxi a lesson to suppress Xianxi's advantage, and at the same time, to increase his prestige. Who would have thought that he would go for wool and come home shorn? Not only did his plan not go smoothly, but his face was also covered in dirt. He couldn't just let this go. If he just admitted defeat like this, his prestige would definitely plummet, and he wouldn't be able to gather any more people. "Surround them for me," the wizard Tome shouted. At the same time, there was a burst of noise, and nearly 2,000 barbarians rushed out and spread out, surrounding Xianxi and his 1,000 people. When the other great wizard saw this, he also silently waved his hand, and the 1,500 people under him also gathered. In an instant, 3,000 to 4,000 barbarians heard the command and moved. Tiger and the others' bodies tensed up, and they all held the weapons in their hands tightly. When the other barbarians saw this, they immediately understood that this matter was not going to be easily settled. They quickly retreated to the side, making space for the two sides of the battle. "You want to fight?" Xianxi raised his eyebrows and grinned, "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly chanted an incantation and waved his hand. A halo of light suddenly spread out and enveloped the 1,000 people on his side. The 1,000 people's bodies suddenly emitted a dark red light, as if they were covered in a layer of blood mist. Not only that, but Tiger and the others' bodies also emitted crackling sounds. Their originally tall bodies suddenly grew 3 times taller, and the animal skin clothes they wore tightened. Every pair of beautiful eyes became as red as blood, and there was no fear in them. It was as if even if a wizard saint stood in front of them, they would still be able to swing their weapons and hack at him. The 1,000 people's killing intent gathered in one place, as if it wanted to break through the clouds. Boundless energy gushed out from their bodies as thousands of people gripped their weapons tightly. It was as if they had been reborn. All of them had excited expressions on their faces as they stared blankly. They couldn't believe that they had such powerful strength. Bloodthirst. And it was an extremely high-grade bloodthirst. This was because although the eyes of these 1,000 people were as red as blood, and they didn't seem to be afraid, they didn't lose their rationality. This was an effect that only the most profound bloodthirst technique could produce. An ordinary bloodthirst technique could certainly make the barbarian warriors more powerful and reduce their senses. However, it would also affect the warriors' rationality to a certain extent. In serious cases, it could even cause them to go crazy and damage their primordial spirit. After the effects of the bloodthirst technique disappeared, there might even be some repercussions. However, this wizard's bloodthirst was different. It was something that only a great wizard on the level of a wizard king could use. Many of the great wizards were shocked. Just this bloodthirst was enough to make them view this wizard in a new light. This wasn't something that just anyone could use. In particular, the bloodthirst he used could easily envelop 1,000 people, not one more, not one less. What kind of precise control did this require? And it seemed that he was far from reaching his limit. Was this really going to start a war? The bloodthirst had already been used. The arrow on the bow had to be released. However, this wasn't the end. After using the bloodlust technique, Xianxi didn't stop chanting. His hands moved up and down as he moved. Rays of light of different colors burst out one after another, enveloping the 1,000 people. Lightness, stone armor, mega strength. Layer after layer of light. The light enveloped every wizard and every warrior of the bull tribe. The surface of their bodies emitted a dark red light mixed with yellow light, as if they were wearing a layer of heavy armor, impenetrable by swords and spears. A light breeze wrapped around their legs. It made their speed faster and fiercer. The golden light that symbolized the potency skill increased their strength by 30 to 50%. The breathing of the 1,000 people became heavy, and their fighting spirit was fully unleashed. The 3,000 to 4,000 people surrounding them were so shocked by this power that they couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces full of fear. There was no need for them to fight. Just by looking at their posture, they knew that each of the Wizard's Bull clan members had the ability to fight one against two or more people. The Wizard too and the other great wizards' faces were extremely ugly. They thought that they would use their own people to intimidate them. That Wizard Bull was definitely going to lose his mind. Who knew that this guy would be so fierce? Not only was he not afraid, but he also directly buffed his own people with many wizard spells. At this moment, the two great wizards were just like the other great wizards. They were immersed in the deep shock. Casting so many large-scale wizard spells consecutively by himself, even a wizard king wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Wizard Bull was just a low-rank great wizard. How could he have so much wizard energy to squander? Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this Wizard Bull. Just the amount of wizard energy stored in his body was far more than an ordinary great wizard. Currently, he was just a low-rank great wizard. What would happen if he was promoted to a high-rank great wizard? Just when the two were still in shock, Xianxia's mouth started chanting again. Another ray of light enveloped them. At the same time that the beam of light descended, the expressions of over 1,000 people simultaneously changed. The dark red light that spread out from their bodies seemed to come alive and fuse together. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of people seemed to have merged into one. There was no longer any distinction between them. The monstrous aura that gathered together made the heaven and earth tremble. Life chain. The Wizard too's face changed. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a monster. Life chain. That was a truly profound wizard spell. Only Great Wizard had the qualifications to learn this wizard spell. This wizard spell could connect the life force of different numbers of barbarian soldiers together. Under the effect of the life chain, the damage that was inflicted on anyone would be evenly distributed. This allowed the barbarian soldiers to withstand more damage than they could withstand. This was the wizard spell that the entire barbarian race relied on the most in large-scale battles. However, although Great Wizard could learn how to learn the life chain, they would often need the help of other wizards if they wanted to use it. If there were only a few people, then it would be fine. A high-rank Great Wizard's life chain could connect the life force of 200 people together. However, if there was help from other wizards, and disciples in the team, the number of people could increase by several times. The more wizards there were, the better the effect would be. When this wizard too used the life chain just now, there was no one to help him. However, the light of his wizard spell instantly enveloped the thousands of people, connecting the life force of the thousands of people together and fusing the thousands of scattered individuals into one. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, no great wizard would believe it. Only Magus Kings, and high-grade Magus Kings at that, could create life chains that could connect the lives of 1,000 people. Facing such a terrifying group, the advantage of having several times the number of people was instantly gone. The Wizard too and the other great wizard could also use the life chain to connect the life force of their own soldiers, but that would require some preparation time. After all, they still needed the help of their wizard subordinates. How could they be like Xianxia, who could use the life chain so casually? In other words, if they really fought now, the 1,000 people under Xianxia's command could easily crush 10,000 barbarian soldiers without much damage. This wizard is ready. When do we fight? Xianxia looked down at the wizard too and asked with a straight face. This calm look made the other great wizard's eyelids twitch. So many large-scale wizard spells were cast, but he didn't look tired at all. Was he really a monster? Just casually casting 2 or 3 wizard spells like that was enough to exhaust any great wizard. Facing such an enemy, what was the point of fighting? But was it really worth it? If it was other wizard spells, it wouldn't affect the soldiers much. But Bloodlust spell was different. Once it was activated, it would consume the blood essence of the barbarian soldiers. After the effect was over, they would be weak for many days. This wizard didn't say anything and just cast Bloodlust spell on his soldiers. Was he crazy? Didn't he know what the consequences of doing this would be? Facing Xianxia's aggression, the wizard too's face turned red. He couldn't say a word. What could he say? Fight now? He didn't really want to fight with Xianxia. He just wanted to use his people as a deterrent. Who knew that this guy would be so unruly? Now that he was in a difficult situation, the wizard's intestines turned green with regret. Oh? Yang Kai looked at the wizard too mockingly and laughed, looking at the wizard master too. It seems like you aren't ready? Do you want me to give you a few days to prepare? The wizard two's face turned red. He straightened his neck and said, Wizard two, don't be too arrogant. This wizard just thought that this is outside the king's city. If you and I really fight, it will definitely alarm the wizard king master. If the wizard king master is angry, no one will have a good ending. It's not that I am afraid of you. When these words were heard by everyone, the great wizard had different expressions. Now that the situation was like this, anyone could see that the wizard too had no chance of winning. He could only use his mouth to save some face. However, after this incident, Wu Tu's reputation had been completely lost. There was no point in saying anything more. It was impossible for him to recruit more clansmen. On the other hand, this wizard was awesome. He had the battle record of sending 2 great wizards flying, and now he showed his strong great wizard skills. It would only make the stragglers more interested in him. Fortunately, the Shaman King's order was for every Grand Shaman to gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen. If he was allowed to do as he wished, he might be able to gather tens of thousands of people. If that was the case, many Grand Shamans would not be able to complete their mission. Wizard Master 2, do you mean you don't want to fight? Yang Kai chuckled and said with disappointment, I prepared for so long. The wizard too snorted, we are all from the southern barbarian tribe. What's the point of having a civil war? If you want to fight, go fight with the devil people. When the time comes, let's see who can kill more devil people. Yang Kai touched his chin and thought for a while. He nodded and said, Wizard Master 2 is right. The wizard 2's expression relaxed, you also think it's right? Yang Kai smiled, if that's the case, then let's fight on the battlefield. Okay. It's a deal. This wizard will not lose to you. After the wizard 2 said that, he waved his hand. The 2,000 people under him immediately let out a sigh of relief and scattered like birds and beasts. The wizard 2 turned around and was blown by the wind. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked with sweat. He could not help but shiver. He secretly cursed himself for not having eyes. He actually kicked an iron plate. On the other side, Yang Kai's hand seals changed continuously. He undid the chains of life and bloodlust. To the surprise of Ahu and the others, after the bloodlust was undone, they did not feel dizzy like before. Although they were more or less tired, it was reasonable. And this kind of after effect was nothing to the strong barbarian warriors. They could recover by eating something casually. Not only did the wizard's provocation not have the desired effect, but it also increased Yang Kai's prestige. Now, everyone knew that although this great sorcerer called Wu Niu looked thin and weak, his personal strength was unfathomable. If one could follow such a great sorcerer, it would definitely be more secure and have a better future than following others. What's more, if they joined him, they could even get weapons. Who wouldn't be tempted by such conditions? Therefore, after the wizard left, Yang Kai's recruitment work went smoothly. In less than half an hour, another 2,000 people joined the team, and the remaining weapons were divided up. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't accept anyone, but rather he recruited people on a per-village basis. Each village had 200 to 300 people, so the number of 2,000 people he could recruit was only 8 or 9 villages. Among these people, 90% were barbarian warriors and archers. Only a few were wizards of varying strength. Butterfly coordinated the situation of the newly recruited 2,000 people and reported it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately had a few more wizards under his command. In addition to those who had followed Yang Kai to the king's city, he now had 13 wizards under his command. 4 of them were wizards and 9 were wizard apprentices. There wasn't a single wizard under his command. This couldn't be helped. The number of wizards was low, and it was difficult to cultivate a wizard in a village. Only a few small tribes with thousands of people and the king's city had wizards. However, this wasn't a big problem because Yang Kai still had Butterfly. Other great wizards had wizards under their command, but Yang Kai had a great wizard under his command. Butterfly wasn't an ordinary great wizard. She had been taught by Qing Yan for many years. The wizard skills she mastered were definitely more abundant than other great wizards. Once the war started, if the two of them worked together, it would be more than enough to cover 3,000 wizards. Next, Xianxia personally split the 3,000 people into 10 small teams. Each team consisted of 250 to 300 people, with the strongest warriors and archers taking up the position of captain and vice-captain. 100 elites were selected from the 3,000 men to form a guard team. It wasn't that Xianxia needed a group of guards. With his current strength, why would he need the protection of these barbarians? The main task of this special group of guards was to protect the 13 wizards other than himself and Butterfly. These wizards were just wizards and wizard apprentices. They wouldn't be of much use in a one-on-one fight, but in a small-scale war, they would be of great help. It was indeed the hub that connected the 10 teams, and the death of any one of them would be a huge loss. Therefore, Xianxia had to plan for their safety. After the allocation of the teams was made clear, the team of 3,000 was immediately clear. Each team was managed by their own captain and vice-captain, and these captains and vice-captains were directly under Xianxia's command, which was much more effective than him giving orders to the 3,000 people. The great sorcerers in the surroundings saw this and realized the benefits of it. They also learned from others. Very soon, the various great adept clans were in an orderly fashion. After this display of strength, the 3,000 people became even more submissive towards Xianxia, feeling that they had truly chosen the right person this time. In the future, perhaps they would have an advantage over their fellow clansmen in future battles. After ordering the 3,000 people to practice and familiarize themselves with the formation, Xianxia and Butterfly quietly left King City. "Where are we going now?" Butterfly didn't know why Xianxia pulled her out, so she asked curiously. Xianxia flew in front to lead the way, and said without looking back, "When I was in King City, I saw some tamed monster beast, let's go catch some." "You want to tame a beast?" Butterfly looked at him in surprise. "Senior Qing taught you the art of taming a beast, right?" Xianxia looked back at her. Butterfly nodded lightly, "Yes, he did. But I haven't used it before, so I don't know if it's effective." "It's fine as long as he did. As for whether it's effective or not, we'll know when we try it." "I haven't used it before." Xianxia smiled slightly. "But, do you know where there are savage beasts? Just follow me, those beasts in King City couldn't have appeared out of thin air. If they can catch them, we can too." Xianxia continued to move forward as he spoke. He had already inquired about the location before. There was a mountain range about half a day's journey away from King City, and Xianxia's target was in that mountain range. The two set off at night, and only at dawn did a continuous mountain range appear in front of them, as if a giant dragon was lying on the ground. After entering the mountain range, they kept moving forward without stopping. After half a day, a fierce cry suddenly came from above. Xianxia's figure paused and looked up. Through the scattered leaves, he saw a huge eagle-shaped monster beast swooping down from the sky and rushing into a kernel. When the monster beast flew up again, its sharp claws had already caught a giant python. The python was struggling non-stop, even coiling its body around the eagle's claws. The eagle lowered its head and pecked the python's body. Blood suddenly spilled out from the air, and the python struggled even more fiercely, causing the eagle's body to sway unstably, as if it could fall from the sky at any time. But soon, the giant eagle opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade-like attack, cutting the body of the giant python into several pieces. The internal organs of the giant python were blurred, and the struggling body gradually stopped moving. The fierce cry sounded again, and the eagle turned in the air, grabbed its prey, and flew in a direction. Seeing Xianxia looking at it with great interest and a look of interest, Butterfly immediately understood his intention and asked, "You want to catch this kind?" "Of course I want to catch this kind," Xianxia said as he called Butterfly to follow in the direction of the eagle. Butterfly was speechless. Although she knew that Xianxia wanted to catch savage beasts, she didn't know that his goal was actually flying savage beasts. These things are much harder to catch than ordinary savage beasts, and judging from the eagle's size and aura, its rank is not low. Relying on her beast-taming skill may not be effective. Although she was nervous, she didn't say anything and just followed Xianxia all the way. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two of them arrived at the bottom of a valley. This valley was surrounded by steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The cliffs were filled with rugged rocks, and between the rocks of the cliffs, there were countless huge bird nests. Almost every nest had a giant eagle proudly standing there, as if they were monarchs overlooking their territory. Even more giant eagles were soaring in the air, either out looking for food or returning from their hunt. So many. Butterfly looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. It's good to have more. Xianxia grinned. According to his idea, the more the better, but the prerequisite is that the beast taming skill is useful. If it's useless, then everything is just empty talk. Wait a moment, I'll try. Saying so, Xianxia's figure flickered and he suddenly disappeared. Butterfly looked around with wide eyes, but couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. Her pretty face couldn't help but be shocked. This is definitely not the effect of any wizard skill that she knows of. The more she interacts with this wizard, the more Butterfly finds him to be unfathomable. Just as she was looking around for Xianxia, she suddenly felt something strange on the opposite cliff. When she looked up, she saw Xianxia. She didn't know when he ran over there, but he was holding a giant eagle by the neck and pressing it into the nest, so that it wouldn't be discovered by the other giant eagles. A weak light flashed and disappeared into the giant eagle's body. Butterfly clearly saw that the struggling giant eagle had stopped moving. After a while, the giant eagle stood up again and stretched its wings. It became extremely arrogant again, as if nothing had happened. Success! Butterfly's eyes lit up. Taming beast is a very overbearing wizard skill. Not only does it consume a lot of wizard power, but it is also a wizard skill that can only be mastered by a great wizard, and the conditions to use it are also very harsh. If it succeeds, it will leave a brand in the body of the savage beast, controlling its life and death. But if it fails, not only will the great wizard who uses taming beast suffer a certain degree of backlash, but the target will also die in an instant. So under normal circumstances, if you want to use taming beast on a savage beast, it is best to first capture it and spend some time to cultivate feelings, so that it will lower its guard. Only then will there be some hope of success. Like Xianxia who forced himself on a savage beast, failure is the only outcome. But in fact, he actually succeeded. Even though she has seen many miracles brought by this wizard skill, Butterfly was still a little stunned. Is it just luck? She thought. The next moment, the giant eagle that was subdued by Xianxia suddenly spread its wings and flew directly towards him. A moment later, when the giant eagle landed in front of him, Xianxia who was hiding on the back of the giant eagle poked his head out. I have a very good idea, I need you to cooperate. Butterfly asked in a daze, what idea? Xianxia's eyes flashed, I want to capture the Eagle King. Butterfly couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. But after Xianxia explained the situation, she felt that this is indeed a good idea. After using taming beast to subdue a giant eagle, Xianxia vaguely sensed the thoughts of the giant eagle. And from its thoughts, Xianxia understood that there is an Eagle King in this place. That Eagle King is stronger than all the other giant eagles, and all the other giant eagles have to bow down to it. If they can really directly attack the root of the problem and subdue the Eagle King, then there are so many giant eagles here that they can take for themselves. This is a way to take the firewood from under the cauldron. It is much more effective than Xianxia's plan of subduing the eagles one by one. The two of them discussed for a moment and quickly finalized the plan. Then, the giant eagle flew up again, while Xianxia and Butterfly hid on the back of the giant eagle. This monster beast's back is very wide, enough for two people to sit side by side without feeling crowded. Under the cover of the long feathers, Xianxia and Butterfly's figures are not exposed at all. Inside a giant eagle's nest, the Eagle King was locked in place by Xianxia's wizard spell. Rays of taming beast light blossomed from Xianxia's hands and enveloped the Eagle King, but to no avail. The Eagle King continued to cry out, its scarlet eyes filled with an untamed look. Around the eagle nest, hundreds of giant eagles launched attacks without fear of death. They kept rushing over in an attempt to rescue their king. Butterfly stood in the air, urging her wizard power. A wizard shield enveloped the entire nest, blocking all the giant eagles outside. Even the wind blades they spat out could only create ripples on the wizard shield. Previously, Xianxia and Butterfly had directly attacked the Eagle King's nest. Xianxia had just subdued the Eagle King, but before he could use Taming Beast on it, the Eagle King let out a fierce cry, and after this cry, the giant eagles all rushed over as if they had received an order. If it weren't for Butterfly blocking them, Xianxia wouldn't have had time to deal with the Eagle King. These giant eagles' levels weren't low, but they weren't too high either. With Butterfly's means, if she was ruthless enough, it wouldn't take long for her to slaughter them all. However, this time Xianxia wasn't here to kill, but to subdue them, so Butterfly could only block the giant eagles from rescuing them, not daring to hurt them. This made her unable to use her great wizard skills, making the situation very passive. "Bull, hurry up, I can't hold on for long." Butterfly's forehead was covered in fine sweat. Stopping the giant eagle's attacks and wind blades for a long time had taken a toll on her. "I'm trying," Xianxia replied, sending out another ray of taming beast light into the Eagle King's body, but it didn't have the expected effect. Instead, under his continuous attempts, he had already caused considerable damage to the Eagle King. Taming Beast was an extremely overbearing wizard spell, but the Eagle King was unyielding, so the wizard spell couldn't be used. Under the impact of the wizard power, it was bleeding from all 7 orifices. If it wasn't the Eagle King, it was much stronger than the average giant eagle, but it was probably already dead by now. However, with the current situation, it wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Eagles were proud and belonged to the sky. No shackles could stop their freedom. Coldly staring at the pair of red eyes, Xianxia said, "You should be able to understand my words. Even if you don't, you should understand what I mean. You only have 2 choices. Submit, or die. I don't have much time, and you don't have that many opportunities either. Choose wisely." Just as he finished speaking, another beast-taming light was released. This time, the beast-taming light did not enter the Eagle King's body. Instead, it was repelled by the Eagle King's powerful will. Xianxia cursed as a ferocious look appeared on his face. He rolled his eyes and suddenly raised his hand. A moon blade flew out. It accurately cut into the body of a giant eagle, splitting it into 2. The blood-curdling screech came to an abrupt end. The giant eagle's blood and internal organs scattered in the air, and the 2 halves of its body fell into the deep ravine. Butterfly looked back at Xianxia in astonishment. She didn't know what was going on with him. Xianxia looked at the Eagle King and sneered, "If you refuse once, I will kill one of your companions. Let's see how many times you can refuse." As he spoke, he once again used the beast-taming technique. This time, the beast-taming light was not repelled, but the Eagle King was still resisting and unwilling to cooperate. Xianxia did not hesitate. With a raise of his hand, another giant eagle was cut in half and fell from the sky. "Screech!" The Eagle King cried out, obviously becoming very angry. If it wasn't for Xianxia using the wizard technique to bind it, it would have immediately rushed up and fought with him to the death. Xianxia was not surprised but happy. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good, angry is good. If you don't want them to die, just obediently lower your head." The beast-taming technique could be traced back to ancient times and looked forward to the future. In the star boundary, there was a famous beast-taming school. This school was famous for their ability to tame monster beasts. Every disciple in the school had a few beasts, and when fighting with others, they had the advantage. However, the beast-taming school's beast-taming technique was extremely gentle, but it was also very complicated and time-consuming. Xianxia didn't know the mysteries of the beast-taming school's beast-taming technique, but he thought that it should have originated from the beast-taming technique of ancient times. No matter how despicable and sinister the method was, it was only for one purpose, to make the monster beast submit and be used by them. As long as they could achieve their goal, there was nothing wrong with using some methods. With Xianxia's current strength, if he was given enough time, taming an Eagle King like this wouldn't be difficult. But the key was that he didn't have much time. He had to rush back to King City as soon as possible, in case there was any battle there. The Eagle King was stubborn and untamed, so he could only use some strong medicine. Perhaps it didn't care about its own life and death, and would rather die than live in dishonor. But as the king of a clan, if it couldn't protect its own people, that would be the greatest failure of duty. For any proud creature, this was something that couldn't be tolerated. Every time Xianxia killed a giant eagle, the Eagle King's mood became more and more irritable and uneasy. The wizard's chains that bound it were clearly distorted by its struggle. Yang Kai's expression didn't change, and he killed 10 giant eagles in succession. Only then did the crazily struggling Eagle King suddenly stop its movements, revealing a pleading expression. It could probably see that if it really didn't submit, Yang Kai would really kill all of its people. Yang Kai observed the Eagle King's expression and knew that it was time. He used the beast-taming light again, and this time, the beast-taming light wasn't reflected or blocked. It easily broke through the Eagle King's defenses and directly branded into its body. Yang Kai's body shook. He could clearly feel that there was an additional layer of connection between him and this giant eagle, as if he could control its life and death at any time. And the arrogant Eagle King also became docile at this moment, lowering its noble head. Time to go. Yang Kai grinned and patted the Eagle King's head, then took out a few healing pills and handed them over. The Eagle King looked at them with a very human-like look of curiosity in its eyes, but it still swallowed the pills in one gulp. Once the pills entered its stomach, the Eagle King's spirit was clearly lifted. Its originally dispirited spirit from Yang Kai's torment was rejuvenated. Yang Kai tried to communicate with it. The Eagle King immediately responded. The giant eagles that had been gathered around and didn't show the slightest fear or even retreat even when Yang Kai killed them, seemed to have received some kind of order. They all stopped attacking and flapped their wings to circle in the air. Seeing this, Butterfly couldn't help but sigh in relief. She looked back and asked, "Did it work?" Yang Kai nodded. Butterfly then put away the wizard's shield, her face slightly pale. "You rest for a while, I'll take care of the rest." Yang Kai ordered, then communicated with the Eagle King for a while. Although the Eagle King hadn't reached the level of shapeshifting, it was already intelligent. Yang Kai didn't need to use much effort to communicate with it. He had the Eagle King give the order for all the giant eagles to return to their nests. A moment later, the giant eagles circling in the air returned to their nests. Yang Kai then led the Eagle King to visit them one by one. If Yang Kai came alone, these giant eagles would definitely treat him as an enemy and attack him without any explanation. However, with the Eagle King by his side, the situation was different. Under the Eagle King's suppression, none of the giant eagles had any thoughts of resistance. They obediently stayed in their nests and allowed Yang Kai to plant the beast-taming light in them. The process was extremely smooth, and he succeeded every single time. There was not a single failure. After busying himself for an hour, Yang Kai had subdued all the giant eagles. After a careful count, there were as many as 76 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but be overjoyed by this harvest. With so many giant eagles, a vague idea in his mind could be implemented. After an hour of recovery, Butterfly was also full of energy. The two of them immediately rode on the Eagle King and returned the way they came. Behind the Eagle King, there were 76 giant eagles in a continuous line, forming a shadow that seemed to want to cover the earth. The giant eagle's flying speed was extremely fast, not at all inferior to a great wizard's flying speed. Moreover, their backs were extremely stable, without any interference from the airflow. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at the sky above the capital. From afar, they could hear an uproar below. Someone even exclaimed, "Savage beasts are attacking." Many barbarians from all over the country heard the commotion and moved. The archers all drew their bows and aimed at the Eagle King who was leading the way. There were also great wizards who chanted incantations and flew into the sky. Their bodies shone with the light of a wizard's shield as they charged towards the Eagle King. The distance between the two sides was quickly closing. Waves of bright and dark wizard power undulated in all directions. Seeing that the attack was about to start, Yang Kai quickly stood up from the Eagle King's back and shouted, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." The sudden appearance of a person on the Eagle King's back shocked many barbarians. The great wizards who were charging towards the Eagle King were even more dumbfounded. One of them rubbed his eyes hard and said in surprise, "Wizard awesome?" The battle between Yang Kai and the Wizard 2 yesterday caused quite a commotion. Many great wizards had seen it from the beginning to the end. Naturally, they had a deep impression of this thin and weak Wizard Tuesday. Therefore, when they saw Yang Kai, many of them immediately recognized him. In the crowd, the Wizard 2 jumped out and said in a daze, "Wizard awesome, where did you get so many savage beasts?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Of course I caught them. Caught them. Everyone's eyes twitched when they heard this. If these flying beasts were so easy to catch, they wouldn't be so surprised. If it was just one, it could be said that the wizard awesome was lucky. However, these giant eagles were obviously a group. There were 70 to 80 of them. How could they catch them? Yang Kai stood on the Eagle King's back and said in a clear voice, "These are the wizard's aerial mounts." "What do you think, master?" Aerial mounts. The great wizards weren't idiots. Although it was their first time hearing about aerial mounts, they instantly understood what Yang Kai was planning. In the next moment, many people's eyes turned red. They looked at the giant eagles with eyes full of desire. The war was about to start. If they could have such aerial mounts, they would have a unique advantage in terms of intelligence gathering. Oh my, I forgot. It's April Fool's Day today. I was wondering why so many beauties were confessing to me today. What a waste of joy. Above the city, 75 huge eagles soared through the air apart from the Eagle King. An archer sat on the back of every single eagle. These archers clung onto the feathers on the backs of the eagles firmly. All of their faces were pale. Some of them even vomited in the air, but they persisted. They were not wizards, so they had never experienced the wonders of the sky. They were obviously not used to riding eagles recklessly into the sky. However, they were all barbarians. They were born with great resilience and adaptability. They only needed a few more days, and they should be able to take a turn for the better. These were the aerial cavalry under Yang Kai's command. A Hua, who came from Songnan village, was the captain of the aerial cavalry. Yang Kai had not appointed a Hua as the captain of the aerial cavalry through favoritism. Instead, he had chosen her through a competition between many archers. All the archers of the barbarians were godly archers. Not only did they have great eyesight, but they could even hit the wing of a mosquito from several hundred meters away. With such impressive abilities, there was obviously no one who wanted to be below them. When the aerial cavalry was established, every archer had their eyes set on the position of captain. Yang Kai did not say anything about it, only letting them compete in archery. Whoever was the best would be the captain of the aerial cavalry. In the end, the archers that had been carefully selected were dragged out for a stroll. When they returned, a Hua was filled with pride, while the others were all docile and obedient. However, even as the captain, a Hua, she found the training of aerial cavalry rather difficult. Every time she descended from the sky, she would directly collapse on the ground, unable to return to her senses for quite some time. Within Yang Kai's encampment, there was a newly constructed wooden hut. It was extremely simple, but it did provide shelter from the wind and rain at least. Currently, Yang Kai and Butterfly were meditating and cultivating inside. Yang Kai slowly withdrew his soul sense and nodded. A Hua and the others are improving very quickly. They should be able to go into battle in another 2 days. Butterfly opened her eyes and glanced at him. She said, "I wonder what demon folk are like." Although aerial cavalry is nimble, they're far too obvious a target. If they have long-range attacks, this aerial cavalry probably won't be of much use. Yang Kai smiled. Being able to investigate the enemy's situation is the greatest use. At this moment, the voice of the old wizard's apprentice came from outside the house. "Master Wizard Bull." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai shouted with a dark face, "Tell them to scram. I won't see any of them." Ever since Yang Kai brought back more than 70 giant eagles 2 days ago, the other great wizard came to visit one after another. All of them were full of enthusiasm, as if they had known Yang Kai for many years. When they arrived, they even prepared some small gifts and politely presented them. Under normal circumstances, the gifts prepared by the great wizard would naturally be extraordinary. However, for someone as wealthy as Yang Kai, the gifts given by these country bumpkins were nothing to him. The great adepts slowly revealed their true intentions as they continued to argue with each other. They hoped that Yang Kai could share a few of the giant eagles with them. Everyone could see that these giant eagles could be used to investigate the enemy's situation, so they all wanted to take a few back from Yang Kai. For this kind of rude, shameless, and even unreasonable request, Yang Kai naturally refused without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? 75 giant eagles were all subdued by Xianxia one by one, and they were just enough to form a medium-sized air cavalry unit. If they were divided up among others, what was the point of him going through all that trouble to catch them? After being refused, the great wizard naturally didn't give up easily. They either tried to reason with him, move him emotionally, or even threaten him with force. Without exception, they were all thrown out of the wooden house by Xianxia. The few great wizard who tried to fight him were beaten black and blue. Now, Xianxia's reputation in the southern barbarian tribe was very bad. All the great wizard knew that this guy was selfish, bad-tempered, and didn't listen to others at all. Even so, there were still many great wizard who shamelessly came to visit, hoping that there would be some miracle to change Xianxia's mind. So when he heard the old wizard's report outside, Xianxia thought that it was some idiot who wanted to share the giant eagles with him. His mood suddenly became bad. If he had the time to talk to them, he might as well practice. Suddenly, another person's voice came from outside the door. It sounded familiar. "Wizard Bull Master, the Wizard King Master wants to see you." Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then immediately got up and opened the door. Seeing a simple and familiar face, he couldn't help but grin. "It's you." This guy was the wizard messenger he saw in Songnan village before. Xianxia didn't know his name, but he remembered this simple and honest face. The sorcerer chuckled. "That's me." Xianxia's expression became serious. "The Wizard King Master wants to see me?" The messenger nodded. "Yes." Xianxia said, "Then let's go." On the way, Xianxia asked the messenger why the Wizard King wanted to see him. The messenger was also vague, and it wasn't clear whether he didn't know or didn't say. However, Xianxia didn't have any intention of making things difficult for him. He just chatted with him on the way, which made the messenger feel flattered. Over the past few days, Wu Niu's name had spread throughout the entire King City. Everyone knew that this skinny great wizard was not someone to be trifled with. He had only been in the King City for a few days, but he had already beaten up more than a dozen great wizards who were more powerful than him. He had even formed an air cavalry that used giant eagles as a carrier. The 70 to 80 giant eagles would hover over the King City from time to time and drop a pile of feces on people's heads. This made the residents of the King City hate Wu Niu to the core. They could not wait to rush out and beat him up so badly that even his own mother would not recognize him. Before the messenger came, he was also a little scared. Who knew that after seeing Xianxia, he would find that this person was not as fierce as the rumors said. Instead, he was very amiable, which made him feel that the rumors were wrong. The two of them chatted along the way and soon entered King City. In the palace, they saw the 6th wizard King Dang. "The wizard bull greets the master." Xianxia put his hand on his chest and saluted. "I don't know why the master summoned me." The wizard Dang was not far away. The captain of the guard stared at Xianxia with a sharp gaze. It was as if two sharp blades were stabbing into his mind and prying into the secrets in his heart. Xianxia frowned and looked back at him. He thought that this guy was crazy. Every time he came, he would look at him like this. It was as if he would be at a disadvantage to the wizard Dang at any time. The wizard Dang turned around and said with a smile, "Sit down and talk." Xianxia withdrew his gaze and didn't stand on ceremony. He said, "Thank you, master." He sat down as soon as he finished speaking. The wizard Dang said with a kind face, "I didn't call you here for anything important. It's just that I heard some interesting things in the past few days." "Oh?" Xianxia looked at him in surprise. The wizard Dang smiled. He thought that Xianxia would ask him something interesting, but he didn't say anything after that. The wizard Dang's expression was a little awkward. He could only cough lightly and say, "I heard that you spent a lot of money to buy many weapons from the city for the soldiers under your command?" Xianxia suddenly looked like he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Wizard King, Master, for this war, this subordinate has spent all of his family's wealth selflessly. The wealth that I have accumulated for a lifetime has been scattered. This subordinate is loyal to the great barbarian tribe. My heart can be seen by the sun and the moon, the heavens and the earth. It's hateful that those unscrupulous merchants actually raised my price at this time. They raised the price by 20% to 30%. They are really the cancer of my barbarian tribe. It's a shame." As he finished speaking, his spittle flew everywhere, and his expression was one of hatred. The wizard Dang's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but look at Xianxia a few times. He didn't know how to respond. As the Wizard King, he had seen a lot of storms, but it was the first time he saw Xianxia like this. He had only said a few words, but the other party was already talking like a river. He was pouring out bitter water. One after another, extremely novel words came out of his mouth. It was actually interesting. With a serious face, Xianxia lowered his voice and said, "Wizard King, Master, did you call me here this time to punish those unscrupulous merchants? The barbarian tribe is facing a great disaster. It's fine if these guys don't provide convenience, but they actually raise the price. They really need to be severely punished. If the Wizard King, Master, has such intentions, this subordinate is willing to testify. I guarantee that none of them will be able to escape, and all of them will be punished. This will eliminate the business atmosphere of the southern barbarian tribe." This time even the guard captain, who had been standing there quietly, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The Wizard King Dang helplessly waved his hand and said, "This king doesn't have such intentions. Business is a matter of mutual consent. It can't be forced. Those merchants didn't do anything wrong." "Oh." Xianxia suddenly showed a disappointed expression, but soon his eyes lit up and said, "Could it be that the Wizard King, Master, is going to reimburse me for part of the expenses?" "What?" The Wizard Dang was startled. "Reimburse?" Xianxia looked at him seriously. "This subordinate has already spent all of his family's wealth, and now I have no money. If I want to buy anything, I'm afraid I won't be able to. King City has a lot of businesses, if you can." "Impudent." The guard captain finally couldn't listen anymore and shouted angrily, "How dare you talk nonsense in front of the Wizard King, Master?" Kaiyan glanced over at him and rolled his eyes, causing the guard captain to become even angrier. The Wizard Dang helplessly smiled. He realized that it was unrealistic to chat with this Wizard Dang. He could only prepare to get straight to the point. "Wizard Dang, actually, this king called you here because I have something to tell you." Xianxia sat up straight and still. "As long as you don't talk about the things in the sky, you can talk about anything else." The Wizard Dang said, "I just want to chat with you about the things in the sky." Xianxia sullenly said, "No way, King City also wants to take advantage of my aerial cavalry?" "Wizard King, Master, are you kidding me?" Before he came here, he had a bad feeling. After all, he had just seen the Wizard Dang a few days ago. If there was really a war, he wouldn't have summoned him alone. And other than those giant eagles, there was probably nothing else that could catch the Wizard King's attention. This trip probably bodes ill rather than well. Now, it seemed that Wu Dang had summoned him for the giant eagles. It was obvious that the royal city wanted to get a share of the pie from him. If other great wizard wanted to get some giant eagles from him, Xianxia could refuse without hesitation. He could even beat them up. Since they were on the same level, it didn't matter if they were beaten up. However, if King City asked for it, he was afraid that he couldn't do anything. How despicable. "Master, I saw that King City also has aerial mounts a few days ago. My giant eagles are wild beasts in the mountains. They can't be tamed. I'm afraid they won't be presentable." The wizard smiled. "King City does have some aerial mounts, but there aren't many of them. Flying wild beasts are difficult to tame. To be honest, I'm very surprised that you could tame so many wild beasts at once." Xianxia immediately said, "I spent a lot of effort and spat out a few liters of blood. I almost died there." The wizard said, "So King City won't take your giant eagles for free?" Xianxia was suddenly interested. His eyes lit up. "Then how many giant eagles do King City want? What price are they willing to pay?" Since he couldn't do anything, he could only try to minimize the losses. King City could ask for the giant eagles, but they had to show some sincerity. Xianxia's giant eagles didn't come from the wind. The wizard's expression turned serious. "Half. You can name your price." As soon as she said this, Kaiyan jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He angrily said, "Half? Master, you really dare to ask for so much. How about I give you all the giant eagles?" This sudden action shocked the guard captain. He pulled out his weapon and stared at Xianxia vigilantly. The wizard patted him on the shoulder and smiled. It's rare that you have this kind of heart. It would be impolite for me to refuse. Xianxia looked at him blankly, his eyelids twitching. Master, I have a question. Ask. The wizard raised his eyebrows. Do you have any shame? The wizard laughed. That's why I said you have to name your own conditions. He didn't mind Xianxia's rudeness at all. This made Xianxia a little surprised. He immediately felt that this wizard king was also a wonderful person. Xianxia was silent for a while before he said, I'll give you 25. I'll keep 50 for myself. With this number, I'll be able to use them in a small-scale battle. If it's any less, it won't be of any value. Royal City only wants the giant eagle for reconnaissance, right? The wizard did not deny it. He nodded and said, That's right. It doesn't matter how many there are. 25 giant eagles, plus the aerial cavalry of Royal City, are enough for reconnaissance. Wizard Dang still wanted to say something, but Xianxia interrupted, 25. This is my limit. Fine. 25 is fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Wizard Dang readily nodded in agreement. It was obvious that he was mentally prepared. He raised his head and said, Then what are your conditions? Xianxia immediately said, Give each of my subordinates a set of armor. Wizard Dang looked at him with a strange expression. Xianxia scratched his face, all right, 1,000 sets of armor should be enough, right? Wizard Dang shook his head, let alone 1,000 sets, Royal City can't even take out 100 sets. Is Royal City that poor? Xianxia was shocked. It's not that Royal City is poor. Wizard Dang smiled helplessly, it's just that most of the resources in the city have been swept away by the great wizards. If we really want to talk about it, you were the one who started this. You gave 3,000 people weapons at once. How could the other great wizards not show some sincerity? Otherwise, how could they convince the people? Although they don't have as much wealth as you, if each of them bought a little, how many things in the city would be enough for them to divide? That's true. Xianxia nodded. He knew that Wizard Dang wasn't lying to him. In the past few days outside the city, there were indeed many barbarians who were equipped with weapons and armor. They must have been bought by the great wizards themselves. It was just that they couldn't equip everyone, so they could only give priority to a few people. Let's not talk about the resources anymore, I can't do anything about it. Xianxia thought for a moment. If the resources are not enough, then give them to people. Wizard Dang narrowed his eyes, what kind of people do you want? Xianxia grinned and said, It just so happens that I don't have enough wizards under me. Master, why don't you transfer a few wizards under me? How many? 5. Xianxia smiled, 5 giant eagles for 1 wizard. It's a very good deal. Master. 5 is too much, I can only give you 1. What kind of wizard is so precious? Xianxia was shocked, Master, can you show some sincerity? Wizard Dang coldly snorted, You want 5 wizards, do you have sincerity? Xianxia calmly said, Raise the price on the spot and pay the price on the spot. Business is like this. At most 2, this is my limit. If it's not enough, then you can go back. Just go back and pretend that this prince never mentioned this matter. How can it not be enough? Xianxia hurriedly said, 2 it is, who told you to be the wizard king, master? Wizard Dang reached out and pointed at him. He wanted to scold him but didn't know what to say. Then he turned to the guard captain and said, Call Yu and Lu over. When the guard captain heard this, he was obviously shocked, but he still walked out without saying a word. After waiting in the hall for a while, footsteps sounded outside the door again. Not long after, the captain of the guards led the 2 women in. Xianxia looked up and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Previously, although he had vaguely guessed that Yu and Lu were women, he did not expect that these 2 women would be so good-looking. Compared to the other barbarians, their appearances could be considered very delicate and pretty. Moreover, their figures were tall and slender. They were actually quite impressive. The most important thing was that these 2 women actually looked exactly the same. They were clearly a pair of twins. This made Xianxia particularly surprised. Among the barbarians, the number of wizards has always been very small. Because only those who are favored by the barbarian god can practice wizard arts. In a village, to have a wizard disciple is a very amazing thing. But these twins are actually wizards, which is really rare. What's even more rare is that they have already practiced to the level of wizard. Looking at their young appearance, it seems that they are not much older than Butterfly. With time, their future is limitless. Facing Xianxia's gaze, the two of them didn't look sideways. With a cold expression, they stepped forward a few steps and said in unison, "Master, you summoned us?" The voice of the two was almost exactly the same. If it was heard by someone who didn't know, perhaps they would think that it was the same person talking. Telepathy? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at them with shining eyes. Although it is easy for twins to have telepathy, telepathy is a more profound level. When the twins reach this state, no matter what they do, they will get twice the result with half the effort. If they join hands to cast a spell, the power will far exceed their current level. In other words, although you and Lu are only wizards, once they join hands, even a great wizard may not be as good as them. Picking up a treasure, Xianxia was very happy. He just wanted to casually ask for 2 wizards to fill the gap on his side. Who would have thought that the wizard sent such a pair? The wizard nodded and looked at Yuan Lu. There was a trace of gentleness and love in his eyes. Xianxia felt that something was wrong. He thought that these 2 girls couldn't be wizards people, right? If so, he didn't know if he would be punished in the future if he took them over. Just as he was feeling nervous, the wizard said, "From today onwards, you will follow this wizard Master Cow and listen to his orders. Do not disobey." Hearing this, Yuan Lu turned their head to look at Xianxia and said, "Greetings to the wizard Master Cow." Their tone was flat, without the respect that many wizards have for a great wizard. Xianxia put on the posture of a master and nodded, "No need to be so polite." The wizard smiled. "You and Lu have been living and practicing in the wizard temple since they were young. They just returned to King City a few days ago, so they don't know much about the ways of the world. In the future, when they follow you, you can freely discipline them. If they don't listen to your orders, you can also punish them at will." Sorcerer Temple. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. The wizard temple was the spiritual place of the entire barbarian tribe. It was the symbol of the barbarian tribe. In the sorcerer god's shrine, there was a statue of the sorcerer god. Only the most outstanding sorcerers from each tribe were qualified to enter the sorcerer god's shrine to cultivate and serve the sorcerer god. Under normal circumstances, the wizard who came out of the wizard temple all practiced exquisite wizard techniques. Their strength was outstanding, and they were basically invincible in the same realm. Xianxia inherited the knowledge of Qing, so he also knew the status of the wizard temple in the hearts of the barbarians. In the past, he had even considered going to the sorcerer goddess's shrine if he had the chance. He wanted to see if he could learn something from it. However, the invasion of the devil people made his plan fall through. But he didn't expect that now there were 2 wizards from the wizard temple standing in front of him. No wonder they could cultivate to such a realm at such a young age. If they could enter the wizard temple, then Yu and Lu's talent for cultivation was beyond doubt. They were definitely the most talented wizard in the entire southern barbarian tribe. The wizard smiled, "With your talent, if this accident didn't happen, you can also enter the wizard temple. So, live well, wizard is awesome. The really powerful wizard techniques can only be passed down in the wizard temple. If you want to appreciate the brilliance, then become stronger and save your life in this war." Xianxia said solemnly, "Yes, I will follow the master's teachings. Go." The wizard waved his hand and said no more. Xianxia held his chest and retreated. Before Yu and Lu left, they looked at the wizard reluctantly and said together, "Master, take care." The wizard nodded gently. Only then did Yu and Lu turn around and walk out of the hall. Immediately, only the wizard and the captain of the guards were left in the hall. "Master, he's just a great wizard. Why did you give Yu and Lu to him?" The captain looked at the wizard in confusion. Obviously, he was troubled by the decision he made before. He only wanted 2 wizards. Although the number of wizards in King City wasn't too many, it wasn't few either. He could have just given him 2, but he gave Yu and Lu. The wizard Niao didn't know about the relationship between Rain and Dew and the wizard king master, but the captain of the guards knew about it. The war was about to begin. How could leaving rain and dew to a great wizard be safer than staying with the wizard king master? The wizard Dang said indifferently, only by following him will we have a chance to survive. The captain of the guards frowned slightly. He clearly didn't agree with this point of view, but in front of the wizard king, he couldn't show it too obviously, so he could only remain silent. Outside the capital, Xianxia led the twins back to his base. After a while, he suddenly turned around and said, "Who is rain and who is dew?" The two girls stopped. The one on the left said, "I am rain." The one on the right said, "I am dew." Xianxia grinned and nodded, "I will remember." The wizard king master said that you two have been training in the wizard temple since you were young. The wizard temple. Is it fun? The twins frowned. Rain said in a deep voice, "The sorcerer's shrine is the most important place in the entire barbarian tribe. Only the most outstanding sorcerers are qualified to enter and serve the sorcerer god. It is not a place to play around." Dew continued, "Please be careful with your words, master." Xianxia shrugged. He had a vague understanding of the personalities of these two wizards. He didn't say anything else and led the way. He returned to his base in a short while. A group of barbarian warriors and wizard who were training saw him come back with a pair of beautiful twins. They couldn't help but be surprised. Xianxia clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. He said loudly, "These two wizards are rain and dew. They were specially sent by the wizard king master to the wizard tribe. Now that everyone knows each other, I hope that everyone can get along peacefully in the future and work together to fight against the demon folk." Everyone agreed in unison, and the group of barbarians looked at the twins with eyes full of amazement. If it weren't for the fact that the wizard rain and dew's status was too high, there would definitely be people who couldn't help but approach them. The wizard apprentices and wizards respectfully stepped forward and saluted the two wizards. Yu and Lu only nodded slightly. He scanned the wizards' members from the Bull clan. "Continue with your training." Xianxia waved his hand and said to the twins, "You two go with them. The wizard temple will only teach you the cultivation of wizard spells. I don't think they taught you how to use your abilities in battle, right? Take advantage of these few days to familiarize yourself with it. Don't be flustered when you're on the battlefield." The twins nodded slightly. Xianxia whistled to the side and in the next moment, the Eagle King, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have received some kind of order and raised its head. A sharp howl came out of his mouth. The giant eagles flying in the sky responded one after another. Soon, they returned from the sky with the archers and landed on the ground. Many of the archers turned pale and jumped off the back of the Eagle King. They ran around and vomited, and some even wobbled and fell on their butts. "Master, what orders do you have?" Hua carried a longbow on her back and walked over valiantly. Although her face was slightly pale, it was obviously much better than the others. At least her footsteps were not as weak as before. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "I just received the Wizard King Master's order. He wants me to send 25 giant eagles to King City." Hua was shocked. 25 giant eagles? Doesn't that mean? Originally, each of the 75 giant eagles was assigned to an archer. If 25 giant eagles were sent out, it meant that 25 of them would lose their right to ride on the Sky Mount. This was unacceptable to any archer. These archers were all elites of the wizard clan. They were carefully selected from among them. None of them were worse than the other in terms of rotation shooting. So I'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, the 25 with the worst performance will return to their respective teams. Do you understand? Hua pondered for a moment and nodded, "Understood." Xianxia waved his hand, "Go. I'll leave this matter to you." "Yes." Hua turned around with mixed feelings. When she looked up, 74 pairs of eyes full of fighting spirit looked at her. Needless to say, everyone had heard Xianxia's words clearly. If they wanted to keep their giant eagles, they had to perform better than the others on this last day. Not long after, 75 giant eagles took to the sky together. The scene was spectacular. Xianxia returned to the wooden house, swallowed a monster beast's core, and sat down to meditate. A day later, Hua came to report the situation of the Sky Mount. With Xianxia's approval, 25 archers who performed poorly were eliminated and the rest of the giant eagles were sent to King City. The following days passed by peacefully. The wizard clan's 12 teams were also training in an orderly manner. As time passed, their cooperation with each other became smoother and smoother. Especially with the addition of Yuan Lu, the shamans of the Wizard Bull tribe were able to cast a spell that was enough to cover all 3,000 people. This was something that they had not been able to do before. In the past, if they wanted to reach this level, they would need Kai Yang or Dai's help. But now that they had Yuan Lu, Kai Yang and Dai did not need to intervene. The more they interacted with the Rain and Dew twins, the more the wizard realized how strong they were. As expected of a sorcerer from the Sorcerer God's Temple. The sorcerer spells that they had mastered, their understanding of sorcerer spells, and the timing of their spells were not something that an ordinary person could compare to. Under their guidance, the wizard and wizard apprentices improved rapidly. Although the twins were not cold, they were not cold. In fact, if they took the initiative, they were easy to get along with. So in these days, the wizard and wizard apprentices had become familiar with them. If they had any questions, they would carefully guide them without holding anything back. After a few days, the two wizards had built up quite a reputation in the wizard clan. Xianxia was happy to have nothing to do. He hid in the wooden house all day long and worked hard to train. The level 9 inner core did not give him enough improvement, so Xianxia started to devour the level 10 inner core. In just 3 short days, he had raised the realm of a low-grade Great Magus to the level of a mid-grade Great Magus. On this day, the peace was finally broken. When the dull sound of the horn sounded in the king's city, all the busy barbarians quieted down. Hundreds of thousands of eyes looked towards the king's city. Everyone smelled the smell of a storm from the dull sound of the horn. Figures flew into the sky and rushed towards the king's city. Not long after, many great wizards arrived at the palace where they gathered last time. This time, the number of great wizards was more than half of the previous time. After all, when they came last time, many great wizards were still on their way and had not yet arrived at the king's city. But today, all the great wizards of the southern barbarian tribe had gathered here. This was basically the gathering of the elites of a large tribe. The wizard Dang was nowhere to be seen in the hall. When the great wizard arrived, they obviously gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the development of the war. However, they had all been training their subordinates outside the king's city recently, so they did not receive the latest news. As a result, they had no idea what was going on in the outside world. They could only wait for the wizard Dang to come and explain to them. A while later, the wizard Dang walked out with a stern expression. The noise suddenly died down. Many gazes were cast over. As soon as they saw the wizard Dang's expression, many people's hearts skipped a beat. They had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the wizard Dang opened his mouth and said, "A few days ago, the Saint Master of Wizards became the demon race's hinterland and fought a bloody battle with the powerful demon folk. In the battle, 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Only the hero master managed to escape, but he won't be able to fight again for a while." With that, everyone was shocked. Many of the great wizards opened their mouths wide, as if an invisible fist had been shoved into their mouths. They could not close them no matter how hard they tried. They were all extremely shocked. No wonder everyone reacted like that. In an era where there was no wizard god, the saint wizard was synonymous with the strongest. There were only 4 wizard saints in the entire barbarian tribe. A few days ago, they heard the wizard Dang say that the 4 great wizard saints had already taken action. Many people still held on to a sliver of hope, hoping that the 4 great wizard saints could exterminate the demon folk or whatever. However, only after hearing this shocking piece of news today did everyone realize that demon folk were not pushovers either. The 4 great wizard saints had all taken action. 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Only one of them managed to escape, but he would not be able to fight again for a while. To be able to beat the 4 wizard saints into such a state, the demon folk clearly had no lack of existences that could rival the wizard saints. Even the wizard saints were not their opponents, so what could they do even if they had more people? Immediately, many people paled. The wizard Dang looked around and raised his voice. "However, the Saint Master Wizard Saint's efforts have not been in vain. According to the information that the Master Hero sent over, the strongest demon folk either died or were injured. As a result, the battle between the higher-ups this time was not our loss. Only when they heard him say that did everyone suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The 4 great wizard saints had personally taken action. This was an acceptable result. The Saint Master Wizard Saints needs to rest and recuperate. The powerhouses of the demon folk need to rest too. And, at this crucial moment, the final direction of the war lies in our hands. If we can use this opportunity to kill off all the other demon folk, then we can protect our barbarian tribes. However, if we fail, then this land will sink into the enemy's hands. As a result, we only have one choice: fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. In the hall, many of the great wizard saints called out together. Their blood boiled. The wizard Dang looked at everyone's performance in satisfaction. He gestured with his hand, and only then did everyone calm down. The wizard saints' efforts have slowed down the pace of the demonfolk's invasion. They seem to be using the 4 territories they conquered before as a foundation to construct a line of defense. Our mission is to take back these 4 territories and prevent them from gaining a foothold. Master, what exactly do we do? Someone asked. The wizard Dang said, let's all take a look. As he said that, he waved his hand. As the power of wizards surged, a huge map constructed from the power of wizard saints suddenly appeared in the air above the hall. On the map was a large, startling region of red, which made everyone's faces stiffen. Everyone could see it clearly. It was the territory of the 4 territories occupied by the demon folk. Outside Royal City, the sound of bugles rang out one after another. One troop after another moved in an orderly manner towards the north. That was the direction where the great battle would take place. The Wizard's Ox tribe consisted of 3,000 people. 10 regular troops, 1 troop of aerial cavalry, and 1 troop of guards were all ready to set off. There were a total of 12 troops, 3,000 people gathered together, but it was completely silent. At the front of the troops, 2 wizards from the Wizard Temple, 4 wizards, and 9 wizard disciples raised their heads and looked up. Xianxia sat on the back of his Hawk King like a true commander. His sharp gaze scanned across the entire place. Every single clansman straightened their backs, displaying their most powerful side. There was no need to say anything. Xianxia waved his hand. Set off. With the cry of an eagle, the aerial cavalry set off first, spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. With Yu and Lu in the lead, the many wizards and wizard disciples even worked together to cast a large-scale lightning technique. After being enveloped by the light, it buffed the 3,000 people, making all the clansmen even lighter. With a rumble, the Wizard's Ox tribe left the capital extremely quickly. There were a lot of people, but they moved in an orderly fashion. In the air, Xianxia sat on the Hawk King's back. He did not waste any time at all. He had been meditating and cultivating the entire time. Earlier in the capital, the Wizard Dang's orders were very simple. The demon folk were currently fortifying their defenses and setting up a line of defense, as if they wanted to buy time so that the strongest on their side had enough time to recover. The barbarians obviously would not just sit by and watch, so the various large tribes had already set off right now in an attempt to reclaim the territory of the 4 tribes that they had invaded while the strongest demon folk were recovering. On the side of the southern barbarians, 100 to 200 troops led by great wizards would surround the demon folk from the south, eating away at their strength and forcing them to retreat. Afterwards, the wizard kings of the various large tribes would take action, leading everyone in a battle to the death against the demon folk. This strategy made the early stages of the battle very flexible. None of the great wizard troops had any special missions. All they needed to do was kill the demon folk they came across. They were completely free to do whatever they wanted. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. His current strength was still in urgent need of improvement. If there was a special mission, he would definitely be too busy. The current situation was the best for him. As long as it was before the final battle. If he could raise his strength to a certain level, there would definitely be a stage for him on the battlefield in the future. After coming to this ancient world for such a long time, Xianxia had unknowingly considered the issue from the perspective of the barbarian tribe and was involved in such a war. He could no longer simply be a spectator. More than 150 teams led by the great wizard set off from the capital. As time passed, more and more teams split up and headed to different destinations. In the beginning, the Wizard's Bowl tribe could still vaguely see the silhouettes of their allies. However, after 10 days of leaving King's City, the aerial cavalry could no longer detect any allies within their detection range. Hundreds of thousands of people had been completely scattered across the vast land. Many of the berserkers rushed toward the cruel battlefield with the belief that they would either live or die. 10 days later, Xianxia, who was meditating on the back of the Eagle King, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, Ahua was riding her giant eagle towards him. When she got close, she suddenly stopped and skillfully stabilized her body. Without changing her expression, she said, "Master, there is a village in front of us. Did you find anything?" Xianxia asked. Ahua shook her head and said, "There is no one." Xianxia nodded and said, "Let everyone rest there. If we continue forward, I am afraid that the days will not be peaceful. Eat and drink to your heart's content and prepare for a big fight." "Yes." Ahua accepted the order and left. The team continued to move forward. 2 hours later, they saw a small village as expected. The size of this village was slightly larger than Songnan village, but not by much. Most of the houses in the village were made of wood and stone. Outside the village was a mud wall. After entering the village, immediately, some people began to take charge of guarding the surroundings. Some people began to make fires and cook. Everything was in order. Although such a troop had been formed not long ago, it was already a well-trained army. Xianxia also wanted to find a place to rest, but after entering the village, he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. Faintly, he felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at him. This surprised him. He quietly released his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation of the village. But what surprised him was that he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and the feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared. Shaking his head, he called Dai and said, "Tell everyone to be careful. Maybe something will happen." Dai looked at him in surprise. "What did you feel?" Xianxia said lightly, "There is no harm in being careful. This is no longer a peaceful area." Dai nodded and said, "I know." After Dai passed the order, the clansmen became more vigilant. Not long after, the smell of meat began to spread. After marching for 10 days, they basically only had a full meal every day. Even the barbarians could not bear it. At this moment, after smelling the smell of meat, many people's stomachs began to growl. Without waiting for the meat to be cooked, the clansmen began to divide and eat, each with a satisfied expression. At this time, Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped. In the perception of his divine sense, dozens of strange and hidden auras appeared out of thin air in the village. Before he could investigate what was going on, he roared, "Enemy attack!" The clansmen who were eating heartily were stunned for a moment. But they quickly reacted. They hurriedly threw away the food in their hands and took out their weapons to guard the surroundings. The dozen or so wizards also hurriedly urged their wizard power, ready to attack at any time. The next moment, accompanied by a strange sizzling sound, a dark aura emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire village. The clansmen were shocked. No one knew what this was, but they instinctively urged their physique power with vigilance. Demonic chi. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, his face full of shock. This was demonic chi. And it was extremely pure ancient demonic chi. Although he had constantly heard about the invasion of demon folk in the past, Xianxia had also wondered whether the demon folk of the ancient world were the demon race he knew of. However, because he had never come into contact with them personally, nor did he have too many clues, he was unable to make a judgment. Only when he saw the pitch-black aura with his own eyes did Xianxia immediately understand that the so-called demon folk were the demon race he was familiar with. In the past, when the ancient trolls revived outside Maplewood City, the demonic chi surrounded the city. Who knew how many people had been corrupted by the demonic chi and turned into demon folk? Even he had been corrupted. Fortunately, the energy in the gold and silver tree had turned into sealing power, sealing the ancient demonic chi in his dantian. Otherwise, he would have lost his mind long ago. The demonic chi was extremely corrosive. Anyone who came into contact with it could be turned into a demon folk, an existence that was neither human nor demon, enslaved by the demon race. A barren village like this actually hid so much demonic chi. It was clearly a trap. What surprised Xianxia even more was that the demonic chi was hidden extremely well. He actually failed to sense it when he used his soul sense to investigate earlier. The demonic chi could not appear out of thin air. Even if it was hidden underground, someone had to activate it. Xianxia also paid great attention to the several dozen unfamiliar auras earlier. With a sweep of his soul sense, Xianxia immediately discovered some clues. On the ground, under the cover of the demonic chi, there were bumps on the ground one after another, and those unfamiliar auras were emitted from these bumps. These bumps appeared silently and abruptly, and after a certain extent, they turned into human figures that seemed to be molded by sand. They had complete facial features, but their skin was dry like mud, and their whole body exuded an indescribable demonic chi. These were actually demon folk with unusual abilities. The sudden turn of events caused the 3,000 people to panic. No one had ever experienced such a thing. In the darkness, it was pitch black. Moreover, there seemed to be something hidden in the pitch-black aura that could evoke evil thoughts in people's hearts. It made people involuntarily restless, and they couldn't help but want to kill everything in front of them. The light of the wizard's magic shield lit up in the darkness, like guiding lights, giving the 3,000 people a bright direction. The light on Xianxia's body was particularly dazzling, directly spreading out to a radius of 10 feet, making all the demonic chi unable to enter. Concentrate, purify. Xianxia roared and took the lead in waving his hands. Circle after circle of milky white light shrouded the surrounding area. The dozen or so other magi, who were at a loss for what to do, instantly found their pillar of support when they heard this. They imitated the magi and began to cast the 2 magi spells. With this action, the level of the wizard was immediately determined. The light of the wizard spell cast by Xianxia could cover the whole village every time, and there were even more. Butterfly's light could only cover half of the village, and under the joint efforts of Yu and Lu, there was not much difference between them. The remaining 10 wizards and wizard apprentices paled in comparison. The worst of the wizard apprentices could only light up a radius of 10 feet. Chi-chi-chi-chi-chi sounds were loud. At the same time when the light of the wizard spell bloomed, the darkness that enveloped the sky seemed to have encountered nemesis, disappearing into the void in large pieces. The thick darkness was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demonic chi that was disturbing between heaven and earth at this moment was constantly moving around to avoid, as if it was alive, but it still couldn't avoid the light of the wizard spell. The situation was good, but Xianxia was cold all over. The barbarians didn't know much about the demonic chi, but he had personally experienced it once, so he knew the horror and power of the demonic chi. His 3,000 subordinates were basically all infected by the demonic chi, except for the 10 wizards who activated the wizard shield in time. Once infected by the demonic chi, it was inevitable that they would be turned into demons, and when that time came, they wouldn't recognize anyone, and it would be bloody and ferocious. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a shrill scream rang out. Following the source of this sound, Xianxia's heart sank. Not far away, there was already a tribesman who had been demonized by the demonic chi. The weapon in his hand viciously chopped off the tribesman's head without mercy. Could it be that the wizard bull tribe was going to be wiped out right after they set off? When the screams were heard, all the barbarians were shocked. No one knew what was going on around them. They could only huddle together in groups of 3 to 5, keeping their backs against each other and being vigilant of their surroundings. After the demonized tribesman killed one of his companions, he did not stop. He once again raised the weapon in his hand and chopped at another person. Xianxia shook his hand and a wizard chain flew towards the tribesman and tied him up tightly, making him unable to move. More screams were heard, one after another. It was obvious that many of the tribesmen had been killed by their trusted companions. Xianxia's spiritual sense shrouded the entire village. One wizard chain after another flew out of his hand and bound all the demonized tribesmen. After such a short delay, Xianxia suddenly realized that the situation was much better than he had expected. The 3,000 warriors of the Voodoo Bull tribe hadn't been completely annihilated. Roughly counting, only 100 of them had been demonized. The rest of the warriors didn't have much of a reaction, they were still conscious. It was just that the omnipresent demonic chi was constantly eroding their bodies. If the demonic chi was not dispelled quickly, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He continuously cast purification on a large scale, and every time he cast a spell, the demonic chi in the surroundings would fade a little. Other than him, the rest of the wizard were wantonly casting their wizard power and wizard spells. The wizard spells that the wizard cast seemed to be the nemesis of the demonic chi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the darkness that had shrouded the world had disappeared and light had returned. Only now did the clansman see the situation clearly. Hundreds of his companions died on the spot, blood flowing like a river. Many of his companions were tied up in chains by the wizard. They continued to struggle, and the eyes of these companions were all crimson black. They looked extremely terrifying, as if they had lost their rationality. A series of meaningless roars came from his mouth. This situation caused everyone to be horrified. On the other side, the dozens of bizarre existences that had emerged from the ground had only fully taken form at this moment, transforming into sand devils that seemed to be made of sand. These sand devils shuddered as a monstrous demonic chi swept out from their bodies, creating a whistling wind. Each of them moved swiftly, and pounced on the surrounding barbarians. Even though he had no idea what was so special about these sand demons, since they dared to charge over, they were enemies. The barbarian warriors roared, raised the weapons in their hands high, and launched a brave and pointless charge. The eagle screeched, and the air riders took to the sky, hovered over the village, and accurately shot down one arrow after another. On the other side, led by Yu and Lu, the dozens of wizards were also chanting spells, and a series of spells bloomed with colorful light. The battle started suddenly, and it ended quickly. Although the dozens of sand demons had successfully launched a wave of sneak attacks under the cover of the demonic chi, the wizard bull tribe members were a little flustered at the beginning, and lost some of their men. The following battle was completely one-sided. No one died, and only a dozen or so people were slightly injured. The dozens of sand demons were all killed. After the fierce battle, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Looking at the dead and demonized companions around them, they did not feel the slightest sense of victory. This was the first battle that the wizard bull tribe encountered since the day they set out from King City, and their opponents were only dozens of sand demons. But even in such a battle, there were also unbearable casualties. This made all the barbarians feel ashamed. "Ahu, come here." Yang Kai solemnly waved his hand and called. Ahu responded and walked a few steps to Yang Kai, and said in a deep voice, "Master, what orders do you have for me?" Although they were from the same village before, and they were very good friends, but now Yang Kai was the commander of an army, so Ahu could not call him casually in front of others. A commander should have the dignity of a commander. "Do you feel like something is wrong?" Yang Kai asked while putting his hand on Ahu's wrist. The wizard power surged and carefully checked Ahu's body. Ahu was silent for a moment, and then said, "I feel very uncomfortable." Yang Kai was shocked. "Where are you uncomfortable?" Ahu turned his head and looked to the side. "If I had been more careful, maybe fewer people would have died." Yang Kai was relieved and patted Ahu's shoulder at the same time. "Things have come to this, don't blame yourself, this time everyone is responsible." Waving his hand to dismiss him, Yang Kai looked at him blankly. Because under his investigation, Ahu did not have the slightest abnormality, and there was no trace of being contaminated by demonic chi. But just now, the demonic chi had enveloped the entire village, and the 3,000 people should have been contaminated without exception. In disbelief, he pulled a few more clansmen to check, and found that the situation was the same as Ahu's. All of them were very good. Which made Yang Kai frown. It was a good thing that the clansmen were contaminated by demonic chi, but he did not understand why. If all the clansmen were like this, it would be fine, but there were hundreds of people who had been transformed into demons. Thinking like this, he came to the side of a demonized clansman who was being controlled. At the moment, the clansman was in a delirious state, constantly growling, and his eyes were red and black. Yu was standing next to him, constantly casting purification and concentration, but it did not seem to have much effect. The other dozen or so wizards were also busy around the other demonized clansmen. Various wizard spells were cast, but there was no surprising scene. "Master, they can't be saved." Lu came from not far away, and a trace of sorrow appeared in her usually indifferent eyes. Yongkai did not answer, and his divine sense swept through every demonized clansman, and soon found a common point. Compared to the other clansmen, these clansmen were somewhat weak. Although the barbarians were all strong, there were also differences in strength, and these demonized clansmen were basically at the bottom of the 3,000 people. Obviously, the reason why they were demonized was related to their own strength. The barbarian warriors did not practice wizard spells, but only the physical body. The stronger the physical body, the more vigorous the vitality. On the other hand, the weaker the strength, the lower the vitality. Vitality. Yongkai muttered to himself, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind, making his eyes light up. Walking straight to one of the demonized clansmen, Yongkai reached out and touched his forehead. Everyone watched nervously, not knowing what Yongkai was going to do. But soon they found that after Yongkai touched the demonized clansman, his whole body was emitting a dark red vitality, and his body suddenly became a lot taller, as if he suddenly became a lot stronger. Bloodthirst spell. Lu and Yu's eyelids twitched, and they looked at each other in shock. Because they did not hear Yongkai's incantation, and this bloodthirst spell was cast. In other words, this bloodthirst spell alone, this wizard had reached the level of being able to cast spells from the heart. This was not a level that just anyone could reach, only a few people who had a high level of understanding of certain wizard spells would be able to achieve this. This was something that even they, who came from the wizard temple, could not achieve. Shock was shock, but what was the point of casting bloodthirst spell now? The clansman was already demonized, and it was already difficult to control. If the bloodthirst spell was added, the situation would be. Before they finished this thought, Lu and Yu looked at the clansman who was affected by the bloodthirst spell in shock. After the effect of the bloodthirst spell appeared, a layer of dark red appeared in the clansman's black eyes. Although it was not very eye-catching, it was very obvious when mixed with the black. The clansman who was roaring and struggling, at this moment, seemed to be startled, and stopped struggling. Then, there was a painful groan from his throat, and a trace of consciousness appeared in his eyes. He looked around, and finally fixed his eyes on Yongkai, and said with difficulty, "Wizard." "Great. Master." Yongkai looked solemn, and said in a deep voice, "You are a child of the barbarian god, you are a warrior of the barbarian tribe, you have a strong body and a strong will, I believe that you can defeat the evil in your heart, quickly find yourself, your brothers are waiting for you." Pairs of eyes looked at him. As if he had been encouraged, the clansman who had been demonized let out a low roar, and the dark red light on his body became brighter, and even the red in his eyes burned like flames. The darkness in his eyes was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. The next moment, a dark light suddenly overflowed from the clansman's 7 orifices. It was obvious that the demonic chi that had eroded his body was forced out. Yongkai raised his hand, and a purification spell was cast, purifying the demonic chi. After the demonic chi left his body, the clansman immediately seemed to collapse, forcing a smile, and fainted on the ground. A few clansmen who were familiar with him quickly went to check. And quickly turned around and said, "He's not dead, he just fainted." Yongkai nodded, and said, "Wait for him to wake up." Under the investigation of his divine sense, the demonic chi in the clansman's body had disappeared completely. In other words, the hidden danger had been eliminated. "Master, can the bloodthirst technique also restrain the demonic chi?" Rain looked at Yongkai curiously, with a look of curiosity on her face. Yongkai ordered his clansmen to bring his demonized companions over, and casually explained, "I don't know the specific situation, but I feel that it is not the bloodthirst technique that can restrain the demonic chi, but the strength of the barbarian tribe's warriors has the effect of resisting the demonic chi. The stronger the strength of the chi, the more it can resist the corrosion of the demonic chi." This was obvious. The reason why Ahu and the others remained unscathed after being contaminated by the demonic chi was because their bodies and vital energies were powerful enough. The 100 or so demonized clansmen were all the weakest existences in comparison. However, after Yongkai used the bloodlust technique on them, their vital energies would suddenly swell by 2 to 3 times, enough to force out the demonic chi that had invaded their bodies. Yongkai had only planned on experimenting earlier, but he never thought it would actually be so effective. Looking at it now, if he used the bloodlust technique on his clansmen when the demonic chi surged and stimulated their vital energies, they probably would not be corroded by the demonic qi. The barbarians' understanding of demonic qi was far too shallow. There was far too little useful information. When the demon folk invaded, the 4 tribes were destroyed. None of the 4 great tribes were spared, so there was obviously not a lot of information. Afterwards, the 4 great wizard saints took action and directly sought out the strongest people from the demon race. A great battle ensued. Before setting off from the king city, the wizard Dang had also said that he wanted the great wizard Dang to search for the weaknesses of the demon folk in battle. Now, Yang Kai felt like he had found a way to counter the demonic qi. However, if he used the bloodlust technique too many times, even the strongest clansman would not be able to avoid the fate of premature aging. However, who could care about that when the clan faced a crisis of life and death? As he thought about it, Yang Kai felt like something was off. If the power of vital energies alone could resist the corrosion of demonic qi, then there was no reason for so many cultivator to be turned into demon folk when the demonic qi surrounded Maplewood City in the past. Although most of the later cultivator did not focus on the cultivation of the body, they had nourished their bodies with the spiritual qi of the world for many years. Their physical constitution was not necessarily worse than his subordinates, Ahu and the others. However, in front of the demonic qi, they had no ability to resist at all. All those who were contaminated by the demonic qi were turned into demon folk without exception. Their performance was nowhere near as good as Ahu and the others. Out of the 3,000 people under him, only a little over 100 could not resist it. Was it the laws of heaven and earth? This ancient world was at least hundreds of thousands of years away from the modern world. The laws of heaven and earth of the 2 eras were completely different. Under different laws of heaven and earth, the experts that could be nurtured were also different. Just like how he couldn't unleash the slightest bit of his strength after coming to this place from the Emperor realm. The barbarians lived in this ancient world. Under the influence of the invisible but omnipresent laws of heaven and earth, perhaps they had something that the later cultivator did not have. This allowed them to resist the erosion of the demonic qi purely with the power of qi and blood. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After hearing Yang Kai's explanation, the other wizards were enlightened. For the first time, Rain and Du showed respect to Yang Kai. The 2 of them were the most talented wizard in the southern barbarian tribe. As long as they were given enough time, it would not be impossible for them to become wizard king. As an elite of the wizard temple, what they came into contact with and cultivated were the most powerful and profound spells and knowledge of their time. Although they were assigned by the wizard to listen to Yang Kai's orders, to be honest, Rain and Du did not think that this wizard could be much stronger than them. For a long time, the 2 of them only regarded Yang Kai as their equal and did not pay the corresponding respect. Because they felt that the 2 of them would surpass this wizard sooner or later. To reach a height that was difficult for him to reach. But after what happened just now, they found that not all powerful wizards were from the wizard temple. There were still masters among the people. Not to mention other things, just the bloodlust technique that was born from the heart shocked them. It was a technique that none of them could perform, even if they joined hands. At this moment, he found a way to cure the demonized people in a very short time. It was definitely not something that an ordinary wizard could do. This required an extremely wide vision and a huge amount of knowledge as a foundation. Yang Kai's inadvertent performance made the twins respect him. At the same time, under the command of Yang Kai, the other hundreds of demonized people also gathered in one place. Their eyes were all black. Although they were bound by the wizard's chains, they still roared like beasts. They bared their teeth at the people next to them, making everyone's heart palpitate. When Yang Kai waved his hand, a crimson light enveloped these clansmen. A layer of blood mist appeared on each of the demonized clansmen, and their crimson black eyes slowly bloomed with red light. After activating the power of blood, some of the people quickly regained their consciousness, but some of them needed more time. Black demonic qi constantly flowed out of their 7 orifices. More than 10 wizards worked together to cast a purification spell. Under the cover of the light, the demonic qi was purified as soon as it appeared. Just as everyone was looking on with joy, something unexpected happened. With a muffled bang, a demonized person's head exploded. Red and white matter splashed out, and his body fell limply to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. this was not the end. This person's experience was like a prairie fire, quickly spreading in all directions. With a series of explosions, more than 10 people fell to the ground and died. Everyone could clearly see that before these clansmen died, the crimson and black colors in their eyes were constantly clashing. It was as if two armies were using these clansmen's bodies as a battlefield, fighting for control of their bodies. When the two colors clashed to a certain limit, the people could no longer bear it. Fortunately, among the 100 or so people, only a dozen or so people had an accident. The rest were all saved. The demonic chi in their bodies was forced out, and then they fainted. After everything was done, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Remember today. Today's experience is the disgrace of our wizard's bull tribe. In the future, we will definitely make the demon folk pay back 100-fold." An army of 3,000 people had actually lost over 100 people to the sneak attack of several dozen sand demons. Even though a large part of the reason was due to a lack of information, it was still rather difficult for them to accept. Many of the clansmen clenched their fists silently. Their breathing became slightly heavy as they glanced past their companions who had died one by one. They suppressed this fury in their hearts, waiting for the right time to erupt. After ordering the clansmen to take care of their unconscious companions, Xianxia waved his hand. "Ahua. Master." Ahua took a step forward. "Send people to inform the nearby allies about our experience today. Let them learn a lesson from it." "Yes." Ahua accepted the order and immediately turned around to make arrangements. Although over 100 people had died in the wizard's bull tribe today, it was not all for nothing. At the very least, they learned about the sand demon's elusive methods, as well as the method to counter the demonic chi and save the demonized clansmen. This was extremely important information, so they had to pass it on as soon as possible. Perhaps it would reduce the losses of the other great wizard tribes by quite a lot. "Master, since this is a trap, we can't stay here any longer," Rain took a step forward and said softly. There had only been a few dozen sand demons earlier. If they delayed any longer, who knew whether even more demon folk would appear? Xianxia nodded. "Pass down the order. Rest here for 15 minutes before setting off." 15 minutes later, the wizard's bull tribe that was ready to set off continued towards the depths of the north in a mighty manner. After everyone had left, a bulge suddenly protruded from an empty space in the center of the village. The bulge slowly rose up, slowly turning into a shriveled sand demon. Its scarlet-black eyes glanced in the direction that Xianxia and the others had left in emotionlessly. Suddenly, it dove back into the ground and vanished. Half a day later, in a cave deep in the mountains, the sand demon suddenly appeared strangely. In the cave, a tall, slender woman in revealing clothes that exposed a large portion of her snow-white skin and a short tail behind her glanced at him before suddenly pressing her hand against the sand demon's head. Pitch-black demonic chi surged out from the woman's body, turning into visible streaks of light that wrapped around the sand demon. The sand demon immediately felt like he had been subjected to inhumane torture. His emotionless eyes actually became extremely terrifying, but even with that being the case, he dared not resist at all before the evil woman. All he could do was let her do whatever she wanted. The light in the evil woman's eyes flickered, and images flashed past one after another. They were all scenes of what had happened in the village earlier. Who knew what she had done, but she was actually able to reproduce everything that the sand demon had seen before. However, this method was clearly extremely domineering, not something that a normal person could endure. A while later, the evil woman pulled back, and the sand demon collapsed on the ground. He was feeble all over, as if he was about to die. The evil woman had no intention of paying attention to him at all. She could only sneer. Hateful outsiders, as expected, they attacked. Beside her, a short demon race wrapped in black chi asked, "Master, what happened?" The evil woman turned around and sat on a large stone chair. She propped up her chin with her snow-white hand and lazily said, "It's nothing much, only a few dozen sand demons died. Moreover, these outsiders seem to have a way to restrain us." The short demon race said, "Do you need this subordinate to lead people to those outsiders?" The evil woman shook her head, "No need. Before the demon Saint Master went into seclusion to heal, he gave us the order to just defend and not take the initiative to attack." "Then, are the sand demons going to die for nothing?" the short demon race asked. Die for nothing? The evil woman chuckled, but her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. How could that be? I have already memorized the appearance of that leader. Once the demon Saint Master recovers, I will personally settle the score with him. As she spoke, she licked her lips with her pink tongue, as if she was very hungry. Her coquettish appearance caused the short demon race to tremble. He forced himself to look away, his back drenched in cold sweat. The Queen Master was a famous succubus demon. Even among the 100 races of the demon race, she was one of the top existences. The men that were targeted by her never had a good ending. Even if he was a demon commander, if he was immersed in the Queen Master's light of charm, he would quickly lose his mind and become her plaything. Being able to spend a night with the Queen was wonderful, but if he became a walking corpse in the future, it would be a disaster. Master, where are we going? Rain looked at Xianxia curiously. Ever since they left the village 3 days ago, the 3,000 people had been marching in a very strange direction, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes south, sometimes north. There was no pattern to it at all. It was like Xianxia had casually given out orders on a whim. Logically speaking, Xianxia was the leader of the group, so obviously everyone had to follow his orders. However, such an aimless and strange march always left people scratching their heads. After holding it in for a few days, Rain finally could not help but ask what exactly was going on. Pass down my orders. Turn southeast and advance at full speed. Xianxia called out before glancing at Rain leisurely. He grinned. Where else can we go? To get revenge, obviously. Revenge? Rain and Lu, who stood together, were both taken aback. Revenge on who? Where were they going to get revenge? During the past few days, the group had not managed to find any useful information. And, apart from accidentally suffering a sneak attack in the village last time, the past 3 days had been peaceful, which made them wonder whether the demon folk had all retreated or not. Now that Xianxia had suddenly mentioned revenge, they were obviously confused. However, Xianxia had no intention of explaining it to her. In his mind, a faint connection guided him forward. He gazed in that direction and squinted his eyes. Cold light flickered in his eyes. There was still a sand demon hidden in the village. Xianxia had learnt this back then. However, he did not kill him immediately. Instead, he secretly attached a sliver of his soul sense to the sand demon. A while after his group left the village, he sensed the sand demon leave in a certain direction as well. Half a day later, he stopped somewhere. During the past few days, the sand demon had always stopped at a certain place, and that place was clearly a demon cavern. His target was that demon cavern. The outcome of the initial battle was not ideal. Against several dozen sand demons, over 100 people had actually died out of a group of 3,000. During the past few days, every single barbarian warrior had been holding back a ball of anger. They were all hoping to encounter other demon folk and have a good battle with them so that they could avenge their fallen companions. That Devil's Den was the best place for them to vent their anger. On the other hand, the Wizard Bull Division also needed a solid victory to boost their morale. These few days of marching were not aimless. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that the Wizard's Bull tribe was patrolling the Devil's Den in a radius of 300 miles. The situation was slightly better than Xianxia had anticipated. There were no other demon folk in the surroundings. It seemed that the Devil's Den was the only thing that existed within a radius of 1,000 miles. This way, once the Wizard's Bull clan and the Devil's Den start fighting, they won't have to worry about being ambushed from behind. The only problem right now was how many demon folk were in the demon cavern, and what kind of powerful cultivators watched over them. Half a day later, the team marched into a valley. Xianxia raised his hand slightly, and the 3,000 people stopped abruptly. He ordered the clansmen to rest where they were and take out their own rations to recover. Xianxia summoned over a dozen wizard subordinates for a secret discussion. When they learnt that there was actually a Devil's Den 50 kilometers away, they were all astounded. They basically refused to believe it. They had not seen Xianxia do anything out of the ordinary in the past few days, nor had he left the main group, so where did he get this information from? When they learnt that Xianxia wanted to personally investigate the Devil's Den, the wizard subordinates all became worried. Yu and Lu even volunteered themselves. They wanted to take on this mission. Although the two of them were wizards of the southern barbarian tribe, they had cultivated in the wizard temple for so many years, so they still had some grasp over the art of concealment and concealment. A job like this did not require great strength, but if their whereabouts were exposed, the outcome would definitely not be too good. Towards the good intentions of the two sisters, Kai Yang naturally refused. After giving a few more instructions to the wizard subordinates, Yang Kai suddenly vanished with a flash. Butterfly was used to this, but the other wizard subordinates could not help but drop their jaws. They looked around, trying to find Yang Kai, but how were they supposed to find him? A while later, Yang Kai drifted over like a ghost in the demon cavern 50 kilometers away. The demon folk guarding the entrance were like decorations. This was the belly of a mountain. The interior seemed to have been hollowed out. It was huge, and the tunnels in the belly of the mountain twisted and turned. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Yang Kai held his breath and focused. He hid himself as he investigated the situation here. Without knowing whether there were any powerhouses watching over this place, Yang Kai was afraid to release his soul sense recklessly. He could only investigate bit by bit. There were indeed quite a few demon folk in the demon cave, and these demon folk didn't seem to belong to the same race, because they all had different sizes. The tall demon race members were even more majestic than the strongest barbarian race warriors, while the short demon race members were only 3 feet tall, as if they were pocket-sized people. Without exception, these demon folk all exuded a kind of demon chi that Yang Kai found extremely disgusting. The uneven density of this demon chi showed the difference in their strength. This was the first time he had come into contact with a demon race at such a close distance. He had no idea what kind of abilities they possessed, so Yang Kai dared not lower his guard at all. Moving through the demon cavern, Yang Kai discovered another phenomenon that gave him a headache very soon. There were actually quite a few demonized barbarians here. These barbarians were clearly the clansmen of the 4 destroyed tribes. According to the reports, the 4 tribes had been completely wiped out, without a single survivor, but that did not seem to be the case now. It was just a portion of the barbarians that had been demonized into demon folk. He could tell that there was a huge difference in status between the demonized demon folk and the proper demon folk. Any demon folk could order them around, while the demonized barbarians did not complain at all. Instead, they were extremely cautious and fearful before the demon folk, obeying their orders with their heads lowered. They were like slaves. Not only were their regular clansmen demonized, but Yang Kai even saw a few wizards. The strongest one was clearly a wizard. Yet now, this wizard, who was extremely noble even among the barbarians, had been ordered around by a short demon folk like a servant. He allowed the demon folk to scold and beat him as he pleased, without complaining at all. Shaking his head slightly, Yang Kai continued deeper in. Not long after, a beast-like roar suddenly rang out. The roar was mixed with an indescribable evil aura. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and followed the source of the sound. Not long after, he arrived at a huge cave. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had sensed something. They all looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression froze. He hurriedly used the Nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. The pairs of scarlet eyes stared at him for a while before slowly retracting. Yang Kai could clearly see that the owners of these pairs of scarlet eyes were clearly demonic chi-entwined beasts. The demon race also had a monster beast? Wouldn't that be a demonic beast? He just did not know how these demonic beasts differed from a monster beast. After carefully observing these demonic beasts for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense. After confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly appeared beside a demonic beast and grabbed it. With a surge of his divine sense, he completely enveloped it and stowed it away in the sealed world bead. This action clearly alarmed the other demonic beasts. In an instant, over 100 demonic beasts in the cave stood up together, roaring continuously. A series of hurried footsteps rang out from afar. Clearly, a demon folk had sensed the abnormality here and wanted to see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered. By the time the demon folk arrived, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At this moment, Yang Kai felt slightly awkward. The teleportation earlier had accidentally brought him to a very unusual place. This place was extremely spacious, dotted with strange stones, making the cave seem hazy and dense. In a room in front of him, there was actually a series of moaning sounds that would make one's heart beat faster. The moaning sounds were mellow and extremely pleasing to the ear. When they reached his ears, it was like a small, invisible hand was plucking at his heartstrings, making his heart itch unbearably. Yang Kai hid in the dark shadows with a strange expression. He could guess what was going on even if he used his toes to guess. Quietly scanning with his divine sense, it was just as he had guessed. There was a stone bed in the cave. A muscular and burly berserker lay naked on the bed, and a woman with a graceful figure was sitting on the berserker's body. Her delicate and fair body was heaving up and down. Her head was raised, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. She was gasping for breath. A large expanse of snow-white, dazzling Kai Yang made him feel dizzy and his mouth dry. As for the berserker who was lying motionlessly on the stone bed, it was clear that he had an extremely delighted expression on his face. He was captivated by her beauty, and his strong physique formed an extremely stark contrast with the delicate woman. The strong visual conflict was enough to make any man unable to control himself. Bitch! Yang Kai cursed in his heart and carefully retracted his divine sense. Although he did not carefully investigate, he could feel that this woman was not to be trifled with. She should have the strength equivalent to a wizard king, and a high-grade wizard king at that. She was definitely the strongest person he had encountered in this demon cave. Perhaps she was the leader of this place. The woman's characteristics as a member of the demon race were obvious. Not to mention the faintly discernible demonic chi in her delicate body, just the short tail behind her showed that she was a member of a different race. Fortunately, this woman was immersed in the pleasure of intimacy, otherwise, his actions just now would have definitely alarmed her. Yang Kai was not too afraid of an existence comparable to a high-grade wizard king, but this time he was only here to scout for information. It would not be good to act rashly and alert the enemy. Quietly lying in wait, Yang Kai prepared to find an opportunity to leave. On the stone bed, the woman's movements became more and more violent. Her beautiful hair flew in the wind and became messy. Her delicate breathing also became louder and louder. Seeing that the woman was about to reach a critical point and Yang Kai was about to leave, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind him and a dagger swiftly swept towards his neck. This dagger was completely black and did not reflect the slightest light. It was mysterious and traceless. Moreover, this black shadow moved without any warning. Yang Kai, who was in the enemy's nest, did not constantly release his divine sense to be alert. In a moment of carelessness, he actually succeeded. It wasn't until he felt a chill on his neck that Yang Kai suddenly became alert, and almost reflexively urged the wizard's power to resist. Chi! With a sound, sparks flew everywhere, and the sharp dagger swept past Yang Kai's neck, bringing out a string of fine blood beads. Although his attack was successful, the person who launched the sneak attack from behind was a little stunned. This was because he could feel that although his opponent was injured, it was only a superficial wound. In other words, his surprise attack did not achieve the desired result. While he was still in a daze, Kai Yang had already turned around and sent a punch towards him. A muffled groan sounded, and in the black fog, a 3 feet tall figure suddenly appeared, his eyes bulging high, his chest almost collapsed, and his whole body hit the stone wall, blood spurting out. After landing, this short demon race showed a look of fear. Seeing Yang Kai punching again, his face changed greatly, and his body shook, turning into a cloud of black smoke, causing Yang Kai's punch to hit empty air. Yang Kai frowned slightly, although a few days ago he fought with the sand demon, but this was the first time he encountered such a short demon race. Such a troublesome ability did not give him the time to find a way to break it. The black fog quickly retreated. At the same time, an extremely sharp cry sounded from behind, like a cuckoo crying blood. And at the same time that the sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's soul shook, and he felt quite uneasy, and an illusion of a demon dancing wildly appeared in front of his eyes. Soul attack. Yang Kai shook his head hard, guarded his mind, and urged the power of his soul to eliminate the effect of the scream. Chi-chi sounds came from behind, and the sound of wind and thunder was loud. Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand, blocking the side of his body. With a light snap, a soft whip made of an unknown material was blocked by him, but it was not over, although the soft whip that suddenly attacked was blocked. It magically turned a half circle with his hand as the center, and the head of the whip went straight for his face. In a flash, the head of the whip opened its mouth, and the big mouth was densely covered with fangs. Flashing a dark green light, it hissed and bit at Xianxia. This was not a soft whip, it was clearly a poisonous snake. Xianxia suddenly stretched out his other hand, and pinched the snake's head with great precision. With a squeeze, the snake's head was crushed. A cry of surprise came from behind, as if it did not expect Xianxia's reaction to be so fast that even such a killing move could be easily resolved. The next moment, a fragrant wind flew to Xianxia's side, and turned into a white light, a sky full of palm shadows to envelop him. Xianxia took a deep breath and stood firm, his hands also transforming into a series of afterimages. Pa. Rapid and dense sound, Xianxia's voice, when the white light retreated, and rested, the rock's cave, it was as if it could collapse cessest. Everything happened in a very short time, since the short demon race hiding in the darkness launched a sneak attack. At this moment, Xianxia and the white shadow fought in the blink of an eye. Only then did Xianxia slowly turn around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked in front of him with a mocking expression. Less than 5 feet away from him, a woman was standing there quietly. Her figure was delicate, making people feel pity for her. However, her figure was very good. She was quite well-rounded. Her lower abdomen was flat, her legs were long and slender, and her skin was so fair that it was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. It was as if she had just been moistened by rain and dew. This female demon's face was slightly red, and there was a trace of satisfaction in her watery eyes. This female demon was the one Xianxia secretly observed just now. She fought with the black shadow not far from her, so she naturally noticed it. At this moment, she was completely naked. The most beautiful part of her body was openly displayed, and she did not feel uncomfortable at all. Beside this female demon, a black shadow was floating, and a weak aura was emitted from it. It was obviously the demon race that failed to sneak attack Xianxia and was injured by Xianxia. "It's you." The female demon glanced at Xianxia, and her eyes lit up. She tilted her head and said with an innocent look, "You actually found this place, you're really amazing." Xianxia grinned and said, "Do we know each other?" The female demon smiled and said, "Don't we know each other now?" Xianxia nodded and said, "What's your name?" The female demon giggled, and her snow-white breasts jiggled. She said with a teasing look in her eyes, "Demon King Xianxia." "Demon King?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "If you're the Demon King, then is the Demon King above the Demon Saint?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a smile and said, "Little brother, are you trying to get information from me? That's not a smart move." Xianxia shrugged and said, "It's my first time dealing with you, so I'm just casually chatting. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. You're quite interesting." Xianxia looked at Xianxia from head to toe and frowned slightly. She said with some regret, "You're just a little weak." Xianxia sneered, "Being small doesn't mean you're weak. You're also someone who's experienced hundreds of battles. Haven't you encountered a silver spearhead before?" Xianxia nodded in agreement, "You're right. That's right, above the Demon King is the Demon Saint. Don't you have a saint on your side? A few days ago, they even fought. Don't tell me you don't know about it." "Of course I know. It seems like both sides were injured. It's a pity I didn't see it with my own eyes." Xianxia looked at him with a strange expression, "You want to see it with your own eyes? Be careful not to lose your life." Xianxia laughed, "Everything about me is tough, especially my life." Xianxia said meaningfully, "Then I'll have to take a good look." "You'll have the chance." Xianxia nodded slightly and changed the topic, "If the Demon Saint is above you, then what's below you?" "What's below me, can't you see it?" Xianxia's face suddenly blushed, and her tone became gentle. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her beautiful charm, and the surrounding atmosphere changed abruptly. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and looked down, I see it. The short devil who had been standing next to Xianxia suddenly let out a muffled groan and ran away as fast as he could. Xianxia had used her charm, so he did not dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he would immediately become her captive and become a walking corpse. "Don't mind him. He's just a useless little thing." Xianxia smiled lightly, and a faint moan came from her throat. Her delicate body was slightly red, and she bit her red lips. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Can you help me? Okay. Yang Kai's eyes were blurred, and while he agreed, he walked forward. His breathing became heavy, and his eyes were like leeches biting on Xiaoya's pure white body. This invasive gaze seemed to be very useful to Xiaoya, and her entire body was filled with unimaginable pleasure. She giggled, and there was a strange magic in her laughter. She opened her arms and hugged Yang Kai. In her arms, Yang Kai, who should have lost his ability to think, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He grabbed Xiaoya's hair and pulled, causing her body to bend backwards. Ouch! Xiaoya cried out, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She frowned. What are you doing? Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. What do you think I'm doing? Xiaoya was startled, and said in shock, how can you? Looking at his mocking eyes, Xiaoya immediately understood that he was not affected by her charm at all. How is this possible? She was from the famous succubus demon clan among the 100 clans of the demon race. She was also the demon king of the succubus demon clan. Her opponent's aura was clearly several levels lower than hers, and she could easily charm such an opponent. But in fact, the charm she had silently used did not work. His previous confusion was just a disguise. Looking at the mocking and cold look in his eyes, there was no trace of him being charmed. Yang Kai laughed. You dare to show off your little skill in front of this wizard with a mere charm? You really don't know your place. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Xiaoya's full chest. Xiaoya had never encountered something like this before. Her charm had failed, and she was momentarily stunned. It was only when Yang Kai made his move that she screamed in horror. At the same time that she screamed, Yang Kai felt as if an invisible blade had stabbed into his head, causing his head to sink slightly. However, his fist had already landed on Xiaoya's chest. With a boom, the wizard's power exploded. Xiaoya's snow-white and plump breasts exploded, turning into a pool of blood. Using the force of the impact, and taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai's soul was affected, Xiaoya swung her head, and her hair was cut off. Her whole body slid away from Yang Kai like a loach. After regaining her balance, Xiaoya looked down at her chest with a pale face, and her whole body trembled. The 2 snow-white lumps that she had always been proud of were now missing one. Blood dripped down from her lower abdomen and flowed down to her legs. I'm going to kill you. Xiaoya screamed as if she had gone mad. She was from the succubus demon clan, and her beautiful body was one of her assets. Now that Yang Kai had made her look like neither a human nor a ghost, she could not accept it. Although it was not impossible to recover from such injuries, she would need to pay a price to do so. In a moment of carelessness, she had suffered a great loss at the hands of a barbarian who was several levels weaker than her. Yang Kai did not say anything. His body swayed, and he pounced towards Xiaoya again. Although he was here to gather information, since he had already exposed himself, he might as well go all out. It would be best if he could kill this demon king here, and it would not be a waste of time for him to come here. Looking at the barbarian who was charging toward her like an angry lion, Xiaoya instinctively felt a sense of danger. It was as if she would die if she did not leave now. She could not believe this thought when it came to her mind. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoya decided to follow her instincts. A ring of light suddenly bloomed from her body, sending out an incomparably strong resistance. Flying in front of her, Yang Kai, who had not yet had the time to ruthlessly destroy her, was pushed back a few steps by this ring of light. A sand demon suddenly emerged from the ground where Xiaoya was standing, grabbed the injured Xiaoya, and burrowed into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai pounced again, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai released his divine sense and sensed that the aura belonging to Xiaoya was rapidly escaping. Soon, it was deep underground and out of Yang Kai's perception range, making him feel powerless. Yang Kai could not help but frown at the sand demon's ability. Fortunately, these sand demons seemed to have low intelligence. Otherwise, this special ability alone would be enough to render the barbarians helpless. Xiaoya had escaped, and Yang Kai could not chase after her. Rumbling sounds came from all directions. Obviously, the demon race had sensed the commotion, or had received Xiaoya's order to surround Yang Kai and take him down with their numbers. In the darkness, groups of shadows appeared. Like the short demon race from before, they were a race that specialized in concealment and assassination. But before they could even prepare themselves, Kai Yang let out a sinister grin and pounced into the enemy group like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Wherever he passed, blood mist exploded in the air, like blooming flowers of blood, enchanting and cruel. The black shadows conveyed their feelings of panic and retreated one after another. Other tall demon race warriors rushed out from the surrounding corridors, raised their weapons, and charged at Yang Kai without fear of death. Yang Kai stood in place with Myriad's sword in his hand. He swept his sword around and cut any demon race that dared to charge at him in half. Blood and organs spilled all over the ground, and the cave was filled with the pungent smell of blood. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai was unscathed. The demon race, on the other hand, had suffered hundreds of casualties. All the demon race masters were aware that something was wrong. This guy in front of them was not someone they could contend with, so even if they didn't fear him, they didn't dare step forward easily. Instead, all of them stood in place in horror as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Are you going up or not?" Yang Kai tilted his broadsword and grinned, "If you're not going up, then I'm going up." The demon race members didn't answer. Yang Kai immediately moved. With a flash of his body, he circled around the cave at lightning speed. When he returned to his original spot, the Myriad sword was dripping with dark red blood. One figure after another fell to the ground without a sound. Yang Kai sneered, "A bunch of trash." As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed, and a dark green color appeared on his cheeks. He cried out involuntarily, "Slut, you actually used poison. Shameless." The dark green color was like a living thing. After it appeared on Yang Kai's face, it immediately spread to every part of his body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body turned green. Even the top of his head was emitting a green light. Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Ha ha ha ha." Xianxia's maniacal laughter echoed in the cave, her voice drifting in and out. He didn't know where she was hiding and secretly watching. Even with the strength of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't lock onto her. Although the green demon's poison isn't the strongest poison, it is still the most mysterious and difficult to guard against among the 100 clans of the demon race. "Little brother, you're dead. Maybe you can beg me to turn you into a slave and live." Yang Kai frowned and thought back. Among the demon race members he just killed, there was indeed a guy who was green. He looked a little different from the other demon race members. In that case, the demon race member was the green demon that Xianxia mentioned. However, Yang Kai didn't see any signs of him attacking, and he didn't have any physical contact with the demon race. Even so, he was still poisoned. The green demon's poison was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. With a cold snort, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes." Xianxia's voice suddenly turned cold. "I'll slap your mouth and make you pay for your arrogance. Broken shoes, broken shoes, broken shoes, your whole family is broken shoes." Xianxia didn't say anything. She was probably very angry. There was no sound around. There was no demon race member, and there was no sign of Xianxia. Yang Kai curled his lips and said sarcastically, "If you don't come out, I'm going to leave." There was still no response. Yang Kai nodded. His body flickered and suddenly disappeared. He left as soon as he said he would. After confirming that Yang Kai was gone for a long time, Xianxia slowly appeared somewhere in the void. She was still covered in clothes, but she didn't look weak and seductive like before. Instead, her face was full of anger. The cold air around her almost froze the flames. The short shadow demon silently appeared beside her and said anxiously, "Master, are we just going to let that guy go?" Xianxia snorted. "You don't want him to go?" The short demon race said, "He killed many of our people." "Then why didn't you let him stay just now?" Xianxia turned her head and asked. The short demon race had an awkward expression. He thought to himself, "If even you don't want to face such a madman, how much can I do with my small body?" He had accidentally been punched by him just now and had almost been killed. He couldn't understand how that skinny body could produce such domineering strength. "Humph, he's been poisoned by the green demon. Unless he turns into a member of my demon race, he'll definitely die." Just wait, he'll come back and beg me. Xianxia sneered. She looked like she had victory in her hands. The short demon race heard this and felt that it made sense. Although the green demons didn't have much of a position in the demon race and were vassals of the succubus demon race, their poison was very effective against creatures that weren't part of the demon race. Once infected by the green demon's poison, there was no other way to get rid of it. Since that terrifying barbarian was already poisoned, there was no need to continue forcing him. Xianxia's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The short demon race looked at the corpses around him and sighed. He said, "Throw these into the beast lair." Immediately, many sand demons appeared from the ground and silently moved the corpses into the beast lair. Obviously, they were going to use these corpses as food for the demon beasts. "Master, what is going on?" 100 miles away from the demon lair, as soon as Xianxia appeared, more than 10 wizards looked at him in shock. The surrounding barbarian warriors also opened their mouths wide and looked at him in a daze. Dressed in green, he looked very delicate and new. Even the top of his head was emitting a green glow. He was very eye-catching in the crowd. If this was any other occasion, people would laugh their heads off. However, everyone knew that Xianxia had gone to the demon lair to scout for information. Now that he suddenly came back with a green glow, it was obvious that something bad had happened. This made everyone turn pale with fright. Who could still laugh? Pairs of worried and nervous eyes looked at him. Xianxia was the leader of this team and was the spiritual pillar in everyone's hearts. If something bad happened to him, then this team would have no one to lead them. On the battlefield where the two clans were at war, how much could a team without a leader be of any use? Perhaps the demon race would only need a small counterattack to wipe out all 3,000 people. I accidentally got poisoned. Xianxia's face darkened. He waved his hand and pushed back the few wizards who were about to approach him. "Don't get too close to me. It might be contagious." Contagious? Hearing this, the few wizards who were about to approach him instinctively took a few steps back. They seemed to have realized that their actions were not appropriate. Their faces were slightly embarrassed. "Poison of the green demon?" Rain suddenly asked. "Huh?" Xianxia looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" Rain could actually identify the origin and name of the poison. It was obvious that she did not blindly guess. She really knew. But even Xianxia had only just learned of this matter, so how could you have known? Rain nodded slightly and said, "It really is the poison of the green demon." Lu added, "Then there is no saving him." The twin sisters spoke one after another and directly sentenced Xianxia to death. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes looked at him with pity. "How did you know about the poison of the green demon?" Xianxia asked again. The twins looked at each other. Rain said, "There is a book in the wizard temple that recorded some things about the demon race. There is very little information, and it is not comprehensive. However, there is a description of the green demon. We came across it by accident." "So it was the wizard temple." Xianxia nodded slightly. From the knowledge passed down by Green, Xianxia knew that this was not the first time that the demon folk had invaded a large area of land. In other words, the residents of this land had some contact with the demon folk before. Although it had been tens of thousands of years, and basically no one remembered the situation of that war, it was normal for the wizard temple to have some records about the demon race as the most important existence in the entire barbarian race. In the Wizard Ox tribe, the oldest wizard disciple said with a trembling voice, "Master and Wizard Ox, is there really no way to cure the poison of the green demon?" Rain and Lu shook their heads at the same time. Rain said, "Although there is no way to cure it, you don't have to worry about it being contagious. The poison of the green demon is not contagious." As she said that, as if to prove what she said, she actually went up and touched Xianxia's cheek. Xianxia frowned, but he did not avoid it. When Rain pulled back her hand, there was no trace of the poison at all. This was more or less good news. However, the wizard looked at Xianxia with a grief-stricken expression. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "What are the symptoms of the green demon's poison?" Rain shook her head. "The records are not comprehensive. They only mention a few things. All they know is that if you want to cure the poison with the green light that you're shining with right now, you can only be demonized into a demon, or you'll definitely die. I don't know much about the rest. Lu said, Master, do you have any last words? We can pass them on for you. Xianxia laughed. I'm not dead yet. Lu said seriously, but if you die, you won't have a chance to say anything. Xianxia nodded. I won't die. I don't know why, but I feel good right now, so please don't worry. Rain and Lu frowned at the same time. They glanced at each other and could see the uneasiness in each other's hearts. As twins, the two of them had practiced wizard spells together for many years and had long reached the level of telepathy. Therefore, even if it was just a simple exchange of glances, they could see each other's thoughts. The poison of the green demon was incurable, but the wizard bull said that he wouldn't die. Then, he only had one choice. How much do you know about the demon race? Xianxia asked again. Rain collected her thoughts and replied, not much, the information recorded in the ancient book is really little. Other than the green demon, there is also a corresponding red demon. These two demon race caused countless casualties in the last war. Red demon? Xianxia raised his eyebrows, and some laughable figures involuntarily appeared in his mind. Is it a short and round guy with red skin and hair? Maybe. Rain wasn't too sure. What special ability does the red demon have? Rain said, the red demon is also known as the explosive demon. The only value and use of their existence is to explode. There is such a demon race? Xianxia was shocked. In the demon's den, Xianxia had indeed killed a few red-skinned demon race. Those demon race emitted an extremely dangerous aura from head to toe. They were short, but they were fat and round, like a wooden barrel. When he killed them, he didn't feel anything. Now that he heard Rain's explanation, he knew that these guys were completely born to explode. Thinking about it, if they didn't know this news in advance, they would encounter an army of red demons and the red demons would explode one by one in the battle. The barbarians would definitely suffer heavy casualties. This was another extremely important piece of information. However, regarding the demon race, the Rain sisters only knew about the red demon and the green demon. They didn't even know about the sand demon before. Therefore, they couldn't provide Xianxia with too much information for reference. On the other hand, Xianxia went to the demon's den and obtained a lot of information. He told the wizard what he saw and told them to pass it down so that when the two armies fought in the future, the clansmen would be careful. Subsequently, Xianxia found an open space and raised his hand. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared. It was the demonic beast that Xianxia had captured from the Devil's Denver. This demonic beast's body was surrounded by a pitch-black aura that constantly overflowed. As soon as it appeared, it let out an angry roar, scaring the dozen or so shamans. They all looked at the demon beast in surprise, then at Xianxia. She had no idea how he had managed to conjure such a big fellow out of thin air. However, Xianxia had already placed several restrictions on this demonic beast, and its strength was completely sealed. So, even though it looked ferocious, it couldn't display the slightest effect. There seems to be cavalry in the demon race. These demonic beasts are their mounts. Let's do some research and see if we can find any weaknesses. It would be best if we can use them. If we can't find any weaknesses, it's fine too. I'll just kill them. Kai Yang threw down these words. He then walked to a wooden house that had just been built by the side. A group of wizards immediately surrounded that demonic beast and began studying it in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Xianxia had also been hiding in the wooden house for 2 days without appearing. Nobody knew what he was doing. The army of 3,000 had suppressed their anger and fighting spirit, yet they had nowhere to vent it. Within the Devil's Den, Xianxia sat on her own throne. Her tight and revealing clothes accentuated her beautiful figure. The lump of chaotic origin essence that was blown apart by Xianxia a few days ago had regained its majesty. It was unknown what secret technique she had used. It actually allowed her injuries to recover completely. At this moment, her hand was supporting her chin as if she was taking a nap. That short and small demon race stood there silently without any aura. It was like a dead person. After a long time, Xianxia opened her eyes and said indifferently, "What's the situation over there? Is he not here yet?" The short and small demon race immediately replied, according to the spies of the Sandmen, the mood of the other races over there is slightly unstable. Instead, that fellow has been hiding all this while without any special movements. Xianxia sneered, it seems he is thinking of ways to neutralize the poison of the Green Devil. What a joke. If the poison of the Green Devil could be neutralized so easily, it wouldn't be the most mysterious poison of our demon race. But for him to be able to hold on for 2 days without yielding, he is quite formidable. As she spoke, she stood up. Her beautiful eyes were sharp as she said, pass down the order for the clansmen to prepare. The short and small demon race became spirited. Master, are you going to start a war with them? Xianxia sneered, if he doesn't come looking for me, I'll go look for him, right? It's rare to see such an interesting slave. I don't wish for him to die just like that. When the short and small demon race heard that, he could not help but feel sad for that barbarian. But he still turned around and passed down the order. In an instant, the demonic chi in the devil's den surged and many members of the demon race gathered. Half an hour later, the members of the bull wizard tribe, who were 100 miles away, suddenly felt a strange sound coming from the ground. At the same time, the sky cavalry in the sky blew the horn in their hands. The dull sound resounded through the sky. The 3,000 clansmen's expressions turned cold. They all picked up their weapons and got into formation. Xianxia's body was still covered in green light. He quickly walked out of the wooden house and looked up at the devil's den. He saw that the sky there was dark, as if a storm was coming. The darkness was quickly rushing over, trying to cover up the light. Xianxia's mouth hooked up and he sneered. More than a dozen wizards stood in front of the 3,000 clansmen. They all looked at him with worried expressions. Xianxia had been poisoned for 2 days. Although he seemed to be fine now, who knew when he would not be able to hold on? Now that the war was about to start, what if he was affected by the green poison in the battle and accidentally died? In this kind of war, if the commander died, it would be a great blow to everyone. It might even turn the victory into nothing. But at this critical moment, no matter how worried they were, they could not ask. They could only pray in their hearts. Yu and Lu were also prepared for the worst. Xianxia's eyes swept over the dozen wizard and looked at the 3,000 clansmen. He took a deep breath and shouted, standing here are the most elite warriors of the barbarian race. They are my wizard companions of the bull tribe. The demon race has come. Our only choice is to fight to the death with them. Our opponent is the enemy who attacked us in the village a few days ago. A few days ago, we lost hundreds of people, but that is just the beginning. If you do not win this war, then thousands of people will die. They will kill our men, take our women, enslave our children, and conquer our land. The 3,000 clansmen's breathing became heavy. Their fighting spirit soared and gathered into a ball. It was as if they wanted to tear apart the sea of clouds. This war is our first real war, so we only have one goal, to win. Not only do we have to win beautifully. Only in this way can we wash away the shame of the wizard bull tribe a few days ago. My warriors, are you all ready? Roar. The 3,000 clansmen were like 3,000 crazy beasts. Even without the support of the bloodlust spell, their eyes were glowing red. Xianxia smiled slightly and raised his hand to point at the place where the darkness was the thickest. If you are ready, then let them pay the price. The eagle's cry sounded, and the air riders quickly rose to the sky. Under the leadership of their respective captains, the 10 regular teams did not say a word and quickly rushed to the battlefield. The orderly and dense footsteps made the earth begin to tremble. The guards surrounded the dozen or so adepts, guarding the place with their lives on the line. Cryptic incantations began to ring out as beams of magical light bloomed from the hands of the adepts, enveloping the 10 regular squads in circles. Bloodlust spell, lightness spell, stone armor spell, mega strength spell, life chain. Every warrior's body was glowing with colorful light. Every strong barbarian became taller, with bulging muscles and ferocious faces. Their originally red eyes became even redder. Without any fancy moves, the demon race and the barbarian race charged at each other as if they had agreed beforehand. Looking down from the sky, the two teams with thousands of people converged from different directions. The wide flat ground in the middle was the battlefield. The distance of 100 miles was shortened in just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Moreover, the barbarians' desire to fight and kill had soared to the limit after traveling dozens of miles. When the black clouds began to cover the earth, the two armies officially met. The barbarians who were charging at the front were slightly stunned. That was because they saw familiar faces. Those were the faces of the barbarians. Those were the faces of the barbarians of the past. The vanguard of the demon race's camp was actually the demonized barbarians. But at this moment, these barbarians had lost their usual clarity of mind. Every one of them seemed to have gone crazy. It was as if the barbarians in front of them were not their former compatriots, but their irreconcilable enemies. They mercilessly raised the weapons in their hands and fiercely hacked down. Kill, an angry roar sounded. The wizard's bull tribe was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. Thanks to the information that Xianxia had gathered, everyone was mentally prepared to encounter such a situation in the battle against the demon race. Every barbarian had asked themselves if they would be able to kill the demonized barbarians if they were to encounter them. No matter what the current situation of these barbarians was, they were barbarians. They had their own brothers and sisters. Maybe there was a chance to save them. But soon, everyone realized that this kind of thinking was meaningless. If they were to encounter such a barbarian on the battlefield, letting them die quickly would be the best relief. Showing mercy to them would be irresponsible to their companions. In front of the crowd, Tiger jumped up high. He jumped 100 feet high, and fiercely hacked down with the giant axe in his hand. The attack had not yet arrived, but the sharp aura of the giant axe had already caused the skin of the demonized barbarian to crack open. By the time Tiger landed on the ground, the barbarian had already been split into two. Tiger raised the giant axe high, and fiercely roared, "Kill!" Pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere. The battlefield seemed to have turned into a giant meat grinder, shredding all the living creatures that entered it into pieces. One by one, the demonized barbarians fell to the ground. Although they were also born in the barbarian tribe and had strong bodies, they had not been blessed with any witchcraft. After being demonized, they had lost their independent thinking. Now, they were only humanoid weapons that were purely occupied by the idea of killing. How could such an existence fight against a real barbarian that was well-equipped, filled with killing intent, and blessed by the wizard's spells? Therefore, when the two armies clashed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the other hand, the warriors of the wizard's bull tribe were like bulldozers. Everywhere they went, no one was left alive. 10 regular teams, each with 250 to 300 people, were led by their respective captains. They were like 10 sharp nails that pierced into the demon race's camp. In a split second, the entire place was turned upside down. In the sound of weapons clashing, heads flew high into the air. Strong bodies slowly fell to the ground. Their widened eyes showed a trace of infatuation with the land, but more than that, they were stunned. The demonized barbarians did not know what they were doing until they died. Why did they block the path of their former comrades? Why did they have to fight against them? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the vanguard of the demon race was smashed into pieces. A bunch of trash. Sitting at the back of the army, Xianxia did not panic. She was still as graceful as ever. Her beautiful eyes looked coldly at the demonic barbarians in front of her. There was no change in her expression. Unlike the barbarians, this was not the first time she fought against them. It was only when she destroyed the 4 major barbarian tribes. They were all led by the demon saint. The demon race was invincible. Wherever they went, there was no resistance. They easily destroyed the 4 tribes. However, now that she was in charge, she realized how difficult it was to deal with these barbarians. In terms of individual strength, these barbarians were not much different from the demon race. However, they were blessed by the wizard. The difference between the two was obvious. The various types of sorcery spells were indeed miraculous. However, she didn't care. They were just demonized slaves. She didn't care how many of them died. The key to this battle didn't lie with the demonized people. It didn't even lie with the 2 armies. Instead, it lay with the sorcerer who was poisoned by the green demon's poison. Looking into the distance, Xianxia saw the fellow covered in green through the barrier of space. The corners of his mouth curled up. He felt that he should have reached his limit, right? Disperse. On the battlefield, Ahu roared, his voice piercing through the clouds. The barbarians stopped in their tracks when they heard the roar. They turned around and scattered in all directions in an orderly manner. There was no other reason. Behind the vanguard of the demon race. Suddenly, a group of short and round guys with red skin jumped out. These guys had ferocious and excited expressions on their faces. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their bodies were bouncing on the ground like meatballs. Every time they bounced, they would be able to advance more than 100 feet. They were charging towards the barbarians without any fear of death. Red Devils. Thanks to the knowledge that Yu Lu and Yu Lu had gained from the wizard temple, the barbarian warriors immediately gave the most accurate response when they saw these red-skinned guys. Otherwise, if they were to charge forward without knowing what was going on, there would definitely be heavy casualties. The regular squad circled around the red-skinned devils and continued to charge forward. The red devils were entangled and scattered as well. They all jumped and pounced towards the nearest group of people. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky, sharp arrows flew over, bringing with them the sound of breaking through the air. They were filled with killing intent. Every arrow accurately shot into the body of a red devil. The red devils that were shot were like ignited barrels of dynamite. Their originally red skin turned even redder. An extremely dangerous aura surged out from their bodies. Their round bodies suddenly expanded by several times. Then, with a series of booming sounds, they exploded one by one. It was as if they could blow up a hole in the void. Oh my god! Xianxia looked at the sparks that bloomed in the sky. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. The power of the explosion of these exploding devils was not small. Although one or two of them were not very eye-catching, if 100 or so of them exploded together, even the Wizard King would be at a disadvantage. The demon race could really give birth to some strange people. The green devils were like this, and so were the red devils. On the other side, Xiaoya's complacent smile suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked at the riders in the sky. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it." According to her understanding, the other races should not have known anything about her side. However, when the red devils moved out, the other races made the most accurate response. The surprise attack of the red devils did not have any effect at all. Instead, they lost a lot of people for nothing. Swishing noises could be heard without an end. Those non-humankind cavalrymen mounted on those giant eagles were all highly skilled in archery. Even in the air, they could still maintain their accuracy. Every single arrow they shot would kill a red devil that leaped into the air, saving the lives of their warriors. Kill them. Xiaoya waved her hand. The clouds of black mist behind him suddenly disappeared into the void. After a short while, a short and small figure appeared on one side of an air cavalryman. At the same time, he directly slashed his pitch-black dagger towards the neck of this air cavalryman who was caught off guard. The dagger was incomparably sharp. Even Xianxia's body had been slightly injured by it, but if these cavalrymen were to be hit by it, their heads would most likely be chopped off. The air rider sitting on the giant eagle and shooting arrows did not respond. His sharp eyes were still locked on to a red devil below, and he fired an arrow. Just as the demon race rider was about to succeed, another dagger suddenly appeared in the void and accurately blocked the neck of the air rider. With a clang, when the two daggers collided, the demon race rider who launched the sneak attack frowned and retreated vigilantly. He was a natural killer and assassin. He would only launch an attack at the safest time, so he was very surprised that someone could block his attack. Looking up, he saw a petite girl suddenly appear beside the air rider. Her figure was delicate, and her waterfall-like long hair fluttered in the wind. Strangely, she was holding a dagger in each hand, one facing the other. She stood there weakly, as if she would be blown away by the wind. She was actually holding two daggers? The demon race assassin frowned. As an assassin, he naturally knew the difficulty of controlling two daggers. This was a fellow assassin, and an extremely skilled one at that. He could not help but lick the corner of his mouth, and a sense of excitement welled up in his heart. He wanted to compete with her. Slaughter. The girl suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was low and sweet, and she slightly raised her head with a pious expression, as if she was praying to an unknown god. What? The demon race assassin was stunned. Feast. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl danced like a butterfly. Her posture was elegant and beautiful, and anyone who saw it could not help but be immersed in it, enjoying the pleasure brought by this dance. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and cold light overflowed. The demon race assassin, however, was not in the mood to appreciate it. He only felt cold all over, and his hands and feet were trembling. As an assassin, one must have an extremely strong psychological quality. He was one of the best assassins, and was especially outstanding in this aspect. Therefore, under normal circumstances, his state of mind would not fluctuate in the slightest. But at this moment, he seemed to have seen an extremely shocking scene. At the same time that he was terrified, he actually revealed a trace of satisfaction, as if he had heard the Tao in the morning and could die in the evening. He saw the most exquisite mystery of the assassination path. Streaks of cold light bloomed densely in the air. In a flash, they covered an area of 300 feet in radius. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly as streaks of blood strangely drifted out from the void. When the girl stopped moving, the daggers in her hands slid down. A string of blood beads. Puff puff puff. In the void, blood spurted out. One after another, the figures of the demon race assassins suddenly appeared. Each of them had a stunned expression, as if they did not expect that someone would be able to find them in the void. Each of the demon race assassins only had one wound on their body, and those wounds were all fatal. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. One by one, the short demon race assassins fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. "What is your name?" The demon race assassin facing the girl asked calmly. The girl turned her head and glanced at him, and also calmly said, "Dai." The demon race assassin whispered, as if he wanted to remember this name. In the next moment, a blood arrow shot out from his chest, and he fell straight to the ground. As he fell, his vitality quickly faded. Although Dai's action deterred the demon race assassins and saved the lives of many air cavalry, there were more demon race assassins hiding in the void. A ray of light flew from below and turned into a circle of light, enveloping all the air cavalry. In the next moment, the eyes of many air cavalry suddenly brightened, as if there was a torch burning in them. The light could illuminate all the shadows hidden in the darkness, making them unable to hide. Eagle Eye. After receiving the support of the wizards, the air cavalry immediately locked their eyes on the demon race assassins who were hiding in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Arrows were shot out one after another, reaping the lives of these assassins while they were still in a daze. The assassins naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death. Seeing that their bodies were exposed, they immediately launched an attack. The air cavalry riding the giant eagles nimbly avoided those assassins in the air, making their sneak attack fruitless. Yu and Lu, who came back to their senses, chanted an incantation at the same time. After 3 breaths, a bolt of lightning like a dancing snake appeared in front of the twins. That bolt of lightning was like a chain, crackling as it moved forward. One of the assassins couldn't dodge in time and was touched by the electric snake. Instantly, his hair stood on end, and a burnt smell came from his body. The electric snake exploded with the assassin's body as the center, turning into an electric net that covered the entire sky. The assassins of the demon race were paralyzed and trembling. The air cavalry that was being chased didn't even look back. They shot arrows backward. The powerful arrows shot into the chests of the demon race assassins and came out from their backs, leaving bloody holes. A nebula lightning bolt found all the assassins of the demon race. On the contrary, the air cavalry of her own clan weren't affected at all. The exquisite control of the Rain and Dew twins over the wizard's spells was evident. Without any worries, the aerial cavalry once again displayed astonishing combat strength, continuously providing strong and powerful support to their companions below. Xianxia sent out 3 waves of assassins in a row, but they didn't kill any air cavalry. Instead, they lost many people. She was furious. On the battlefield, the demon race and the barbarians had officially clashed. The demonized demons were the vanguard. The strategy of the red demons at the back didn't have any effect. Instead, the barbarians broke through and penetrated deep into their own territory. The demon race had no choice but to resist with all their might. The Sandmen relied on their magical ability to travel through the earth to constantly create chaos on the battlefield. It also had some effect, causing the Wizard's Bull clan to inevitably suffer some losses. However, with the support of the life chain, the life force of all the barbarians in the 10 regular teams coexisted. Therefore, even if someone suffered a fatal injury, they wouldn't die immediately. Instead, under the effect of spreading the injury, their life force would be replenished by the other members of their clan. At this point in the battle, the demon race had suffered hundreds of casualties. On the other hand, not a single barbarian fell. The life chain was indeed the most important wizard spell in the large-scale battle of the barbarians. With such a wizard spell connecting them, the Wizard's Bull clan dared to fight even if they were facing a giant dragon. Xianxia couldn't sit still anymore. She paid a heavy price for her rash decision. At the beginning of the battle, she thought that with the surprise of the red demons, she would be able to quickly win. Victory would soon be decided, but he did not expect that the red devils he sent out would not have any effect at all. The shadow demon clansmen that had set off after him were also slaughtered by the other party like falling flowers and flowing water. Although the two armies were about the same in terms of numbers, the difference in their true combat strength was like night and day. Xianxia had no choice but to mobilize her strongest team. When the bestial roar rang out, the ground began to tremble. The cavalrymen of the demon race charged out like a mighty army of thousands of horses. They were tall, and their bodies were wrapped in black gas. They were mounted on ferocious-looking magical beasts, and they rampaged through the battlefield. Not a single barbarian was able to stop them. Wherever they passed, people would be thrown off their horses. The demon race's declining situation was gradually being reversed. The rest of the demon race was led by this group of cavalrymen. They pounced on the barbarian tribe and pushed the front line forward. The arrows shot by the cavalrymen did not have much effect. The magical beasts had thick skin, and the arrows were like tickles to them. "It's our turn," Rain and Dew said at the same time, and their expressions were solemn. More than a dozen wizards of different levels straightened their backs. Some of the older wizards were better, but the younger ones were a little nervous. It was their first time on a real battlefield, and they kept seeing people die. This was a huge impact on them. But if they wanted to stop the momentum of the demon race's cavalrymen, they could only rely on them now. The guards escorted more than a dozen wizards to the battlefield. Xianxia looked over and frowned. She did not know what the barbarians were doing. But there was an uneasy feeling lingering in her heart. "You're finished." A voice suddenly came from not far away. Xianxia was shocked. When she turned her head to look, she immediately saw a green guy appear beside her out of nowhere. Xianxia almost jumped up. Even with her strength, she did not notice how the other party appeared here. If the other party had launched a sneak attack, would she have been able to block it? Probably, maybe. But, when the two armies were fighting, why is this guy not guarding the rear, but suddenly running over to my side? As if she thought of something, Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. "Have you considered joining the arms of the great demon god?" Xianxia turned his head to look at her and grinned. "I'm still thinking about it. Of course, if you can cure me of the green poison, I will consider it more sincerely." Xianxia sneered. "Don't be wishful thinking. There is no way to cure the green poison, unless you become my slave." Xianxia frowned. "Is this the only way?" Xianxia said, "Only this one." Xianxia nodded. Xianxia smiled charmingly and said, "These 2 days haven't been easy, have they? To be honest, I'm a little surprised that you can still be conscious after 2 days. But the more you insist, the more pain you will suffer." Xianxia sighed. "I'm in so much pain right now." Xianxia tilted her head. "I can't see it." Xianxia grinned and said, "Men always have to act strong, don't they?" Xianxia smiled. "You are indeed qualified to be my slave. I can assure you that after I transform you, I will preserve your own consciousness. There won't be any difference compared to before." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Retain my consciousness? But why did my demonized clansmen?" Xianxia curled her lips and showed a disdainful expression. "They are nothing. They are just a bunch of trash. Naturally, they are not worth my effort. But you are different. An expert like you is more suitable for having a clear mind. I am willing to pay a price. You are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Xianxia smiled gently. Xianxia giggled. Just be obedient. Then, shall we begin now? Xianxia turned to look at her. Xianxia's smile disappeared. She looked up at the battlefield and saw that the demon race had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position. After the dozen shamans took action, a series of powerful witchcraft were cast, and the demon cavalry was forced to retreat. The advantage that the demon cavalry had gained before was gone. If it weren't for the Sandmen constantly appearing and disappearing to cause trouble, bringing various restraints to the barbarians, the cavalry would have been wiped out very quickly. But even so, the situation of the demon race was not optimistic. More than half of the demon race's forces were dead or injured. The losses were constantly increasing. On the other hand, the barbarians were getting braver and their morale was high. I need to pay a price to take you as my slave. What can you pay? Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Xianxia. What do you want? Xianxia asked. Xianxia raised her hand and pointed forward. I want to see your sincerity. Only with enough sincerity can you earn my trust. Decide for yourself. You don't have much time left. Xianxia laughed. That's easy. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the battlefield. Wherever he passed, anyone who blocked his way would be killed with a single punch. None of the strong demons were able to stop his advance. Xianxia did not like this bloody scene. Instead, it made her even more interested. When she looked at Xianxia, her eyes bloomed with a strange light. The demon race clearly knew that he was not to be trifled with. They all retreated. A short while later, Xianxia arrived at the battlefield where the two armies were clashing. Master, why are you? Rain suddenly noticed Xianxia. She was stunned. Did you come from that side? Her camp was at the back, but Xianxia clearly came from the demon race's side. Moreover, as the commander-in-chief of an army, it was not wise for him to appear on the battlefield where the two armies were facing each other instead of commanding from the rear and strategizing from within the tent. When she was about to persuade him, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lu also felt it. She raised her head and looked at Xianxia vigilantly. Master, what are you going to do? Xianxia smiled and looked at the twins. Come with me. The twins were silent. Then they slowly shook their heads. The more than 10 wizards were also confused by the situation. They looked at each other. It's not good to disobey orders. Wizard, did you forget what the master said when he handed you over to me? Xianxia looked at them with a gloomy look. There was a sense of dignity in his eyes. Rain said in a deep voice. If the master is really thinking about the barbarian race, we will not disobey. But now you. Don't you want to join the demon race? What? The more than 10 wizards were shocked. They could not believe what they just heard. They all looked at Xianxia, hoping that he would deny it. But what made them feel like falling into an ice cellar was that Xianxia actually smiled. You are very observant. Rain said. There is only one way to get rid of the green demon's poison. That is to be turned into a demon. Master. You have really disappointed us. In a few words, the more than 10 wizards instantly understood what was going on. The wizard Master Bull was poisoned by the green demon's poison. Obviously, he did not want to die like this. That was why he had to join the demon race. The twins seemed to have seen through his thoughts. What? What should they do? This was the Wizard Bull's first real battle. The 12 teams worked together and were about to win. But at this crucial moment, their leader wanted to betray them. The sudden change made everyone lose their ability to think. Their minds were in a daze. You are very smart. No wonder you can enter the wizard temple. But even if you know, what can you do? Xianxia smiled and reached out his hand to cover the twins. When his hand reached down, it was like a curtain of light, blocking the light in front of everyone's eyes. The twins' faces changed. Even though they knew that the wizard Master Bull was very strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. The two of them did not even have time to think before their bodies stiffened. They did not know what kind of technique Yang Kai used. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the twins as easily as pinching two chicks. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the twins were terrified and couldn't help but move closer to Yang Kai. They were immediately taken away by Yang Kai and flew towards the back of the demon race. The remaining wizard and wizard apprentices watched all of this with their eyes wide open. A chill spread out from their pores as they froze on the spot. Xianxia's smug laughter resounded throughout the battlefield, extremely harsh to the ears. When a figure flashed in front of them, Butterfly blocked the way. Yulu showed a look of surprise and desire at the same time and said in unison, "Master, Wizard Bull has defected to the demon race, quickly stop him." After this period of contact, Yulu knew that Butterfly was also a great wizard and was on the same level as Wizard Bull. If she made a move, perhaps it would have some effect. Butterfly turned a deaf ear and stood there without moving. She just looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Yang Kai also stopped and narrowed his eyes at Butterfly. "You want to stop me?" Butterfly was silent for a while and silently moved aside. The light of hope in Yulu's eyes suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai nodded and passed by Butterfly with Yulu. "Be careful," Butterfly whispered softly like a mosquito. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't even know that she was talking. Yang Kai was already far away and soon disappeared. "The battle is not over yet, what are you waiting for?" Butterfly looked at the 13 wizard below and shouted. She was the first to move. Her body fluttered and moved around the battlefield. Sometimes she used her extraordinary agility to reap the lives of the demon race members. Sometimes her hands bloomed with the light of wizard spells, giving the barbarian soldiers all kinds of buffs. Seeing her like this, the 13 wizard and wizard apprentices found their backbone again and gradually stabilized their position. The incantation sounded again and the light of wizard spells flashed repeatedly. On one side of the battlefield, Yang Kai floated to the ground and waved his hand. Yulu fell to the ground. The twins' eyes were burning with hatred as if there was a volcano hidden in them. They looked at Yang Kai and then at the scantily clad Xianxia. She clenched her teeth. On one hand, she felt humiliated by their situation, on the other hand, she was indignant at Yang Kai's cowardice. If they knew that this wizard bull was such a person, they would never agree to follow him. Is this sincerity enough? Yang Kai looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia, Yulu, and Yulu looked at Yulu and then looked at Yang Kai. She slowly shook her head. Why is? Xianxia raised her hand slightly and casually pointed at Lu. Kill her. Yulu. Kill her and I'll believe you. Xianxia tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai with a hint of provocation in her eyes. She was not a fool. Although this barbarian tribe great shaman was poisoned by the green devil and showed the intention of surrendering, if it was only to this extent, it was not enough to win her trust. This was the last test. If this barbarian great wizard could really kill her subordinates, then his intention to surrender would be unquestionable. On the other hand, this was a trick to get closer to her. Xianxia was conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that this barbarian great wizard would fight to the end and would rather die than surrender. Prey that struggled between life and death was the best prey. On the other hand, she felt that it would be a pity if he died like this. She hoped that he would listen to her. But a slave that listened to her too much. What was the use of having him? She did not lack such people under her command. Therefore, she did not know what decision she wanted this barbarian great wizard to make. She carefully observed him, hoping to see a hesitant and struggling expression on his face. That would make her feel more or less happy. But what surprised her was that Yang Kai did not say a word after hearing her order and directly walked forward. There was no sign of hesitation. The twins' expressions changed. Yu forced herself to stand in front of her sister. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai and said sternly, "Kill me, let her go." Yang Kai stood in front of her like an insurmountable mountain. He looked down at her and nodded slightly. The sisterly love is touching. Unfortunately. At the same time, Yu was sent flying by Yang Kai with a kick. She flew more than 10 feet and fell heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. This is Master Xianxia's first order. I have to obey it. When Yang Kai was talking, he had already grabbed Lu's slender neck and slowly lifted her up. Lu struggled with all her strength. Her face was red. But with her strength restrained, how could she shake off Yang Kai's grip with her own body? Her movements of using her hands and feet looked so funny. Cough cough, let her go. Yu stood up not far away and screamed. She wanted to rush over but was firmly held down by a black shadow. Yang Kai's strength was getting stronger and stronger. His wizard power began to fluctuate. He was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. As if their hearts were connected, Lu struggled to turn her head and look at her sister. Yu was also looking at them sadly. When their eyes met, Lu opened her mouth slightly but no sound came out. Yu knew that she was saying goodbye to her. No. Yu shouted hysterically. Pung. A cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded. Lu, who was lifted up by Yang Kai, directly exploded. Not even her bones were left. Only blood and minced meat dripped down. Yu's scream stopped abruptly. She looked at the blood mist as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't believe that her sister, who was so close to her a moment ago, would end up in such a miserable state. 2 lines of blood tears silently fell from the corner of her eyes. She didn't cry. Her eyes became cold and piercing. She looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her eyes were filled with hatred. If it was possible, she was willing to bite this wizard to death bit by bit. She would eat all his muscles and flesh, drink all his blood. She would even chew his bones and swallow them into her stomach. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia suddenly let out a burst of crazy laughter. She seemed to be very happy. It was as if the scene in front of her had touched her sensitive nerves and gave her an unprecedented satisfaction. Yang Kai ignored Yu's gaze. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Master, is this sincerity enough?" "It's enough." Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Only now did she truly believe that Yang Kai was here to surrender. "Come here." Xianxia called out as if she was summoning her pet. Yang Kai walked to her and stood in front of her. "Kneel down." Xianxia said again. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "I'm sorry. My legs hurt. I can't kneel down." The smile on Xianxia's face instantly turned cold. She stared at Yang Kai coldly and said, "How dare you disobey my orders? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "In life, some things can be given up, but some things must be persevered. Master, you are a woman. You don't understand the perseverance of men." Xianxia's lips curled up. What a joke. You can even kill your own subordinates. Why are you not willing to kneel to me? Yang Kai shrugged. I'd rather die. The two of them looked at each other. Yang Kai's expression was calm, while Xianxia's was dignified. After a long time, Xianxia curled her lips. She realized that this great wizard was a tough guy. He had no intention of kneeling to her in order to survive. His perseverance did not make her angry. Instead, it made her excited. She felt a sense of accomplishment when she tamed such an unruly slave. "All right. Since you have shown your sincerity, it's my turn now." Saying so, Xianxia lightly stepped forward and gracefully arrived in front of Yang Kai, reaching out her hand and placing it on his forehead. A dark demonic chi suddenly flowed out from Xianxia's fingertips. The demonic chi was similar to the demonic chi that the wizard encountered in the abandoned village. In comparison, Xianxia's demonic chi was undoubtedly more outstanding, purer, and more corrosive. After forcing out the demonic chi, Xianxia's face suddenly showed a hint of fatigue. It was obvious that it had taken a toll on her. The demonic chi was like a living creature. It circled around Xianxia's fingertips a few times before disappearing into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and staggered back 2 steps. A faint black color immediately spread out from his body. The black color was like a burning flame. It burned the demonic green poison into nothingness wherever it passed. The lush green light disappeared and was replaced by a strange and heavy darkness. "That's it?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Since you can withstand my demonic chi without dying, you are now a member of my demon race. However, to become my slave, you will need to add something else." Yang Kai said, "I am willing to serve under master." Xianxia said with satisfaction, "Very good. As she spoke, she opened her mouth and spat out a fist-sized object. Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, narrowed her eyes. The object did not look like anything else. It looked like a heart. A pitch-black heart that was beating rhythmically. Xianxia held it in her hand. It was gently beating. Every time it beat, it would send out a powerful force. Moreover, it also contained a mysterious power that would make people feel uneasy and dizzy. Kai Yang, on the other hand, watched with great interest. Xianxia smiled and said, "This is my demonic heart. Is it okay for you to take it out like this?" Yang Kai asked with concern, "Will it affect you in any way?" Xianxia laughed and said, "In my demon race, every expert who has cultivated to a certain level has their own demonic heart. As long as the demonic heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die. Didn't your ancestors tell you this?" Yang Kai said, "This is the first time I've heard of it." Looking at the demon heart with a burning gaze, Yang Kai asked, "In other words, this thing is your foundation, right?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Can I have a look?" Yang Kai looked at the demonic heart curiously. Xianxia raised her head. Her gaze was deep, as if she wanted to see if he was just asking casually or if he had other plans. Yu suddenly held her breath, and her expression became nervous. "I have something to do today, so I'll be going out soon." "Sorry." Under Xianxia's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he was really just curious about the demon heart. Xianxia smiled and unexpectedly threw the demon heart to Yang Kai, saying, "Be careful, don't break it." Kai Yang took it and turned it over and over in his hands. Rain was so nervous that she could even hear her own heartbeat. She looked at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression, temporarily forgetting that he was the enemy who killed her sister. There was only one voice in her mind: crush the demon heart. If Yang Kai could really crush the demon heart and kill the demon king in front of her, then Lu's death would not be in vain. If Yang Kai really did that, then it would mean that everything that happened before was fake. He surrendered to the demon race just to find a chance to kill the demon king. Even if Lu died because of this, she could forgive him. However, what made her disappointed was that Yang Kai held the demon heart and looked at it for a long time without any intention of doing anything. "What are you hesitating for? Crush it." Rain finally couldn't help but shout out. Xianxia glanced at her with a smile, her eyes full of mockery. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the demon heart back, saying, "What do you want to do now? You didn't take out your demon heart just to surprise me, right?" Rain saw this scene, and her face turned pale. Her body went limp and fell to the ground, as if she had lost all her strength. The wizard really surrendered to the demon race. Lu died for nothing. It was laughable that she had a little bit of hope for this spineless coward. It was a shame that she had such thoughts. Xianxia, who took back the demon heart, smiled, showing a very satisfied expression, and said, "Of course, I didn't do it for you to see." As she spoke, she didn't do anything, but the demon heart in her hand seeped out a trace of black blood. The blood was rolling, filled with unimaginable magic power, and was sent to Yang Kai by Xianxia. He smiled and said, "Swallow it. From now on, you are mine." Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai swallowed the devil blood and let out a muffled groan. The pitch-black aura on the surface of his body flourished. Xianxia smiled and looked at Yang Kai approvingly. "You made a wise choice. Thank you, Master, for giving me this chance," Yang Kai said calmly. "So now." Xianxia stepped forward and looked at the chaotic battlefield. The demon race had been utterly defeated. Even the strongest cavalry under Xianxia's command had been mobilized. However, there was no sign of panic in Xianxia's eyes. Instead, she was confident in her victory. She raised her hand and said, "Let us end this ridiculous war." Xianxia's eyes were filled with confidence. The barbarian commander had already surrendered. Although there were a lot of barbarians left, they were nothing to worry about. As long as she joined forces with this newly recruited slave of hers, winning the battle would not be a problem at all. "By the way, what's your name?" Xianxia asked without turning her head. "Wizard Niu." "My name is Wizard Niu," Yang Kai replied. As he spoke, the power in his body surged violently. A golden light suddenly bloomed under his feet and penetrated deep into the ground. The next moment, a series of muffled groans came from the ground. One by one, the sand demons hiding underground were killed by Yang Kai before they could even react. Xianxia was slightly startled. Before she could turn her head, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she looked down, she saw the tip of a broad sword piercing through her plump breasts, leaving behind a trail of blood. Xianxia's beautiful eyes trembled. She could not believe her eyes. On the other side, Yu let out a cry of surprise. She was shocked by the sudden turn of events. "Master, how do you feel?" Yang Kai's voice came from behind. It was very calm, as if he was asking her if she had eaten. Xianxia coughed a few times. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She said with a ferocious expression, "How can you go against my will after swallowing my devil blood?" If that was not the case, she would not have been so careless and exposed her back to this wizard Niu. All the previous tests. This wizard Niu had passed them perfectly. When she wanted him to show enough sincerity, he captured 2 of his wizard subordinates and even killed one of them in front of her. She seemed to have casually thrown the devil's heart to him, but it was also a test. If the wizard Niu had attacked at that time, Xianxia had a way to resolve it. Even if the devil's heart was really crushed, she would not die. However, he did not show any signs of betrayal. After observing the devil's heart for a while, he returned it. If he had really betrayed her, that would have been the best time to make a move. From that moment on, Xianxia truly believed in him. Giving him the devil's blood was the last layer of protection. After swallowing her devil's blood, he would be one of her people. She could kill him and he would not have any power to resist. That was why she was willing to expose her back to him. However, she did not expect to receive an actual betrayal and a thunderous blow. His betrayal came without any warning, as if it was a sudden decision. However, such a decisive move was obviously premeditated. The devil's heart was in great pain. Xianxia could clearly feel that it was pierced by a sharp weapon. Even someone as strong as the Demon King could not help but tremble and almost fall to the ground. Ha ha ha. Xianxia was not angry. Instead, she laughed. She tilted her head with difficulty and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes. "In order to gain my trust, you did not hesitate to kill one of your subordinates? If you want to get something, you have to pay a price first." Yang Kai replied casually. Xianxia looked at Yu, who was not far away, and said, "Did you hear that?" In his eyes, you are only chips to win. When necessary, he can sacrifice all of you. Yu frowned but did not show much emotion. When she saw Yang Kai suddenly attack Xianxia, she knew that her guess was correct. The wizard Master Ox really did want to get close to this Demon King. That was why he went through so much trouble and did not hesitate to kill his own sister with his own hands. Revealing one's death should be valuable, right? Don't try to confuse people with your lies. Your life is in my hands. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Xianxia's expression was filled with hatred. How did you do it? What she could not understand the most was how Yang Kai could go against her will. Logically speaking, after consuming her devil's blood, Yang Kai's thoughts should not have escaped her senses. As long as he had the slightest thought of resisting, she would know in advance. However, after he attacked and when her devil's heart was pierced, she did not sense that he had any intention of harming her. How could the devil's blood not have any effect? No comment. Yang Kai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense fiercely surged out and turned into a wave that wrapped around Xianxia. Xianxia instinctively wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's myriad sword only slightly pressed down, and the intense pain made all her efforts go to waste. It was as if an invisible whirlpool was surging. As the whirlpool spun, Xianxia suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai swung the myriad sword and shook off the blood on the blade. He sighed softly. The shadow demon that had been guarding Xianxia all this time were stunned. Even now, they had not recovered from their shock. Yang Kai wiped the myriad sword with his fingers. As the sword flashed, screams rang out. As blood spurted out, all the shadow demon were killed. Yu regained her freedom and looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She tried her best not to hate this person in front of her, but the image of her sister dying in front of her kept replaying in her mind. Lu is not dead. Yang Kai grinned at her. What? Yu was stunned. What did you say? Did she hear him wrong? Or did he say something wrong? Lu was crushed in front of her. How could she not be dead? Xianxia said, I thought that you sisters were telepathic and should be able to sense something. I didn't expect you to not be able to sense it. Well, after all, you are separated by a world barrier. It would be strange if you could sense it. You had no idea what he was talking about, but what she saw in the next moment made her unable to hold back her tears. Silently, Lu, who should have exploded into a bloody mist, suddenly appeared in front of her. You only saw Xianxia waving his hand. I crushed another corpse, Xianxia explained. Just now, Xianxia had his back to Xianxia, so she hadn't been able to see some details clearly. The moment before he crushed Lu, Xianxia had directly thrown her into the sealed world bead, and what had exploded was a corpse he had brought back from the battlefield just now. This method was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Any negligence was enough to let Xianxia see through it. Fortunately, although Xianxia was only a great wizard, he had the background of the Emperor realm, so the substitution was very smooth. Lu Yu's eyes instantly became wet. Lu was a little confused. She did not know what had happened. She only remembered that the wizard bull had lifted her up, and then she entered a strange and quiet world. In that world, she was trapped in a 10-meter radius area. She could not walk out, and there was no one around. When she tried to escape, she suddenly returned to the same place. After hearing her sister's voice, Lu's first reaction was to move closer to her sister, and then look at Xianxia vigilantly. You said, Wizard Master Bull did not betray us. Everything just now was an act to gain the trust of the Demon King. Lu was stunned. Fake? When Xianxia lifted her up by the neck, she almost thought that she was going to die because Xianxia looked at her without any emotion. It was an expression that showed that he really wanted to kill her. You nodded, yes, thanks to the Wizard Master Bull. That Demon King was also killed, right? Xianxia mysteriously disappeared, and you did not know what happened to her. Xianxia smiled at them and explained, she suffered a bit when I fought with her 2 days ago, so if I did not use this method, I am afraid that I would not be able to get close to her, let alone make her lower her guard. She also has the help of the Sand Demon, so she can escape at any time. I also do not know what other trump cards she has, so I had no choice but to use this method. In short, I have made you worried. The twins shook their heads, and you said, it's nothing, but I have some misunderstandings about Master. Xianxia waved his hand, in that situation, it is normal for you to have doubts. Alright, let's not talk nonsense, now let us end this war together. End of chapter 2859. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.